Good morning, Las Vegas, and welcome to the first ever Prime Championship. My name is Tia Boyson. I'm going to be your stage host for today, and with me now is the co-founder of Parallel, Koji.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is surreal. This is crazy. I'm really honored, happy, excited to be here and to present the trophy for the first ever Parallel Championship. So let's get started. Also, apologies in advance. You could probably light my breath on fire right now. Last night was crazy.
Today's going to be a great day, guys. We've got all the players who flew into Las Vegas to compete. I'm going to throw it now to the studio. We're going to start. We're going to have a great day. Thanks for watching at home, and thank you, Koji, again. Thank you, everybody who's involved in Parallel.
And thank you to Koji and Tia for that intro, where you're going to be your host for today, Excelsior, and we have Detsy right here. Detsy, I know you have a few words to say. Let's have it, man.
16 players from across the universe through sweat and blood have qualified to this prestigious final stage. An accumulation of over a year of efforts from Parallel, our sponsors, our players, and the community to deliver something that no other card game dares to do at this moment in time. That is braving the frontier of digital card gaming esports. Many of the players you will see competing this weekend have climbed to the absolute peak of other card games. But once you've climbed the tallest mountains the earth has to offer, naturally, one will stand there and look up at the sky to conquer the next frontier. That is space. Ushering in a new era of intergalactic card game exploration, this is the Parallel Prime Championship!
Yeah, right here. We have Detsy for that amazing intro. Detsy, come here, man. Come here. And yeah, like we're already here at the Parallel Prime Championship Day 1. And we're excited to have you here, guys. Everyone over at the HyperX Arena, Luxor, Las Vegas. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling amazing. It has been a really, really long time, and we're finally here. The World Championship, the Parallel Prime Championship, and let's see who's going to take it all down.
Yeah, I want to see who's going to take it all down. Of course, everyone, but talking about taking it all down, everybody here went all the way down to Las Vegas. Even the community, even like every single one of the players, all the casters, production crew, already right here to witness this amazing event in history. And man, like that 250K over at the prize pool, it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, there's a lot online, and you know, there can only be one first. So this is going to be the first of first, and the first of many to come.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, first of many to come. Season 1 is going to be the accumulation here at this event. Season 2 and Season 3 are going to be coming out. But of course, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're going to be having an amazing time. You know, talking about the prize pool, of course, how much is the winner or the champion going to be having, or they're going to be bringing out, like, if he gets the championship?
I actually don't even know.
Yeah, man, dude.
How much is it, Excelsior?
Dude, you know, I just got the rundown a while ago. 100K, man.
100,000, okay.
Dude, 100K. What do you do with that? What do you want to do with 100K, man?
I mean, I think 100K, they're going to be buying a lot of Parallel cards. They're
Yeah.
going to be probably spending it on some food and buying some stuff for the homies. But I think that there's a lot more on the line than just the money.
Yes, definitely.
Right? So a lot of these players are here for the fame, the prestige, and obviously the bragging rights.
Definitely,
being
man.
the absolute best of the first year of the parallel competitive scene.
Yeah, bragging rights aside, we have also a lot of players already getting ready over at the main stage and over at the ground level. They're already playing right now, and it's amazing to see. And of course, getting to the action, we want to see the brackets right now. Can we get the brackets over at the screen to see the players who will be playing for today? Again, we have a total of 16 players, right? Let's see how hard has it been before they got here.
Yeah, it's been a really, really long road, and I think a lot of it was not even playing the game itself, is that a lot of these players had to spend some time taking off from their main trading card games to spend time playing parallel, learning the game, and getting really, really good.
Yeah, and yeah, they got really good. They're right here, top 16, and we have the bracket right now for our players. And you can see here, what is the most interesting matchup in this top 16, man?
Personally, for me, I think the most interesting matchup is going to be Feno versus Tyler in round 1. They are my two closest homies here in the tournament. We've been through a lot together in Hearthstone, and both of them having to play each other in the very first round is brutal, but it is a double elimination tournament, so
Yeah.
one of them is going to have to crawl through the lower bracket if they want to make it to the very, very end.
Definitely. And of course, myself, man, I want to see Viper versus Thais. One of the, two of these guys, they're big Hearthstone players as well. Hearthstone pros. Thais being the European champion, 500k under his belt. Just from Hearthstone itself, we might add another 100k for Parallel. Viper being one of the big men over at Parallel as well, winning a major under his belt. Dude, these guys are hard-hitting pros right there. But let's give a rundown of the players. Let's start with Desi. Let's go from top to bottom, man.
All right, we got Landy Series versus JobSat in round 1, followed by Husadari.
Eyeless DRE.
Dari versus Darla in round 2. And then Bright Avian versus Perp in the 3rd match. And of course, Feno versus Tyler in the 4th match. Followed by
Kintsugi and then
Kintsugi and Jimon in the 5th match. Sekonox and Dual Notes in the 6th. Viper and Thais in the 7th. And Zeliaser versus Sparkling in the 8th.
Yeah, oh dude, just as we were talking, it just got updated, man. What does that green?
No way!
Dude, you were just talking about it a while ago, and look at that clean sweep. Man, what does this mean, man?
That means that one of them probably got better sleep than the other one last night. But yeah, Feno's gonna take it 3-0 versus Tyler.
Yeah.
In the first round. Tyler's going to be knocked down to the loser's bracket, and he's going to have to climb his way up. Feno is going to be moving on to face the winner of Bright Avian versus Perp.
Yeah, and as Detsy was talking, dude, why are all these matches getting updated as we were talking? It's so amazing. We're not seeing what's happening, but we are getting the update. I was just talking a while ago. Thais versus Viper. And Thais goes in with a 3-0. I did not expect this, guys. I did not expect this 3-0 to happen. Maybe a 3-1, maybe a 3-2, but not a 3-0 in this matchup. That means Thais is going to be moving forward, Viper is going to be going down, and he's going to be facing either one who is going to be winning over at Zeliaser versus Sparkling in this matchup. And, for those of you who don't know, we have a double elimination. What does that mean? That's it.
Yeah, so double elimination. Every single player is going to have 2 lives, essentially. And they are obviously going to hope to win all of their matches, but if they do lose one, they do have a second chance. They're going to be facing lower bracket players, other players who have lost their first life in the lower bracket, and they still have a chance to make it to the very, very final.
Yes, and of course, if you lose over at the lower bracket, you will be out of the tournament. But of course, not out of the whole parallel scene. You will be eliminated In the tournament, but not in real life.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, it's just you can have like another chance over a season 2, probably, right? If you get eliminated now and have that kind of bragging rights, so to speak, to be in the top 16 at Las Vegas. And it's a good feeling to be just here and be at the top 16 over at the first Parallel Prime Championship. And man, Bright Aven versus Perp. Who do you think has like the higher chance with like who's gonna be facing Feno in the next round?
Man, that's crazy. So for me, Perp is always my favorite player in Parallel.
Yeah.
I love the creativity that he brings to the table. He's also he's also a Thailand resident as well, which I've lived in Thailand for many years. So that's awesome. Perp, I am rooting for. Bright Avian obviously is not one to be scuffed at. He is very strong as well. So that's going to be a really tough match. What do you think, Excelsior?
Yeah, very tough match indeed. Like Perp, I've seen him over at the different tournaments, and I was looking at them, and like I'm looking at the deck list. As I talked to Bright Aven as well. Like he has that kind of mindset that he's not going to be banning. Guys, watch out for it. Not going to be banning Skippy.
Okay.
Dude, what do you think about that?
I think that's a really bold choice because Sippy is going to be one of the strongest decks moving into this tournament, so he might have a very unique lineup compared to the rest of the field.
Yes. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Another 3-0? What's happening, guys? Why are there clean sweeps at round 1? What happened right now, Detsy?
I mean, it looks like Lambie Series took a 3-0 over JobSad. Lambie Series a crowd favorite as well, coming from Marvel Snap and Singapore. He is probably one of the strongest players in this tournament. He has logged one of the most hours, I think, out of all of the gamers in the top 16 today.
Dude, Lambie Series is his own lore right there in the Parallel Prime Championship competitive scene, you know, and he actually is kind of one of the favored players over at the socials, but yeah, he has yet to be seen over at the next rounds, and also already performing with a 3-0. That's a good, like, you know, good omen, so to speak, of him performing really well over the next matches. JobSad will not be out of the tournament, guys. He's already going to be round 2, and he will be facing the loser of the bracket of Hylos DRD versus Yarla. But guys, you know, JobSad as well, also a Hearthstone player, and you know, Lambie Series, also a Hearthstone GM, and Yu-Gi-Oh Master, Yu-Gi-Oh Wonderkind, so to speak. Like, I was interviewing him. He said he started Yu-Gi-Oh early, and became a pro, and then just transported all that skill into other card games, man. Like Hearthstone, Marvel Snap, and now apparently Parallel TCG.
Wow, and then his opponent as well, Darla. Sorry for the next matchup. Darla is one of the strongest players in Hearthstone actually back in the day. He is a much less known name because you know, he didn't have as much of a streaming presence, but he was always killing it in the scene, and amongst the professional players, he was always known as one of the best.
Yes indeed. Like, you know, there is actually a kind of a history between Yarla and Feno in one of the Twitch tournaments, and he said at one of the interviews that we made, it's like he wants to face Feno right down the line. So I'm looking at it. If he wins against Yarla, and if he wins against Lambie Series, which is going to be probably a hard match, then he would be able to face Feno if Feno wins in this matchup in the next one. Whoever's going to be facing him, Bright Avian or Perp. So that means like his wish might come true if like all the spots align, right? So it might happen. Like, it's gonna be a whole story right there. That's it.
Yeah, there are a lot of rivalries and a lot of histories for all of these players that we have here today. I'm really looking forward to seeing actually some of the lesser known names as well, and
Yeah.
the lesser known names that I can also lesser pronounce. But yeah, really looking forward to all these players and seeing what they brought here to the tournament and learning a little bit more about them as a player.
Yeah, and you know, I'm kind of curious as well. Like, who are we going to be watching for the next match? We'll know in a few of which ones we're going to be like broadcasting for the first match. But again, guys, the first round is already ongoing over at the like the whole HyperX Arena. They already started, man, over at round 1. So all the action is being witnessed by the community members as well. And no, but before we go to that, let's look at the next bracket. Here we go. So this is the lower bracket that we were talking about a while ago. Let's see. Like, can you explain to us how this works in the lower bracket?
Yeah, so basically the losers of the upper bracket are going to be coming down. They're going to be facing the other players who are eliminated, and it is going to be their very, very last life in this tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna be their very last life indeed. And you know, sorry for the top name. It's not Joe Bad. It's Job Sad. He's he is gonna be facing whoever's gonna be losing over the bracket over at the other side. There you go. We got it corrected. And we have Tyler right there over the lower bracket and Viper as well. Dude, guys, I was not expecting Tyler and Viper to be in the lower bracket in round 1. Now they're going to be having to work harder, as you said. Like that. See, like if they do get to lose, they're already out. Like round 1 is I know you've been competitive player, Detsy. How sad it is it if you lose round 1?
Man, I mean, it does feel bad to lose your first life immediately, but you know, a lot of players, I think, and me included as well, I personally play a lot better when my back is against the wall, and you know, these players are very, very seasoned professional card game masters, so I think that they do have what it takes to be able to take it up to the top.
Yes, and talking about the lower bracket as well, you know, if you are in the lower bracket and you get to the finals, like here, like let's look at this portion right here, right? This is the lower bracket finals, like. Correct me if I'm wrong. If they get to win, they go back up to the upper bracket, right, and face the upper bracket finalists. Is that right, Detsy?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be like your second life already. That's gonna be your chance to get up into the ranks and like get to face the finalists. So that does not mean like, remember we were playing like single elimination most of the time, maybe Swiss brackets or whatnot. But this double elimination gives you like what you said, second life, and then if you're coming in from the depths of hell, so to speak, the lower bracket can come back up at the upper bracket with the guy who's probably like resting right there. That's the advantage, right? If you're in the upper bracket, you're just resting and you're just waiting for the one who won the lower bracket and just get that win. So yeah, not a lot of updates as of the moment, guys. But you know, all the action is right there. We're gonna be seeing it soon, like who's gonna be playing. But you know, personally, since we've seen a lot of the players here already concluded their matches, who do you think we should watch next?
I mean, I personally would love to watch the Seconox match. And yeah, so Seconox versus Dual Note, I would love to watch that, but we are going to get an update very, very soon on what our next future match is going to be, and we're going to be watching some games very shortly.
Yeah, definitely. But of course, you know, we just got an update as well from the Brig, and we're going to be watching round 2 matches. Like everything here is already happening, and then round 2 is where all the action that we're going to be watching as well. So guys, for you there over at the socials, over at the stream, make sure to like, you know, type in, you know, there's a lot of activities that are actually ongoing right now, Detsy. Like I saw one over at X. They said we have a bracket challenge over at the socials. Like they're giving away some prizes for this is like one of the community members. That's how good a community members is. They're gonna be giving away an avatar. They're giving away Lord Harf Prime variant, and they're giving away 11 Prime, just to give the prediction of the brackets. Like what we're doing right. We're already saying it right now, and then they're like saying over at their homes, like, no. No, I was expecting Tyler to get 3-1 and like move forward. Like no, like, that's how amazing the community is. Like Parallel TCG, man. Like for you, man. In your experience, how amazing has your experience with the community been?
Yeah, I think Parallel and the community, that's one of the things that sets this game apart from all of the others, is that I've never seen such a strong core cult following for this game. And I think that a strong following, not only from the players but and community members, but also a lot of the talent and streamers, professional players who have come from all different sorts of games. They, they are putting their hearts and souls into Parallel itself, and that's what makes it so special to be here.
Yeah, it's definitely so special. I've seen some players here come from across the pond, man. They just went like, I want to watch the first Parallel Prime Championship. They came from across the pond, different regions, different countries, and they just wanted to feel the action firsthand. And like, I mean, some of the casters here are like flown in, and that like, it's amazing. It's amazing that we have all this support from the community, from Parallel itself, and we get to watch it in person. And like, this is a whole year, like lining up to become the Parallel Prime Championship. Like, but in terms of the deck list, or rather the meta right now, what do you think has the advantage or the most played currently in the meta of Parallel TCG competitive?
Yeah, that's really interesting because I think that speaking to different players, they all have different opinions. But yeah, for me, it's been quite varied, and I don't actually know exactly what is the most represented. What do you think is the most represented in your opinion, Zeliaser?
Yeah, I mean, currently, like, there's been a lot of changes, right? We've seen a lot of different patches. Universal Workshop is no longer going to be like one of the top decks that you're going to be seeing. It's probably going to be Ogun Core Classic, like the upgrades and whatnot, because of all the different buffs and nerfs.
No, it is
And
funny how you got it.
in terms of Shroud, oh, dude, I'm Shroud and proud.
Nice.
Shroud and proud. Brand is nowhere in sight. I'm seeing New Dawn, Neve. I'm seeing a bunch of Nehemiah, right? And no Gafar, no Shoshana in sight, and Markolian. There is ADHQ right now, and it's amazing to see ADHQ wherein it hasn't been as popular in the previous tournament. So, yeah, I want to see that happen, man.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, decks, Paragons like ADHQ are awesome to see just because Parallel has so many different Paragons, right? And we kind of hope that with new updates, with new cards, we get to see more representation of these Paragons that we don't really see play. As you mentioned, Gafar, Shoshana, and hoping down the line as Parallel grows as a game, as more cards get added, as new sets come about, we get to see more of that represented in high-level tournaments like this one.
Yeah, talking about representation, man. Ever since I started playing Parallel, there hasn't been a Yan. No Yan. No, I mean, some people just try to play it as a troll game, but no Yan that has been like successful in like being competitive, man. So I hope to see Yan in the future. Like man, ADHQ, it's been coming up. I want to see more of that, and I think we're gonna be seeing that in some of the matches if we get to like align with whoever is gonna be highlighted in our next matchups. And look at that, dude! I am amazed. I am amazed at the trophy. What What does it remind you of, man?
I think the trophy looks a little bit like a donut, but I think it's supposed to be representing like a disc. And
Yes,
I don't know
yes.
what exactly it's made of, but what I heard is that thing costs a lot to make. So
Yo, dude.
that is gonna be a trophy for the ages. It's not gonna be some sort of cheap plastic trophy that you might see in some other events. But that is going to be the very first Parallel Prime Championship trophy for this event.
Yes, and look, I was actually amazed, man. Like, I saw it, and what I remembered, can you guess, man? You said donut, right? For me, I remember it looked like a vinyl disc, like the player, because like there's like a player that is a vertical like CD player that can play CDs, and it's like It's like transparent. You don't even need a case. It reminded me of that. So it's like amazing that they had that kind of trophy, right? Our previous trophies. Remember YG Play Summit Manila? The trophy right there was a Catherine, right? Catherine figurine, and yes, and it's amazing to see, and that this is going to be like a step up from just a Catherine figurine, which you can order right now over at Parallel, the Parallel website, and yeah, another new trophy that we're going to be having. Let's see. So with that, let's see, and I will be bowing out, and we're going to be coming back soon because for now, we're going to be having a short break as we have day 1 of the Parallel Prime Championship. See you guys in a few.
The Parallel Prime Championship is officially underway, so let's catch you up to speed on all things Parallel. Right now, 16 competitors are battling for the title of the first ever Parallel Prime champion. The winner will forever bear that honor, take home $100,000, and walk away with one insanely cool trophy. But how did we get here? The first season of Parallel Esports started back in July of 2024, and since then, some of the best TCG players in the space have taken to the game and qualified for the championship. Players accrued league points by playing in various tournaments or finishing at high ranks each month on Parallel's in-game leaderboard. There were three $50,000 major tournaments, where Zarathustra won the first, Manos took down the second, and Viper secured the last major win. Then in January, the top league point earners and last chance qualifier survivors battled it out in a high-stakes 32-player knockout stage tournament. Lambie Series went undefeated in this round-robin tournament. The fact that he didn't drop a single match is why a lot of players say that he's the one to beat in this championship. Tice came in second place for points in this tournament, and he was one of the players that just snuck through by performing well in the last chance qualifier, showing that he can really pull through, especially when under pressure. The knockouts gave us our 16 competitors that are here in Vegas today, all of them fighting for the glory of being the first ever champion that this game will ever see. And for the rest of the competitors that don't earn that title, they'll have their chance again in Season 2. Did I mention that Season 2's prize pool is getting doubled? Yep. Season 2 of Parallel Esports starts on March 6th with a $1 million prize pool. And if that doesn't get you excited, Season 3 has a $2 million prize pool in 2026. Alright, now that you're caught up on the Esports League, let's make sure you know what Parallel is and how to play it. Parallel is a trading card game set in a science fiction universe 10,000 years in the future. A cataclysmic event hit Earth, forcing humanity to scatter to different corners of the universe and survive. Now, those different factions are returning to Earth, fighting for control of their homeland. The card game is free to play, where you can earn cards by opening packs or gaining experience through the Battle Pass, which gets you various rewards and cards. You can actually claim a free creator deck as well. Just head to parallel.life/creator-decks. There you can select a deck from one of your favorite Parallel ambassadors to help get you started on your journey. Parallel does also tap into the world of Web3, and this is where playing with the digital asset versions of the Parallel cards allows you to earn Prime when playing the game. Prime is the native token of the Parallel ecosystem, powered by the Echelon Prime Foundation. If you are interested in that part of the Parallel ecosystem, I highly recommend checking out the Bond system, which is a revolutionary card sharing system that's also an evolution of the esports team structure that allows players to join a guild-like team and get competitive decks right away at no cost. You'll see a lot of competitors today at the championship representing their chosen bond. Alright, now let's go over some of the basics of the game. Each player starts with 30 health points, and the goal is to get your opponent's health to 0. You play with a deck of 40 cards and choose one Paragon as the leader of your deck. There are 3 Paragons for each of the 5 parallels, and they set the foundation of your deck's strategy. There are 4 types of cards: units, effects, relics, and upgrades. Banking is Parallel's energy system and is oftentimes noted as a player's favorite part of the game, as it's quite different compared to other card games. Each turn, a player can bank 1 card from their hand and add it to their energy bank, and they cannot use that card for the rest of the game unless a special effect comes into play. And players replace that banked card by drawing a card at the end of the turn. Now let's move on to what we can expect to see from some of the deck lists in this Parallel Prime Championship. Marcolian is known for being the aggressive class in Parallel, so you can expect them to be laying down fast units and conjuring burn effects to kill their opponents as fast as possible. Catherine is Marcolian's most popular Paragon represented at this tournament. She's a 4-cost 5/5 unit that can't attack on your turn, but at the end of your turn, she attacks a random enemy, including the face. Her passive ability gives +1/+1 stats to the second unit played in a turn, and her key card, Catherine's Rallying Cry, is a 3-cost effect that gets a couple of units on the board to apply the pressure. Cathari is the class of the clones. Their power comes from swarming the board and going wide with clone tokens and finding ways to buff them up like the high density replicator. Their most powerful card is a 5-cost effect, Triumph of Europa, and that allows them to refill the board with clones in case their army does get cleared. 15 out of 16 players at this tournament decided to bring Scipius as the chosen paragon for Cathari, so that should probably tell you something. It capitalizes on playing strong muster units, and its passive ability is that it summons a 0/1 clone anytime a unit is banked. Earthen relies on ramp and high-statted units to control the board. Nehemiah is the only Earthen Paragon represented at this tournament. She is a 4-cost 7/7, and when she hits the board, she makes the attack of all units with Defender equal to their health. And her passive states that after the first friendly unit in a turn dies, the player can then choose to pass off the Defender ability to another unit. This means that it is sometimes very difficult to deal damage to an Earthen's face or even to other units on the board because they can defend those as well. The biggest, baddest Earthen unit that you'll see every Earthen player running is the Terra Mech Shield Titan. This thing is an absolute monster and it is very hard to kill, so if you see this hit the board, know that the opposing player is probably crying on the inside. Now, Shroud is often deemed as the control class because they have lots of ways to banish cards to their singularity, and then win with high value cards in the late game. They're also sometimes deemed as the most annoying class because they have cards like Adira the Ill Omen that steal cards from the opponent's deck. Neve is the most popular Shroud Paragon at this tournament. She is a 9-cost 6/6 that summons a massive board of random units for every effect, relic, and upgrade that the player cast earlier in the game. But her deck building restriction is that you cannot include cards that cost 6 or more in your deck. And lastly, Augencore is the class of upgrades. Upgrades are attached to units and make them do powerful things, such as deal more damage, draw cards, or kill other units. And Juggernaut Workshop is the crowd favorite paragon of Augencore, and it's actually the only paragon that isn't a castable card itself. Instead, it summons your choice of one of 3 Juggernaut tokens at the end of every few turns. Keep an eye out for Sestmir, Descendant of Cain, as it's one of Augencore's most powerful units. It costs 8, it has Defender and Shielded, and comes into play dealing 4 damage to any unit. And whenever Sestmir takes damage, it will summon a random vehicle with health equal to the damage dealt. Alright folks, now you know how to play, what to expect, and what's at stake in this $250,000 Parallel Prime Championship. You can head to parallel.life to learn more about Parallel and its ecosystem, and parallelleague.game to learn more about the esports scene. My name is Ali Straza. I hope you found this video helpful. Enjoy the championship, and I'll see you in Season 2.
And we are back to the Parallel Prime Championship Day 1. We're going to be having our first match, and it's going to be an amazing one. Who are we going to be casting, or who are we going to be watching for the first match, Detsy?
I believe we are going to be watching Jobsad.
I think it's Jimon.
Jimon
Versus... Wait. Jimon versus Dual Note, man.
Dual Note.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
dude, that's
so
gonna be
2 of the lesser-known players of this tournament.
Yeah.
They are going to be facing off here in the first feature match. Is that correct, Excelsior?
Yes, definitely. It's going to be one amazing matchup. You know, I want to talk about the players as well. Like, we have Dual Note, like one of the Hearthstone players, turned, of course, Parallel. Yeah, he also played Gods Unchained, and then went on to play Parallel TCG. This is an amazing player coming from the Philippines. And Jimon, dude, do you know anything about Jimon? Like, have any backstory, man?
I actually do not know much about Jimon. Jimon is going to be one of the lesser-known players for me, and I think he's very much going to be an underdog in this tournament. He is not a name that I am familiar with, so I am going to have to rely on you here, Excelsior, to give me some information on Jimon.
Yes, okay. I have the tea, man. I have the tea for you, like morning tea. And we have Jimon getting the 3-0 from what I saw a while ago. against his opponent, and coming in from Japan. Actually, like a side note, that we were actually on the same flight with Jimon from LA to Las Vegas, and Jimon was actually a fan of one of our streamers. If I remember correctly, he commented he learned about Parallel TCG from Lambi series and was inspired to play Parallel TCG. Like, imagine that, those kinds of stories from just watching your favorite Parallel streamer and even becoming a competitive Parallel TCG player, right?
Yes, this could be you.
This could be you, like,
as
yeah.
a viewer at home.
Yeah, like that, man. Those amazing stories. Like, we want to have more players in Parallel TCG, and this could be you. As Datsy said, you could be playing the next one, the next season of Parallel TCG Season 2. Competitive IRL matches, majors, minors, whatever. You have to be there. And if you want to start playing, you are still early, right, Desi?
So one of the best things about Parallel is that your entire collection, you can play it from anywhere. You don't have to bring your physical cards. There is a lot going for Parallel. That's one of the reasons that I love it. I love to have my collection, not have it to be stuffed in my collection at all, you know, or like to be stuffed in my suitcase, my luggage. So Parallel is going to be the game of choice for me at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, man, imagine playing your favorite TCG from anywhere in the world. And man, look, we are already getting an update on the brackets. And you know, Detsy, I love to talk about the players in the bracket right now. Look at that match. Bright Avian versus Perp. You get a 3-1 right there, and we see Feno versus Bright Avian. But the highlight of this match is going to be Jimon versus Dual Note. And can we get a rundown of what happened during the first round?
Yeah, it looks like there are a lot of upsets here in the first round. You know, not only Tyler losing to Feno, obviously getting knocked down to loser's bracket. Perp also losing to Bright Avian, going down to the loser's bracket. Perp, my personal favorites. Sequinox also taking a loss here to Dual Note. So the YGG guys are hurting a little bit, and another YGG player down at the bottom, Zeliaser, taking a very, very close loss, a 2-3 to Sparking.
Man.
Zeliaser is going to be moving down to the lower bracket here as well. Tice is going to be taking a clean 3-0 over Viper.
Yeah, lots of guys going on to the lower bracket, man. Just to go and summarize what Detsy said, Zeliaser moving to the lower bracket, Viper as well, Sequinox, Kintsugi, Tyler, Perp, and Jobsad. We haven't had the conclusion to the match between Hylas Diardi and Yarla. But for the next match, as we said, Kintsugi has lost to Jimon with a 3-1, and Sequinox lost to Dual Note with a 3-1 as well. And we're going to be having round 2 of the winners bracket, Jimon versus Dual Note. Dude, these guys are like kind of new players, like new competitive Parallel TCG players, new competitive players as well, relatively compared to these like these heavy hitters like Sequinox, Kintsugi, like scrimming with Viper as well. Like these guys, like it's amazing to see how there can be like anyone can be a champion in this scene. Like, what do you think about that kind of opportunity for our players?
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you have an internet connection, if you have a computer, and not only that, but Parallel is coming to mobile on both Android and iPhone. So, you know, you really only need a phone and an internet connection to be able to compete.
Yeah.
For all of his money that is on the line.
That's right, that's right. And you know, man, talking about playing Parallel TCG anywhere and everywhere wherever you are, and it's free to play, you know, and you know, you get to play with different players all over the world, wherever you are. It's amazing to see our players start to go in competitively here at Parallel Prime Championship. And with that, Detsy, we're going to be passing it over to our casters for the first match. It's going to be Jimon versus Dual Note. And let's take it to the casters. Ali and Muka. Ali and Muka, take it away.
Hello, everyone, from the caster desk. We are just about to get started for the first game of the broadcast. Muka, how are you feeling going into Jimon and Dual Note?
I mean, so many people at this event have been asking me, who do I think is going to win? And usually I say a name. I don't tell
Really?
I don't tell too many people. I keep it. This one I've always said I don't know.
Okay.
Like this tournament, anybody on that roster could win and take home the first Parallel Prime Championship. So seeing them like is surprising in a sense, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of that. These guys are playing for literally a chance in this game's history, the top spot. So they came prepared, like, you know, they're ready to go. Anybody can take it.
I completely agree. I think we're going to take a look at Jimon's deck list pretty soon here. We're going to get started, and it looks like he's got Neve first up. Muka, I'll take this one and go over it. So Neve is, of course, Shroud, and definitely the most popular Shroud choice for this tournament. The goal here is to cast a lot of relics, effects, and upgrades to sort of juice Neve for turn 9. This looks pretty good in terms of the list here. We've got some banish effects to take care of some pesky units, some card draw, some value to get through everything through the deck list here. Is there anything else you can point out, Muka, that is looking
you got it's like
abnormal?
you said, a very strong list altogether. I think like at a tournament of this stage, something that's cool to notice is like even cards that you may not want to play, players are fitting in for the threat. Like there's one relic removal, one Triumph of the Lost, so it's almost like you have to respect it. But they don't, you know, have multiple copies. And then like you said, Neve is the popular choice for Shroud right now with the Malia buff, getting heal back.
Yes.
It's very, very strong and synergizes well with the Dominion. So yeah, it makes sense to bring this one in.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll go on to the next deck list.
All right, we got Catherine, the tried and true Paragon that's made it in so many different variations amongst tournaments through the season. Jimon's rocking his. Some things to notice are like the one drops and the vehicles that are brought, because that's where the discrepancies are going to be seen amongst like all the players here today. For example, we see 2 Bloodhound transports while seeing the Vindicator Rapid Assault vehicle. So that's going to be interesting. He's playing 2 different types of vehicles. Some players are playing one or the other, but he's opted to play both. No Mercenary Gunslinger, that's been replaced for Pathfinder, which is kind of a new bring-in since like Major 3, but you know, it's seeing a lot more play. But Catherine does what it does best, swarm the board, a lot of pressure, has some good board removal with the Volley and the Cendrillon. Memento trip players really well with this deck, so yeah, very, very cool to see Kathy come in all shapes and sizes. Again, you know, 1 relic removal with the Saboteur, so yeah, this is going to be a very aggressive deck, and I'm excited to see how it goes.
All right, moving on to the next deck for Jimon. All right, we've got Earthen here. Earthen, another really popular choice for this tournament. There's going to be a lot of defenders coming on the board, and of course the Terramech Shield Titan, the biggest, baddest Earthen unit of them all. 6 cost. It does not take damage for more than 1 damage at a time. It is an absolute monster if it gets defender. But yeah, I mean, some of these Earthen Mirrors can go really long. They can be very grindy if a lot of defenders get on the board. But it looks like we've got a couple of copies, or maybe 3 copies of Virulent Spores right there. It's a little small for us. And it looks like we've got our Wong, and there is also, let's see, we've got a few Take It or Leave It, looking pretty standard, and also a Hold the Line in there. That's sometimes not always a popular choice, but again, you want to be looking to give that Terramech Shield Titan defender, and so that's sometimes a nice way to do so.
All right, yeah, let's see the next list that Jimon brought in. The 4th deck for this match, Scipius, the tried and true. I think we'll be a little surprised this tournament. You might see some more Scipius gameplay that we've seen in the past. This is usually used to be the auto ban deck, but yeah, players are ready to play it this time around. It looks like 1 no snitching, 2 kill boxes, and 3 Triumph of Europa. That's like, you know, the tried and true. Killbox actually,
Yeah, I'm
some players are not
surprised.
playing it, some are. So to see jimon stick with like what was working, don't break the ship even if there's some changes. The one Master Poisoner teched in for some of those heavy defender decks. Something that's very cool to see is 3 Scythian Praetor. It's a card that does not see much play. Usually you used to just see the Convergent Centaurus, which was the 4 cost that made 2 1/1s. But because that card got nerfed to only make 1 token when it comes on the board, people are replacing it with Scythian Praetor, which is now a defender that also makes its own token. So you can still get to go wide, but you have a big body defender centralized over trying to spread the board with a bunch of like cheaper, low attack, low health units. 1 Gunslinger in there. This is more of like a convergent list. I mean, there's a convergent recruiter, which we've seen in some lists to kind of like turbo through the deck. You get to look at the top cards of your deck and take 1 convergent unit or another Cathari clone and combo that with the Domina. Yeah, I mean, it's very cool to see the little discrepancies in some of these lists, and I think we're going to see it with Scipius quite a bit on the effect side and like 4 costs or some of the 2 costs and stuff.
I'm so fascinated to see how that kill box works out. But look, there now we've got Dual Note, and we're about to get it stuck into his deck list up next. You can see he's very focused and preparing to take down Jimon potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, seeing the focus for these guys are looking at their opponent's deck list and stuff like that now. They're locked in on the stage. And there is a level of focus that's required because they are on stage and they have like sound going on in their headset.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a different type of game. But we have Dual Note's first list here, an Earthen list. You want to take this one, Allie?
Let's see. It's looking, I'm trying to notice the difference between Dual Note's list and Jimon's. It's looking pretty similar, all things considered. A couple of altars of Gaia's, that relic that will heal units up on the board. I do see a paid off. That's a disruption effect. So you can actually yoink a card from the opponent's deck, which can be really, really nice for you if you grab something key. And it looks like there's only a couple copies of Virulent Spores in there. That's some AoE to deal with some pesky minions, which may be really useful because a lot of players are letting Scipius through right now. But everything else looks pretty standard of what we are used to seeing in Earthen.
All right, for sure. Let's see what else Dual Note has spiced up. We have the Catherine again. Jimon brought it. Dual Note brings his own version here. You can I always jump to the vehicles first just to see how people want to play with the ratios. And both Dual Note and Jimon are playing Bloodhound Transport and Vindicator Rapid Assault Vehicle, but the ratios are a little different. Dual Note only playing 1 Bloodhound Transport compared to Jimon. He's playing the Mercenary Gunslinger, so that's pretty interesting there compared to the Pathfinder that we saw on Jimon's side. The Rummaging Researchers, which is starting to see a lot of play with the second wave soldier to get that draw power into Catherine, which sometimes it suffers from in the beginning of the game. You're like kind of like almost vomiting your hand, for lack of better words. So to get that draw power with the unit synergy is really cool. And yeah, is there anything else that we see here that's kind of crazy? There's the Logistics Mastery, which is a legendary relic. Any kind of ping damage or burn damage it goes to it's add 2. So it's like almost tripled for like the 1 damage pings. Very strong. Doesn't see play all the time nowadays, and it combos with the Crack Shot. So there's some burn in this.
All right, we're going to move on to the next deck list here. And my favorite, New Dawn. Let's go. I'm always happy to see some people bring New Dawn to this tournament. Looking right away, we're seeing another paid off in this list as well, Eclipsed Fate. It's nice to see that back. Some people stopped playing it for a little while there, and now it's back. And yeah, the goal with New Dawn here, it's the control deck of Parallel. And so, you know, Dual Note's going to want to be trying to answer things as much as possible, and then in the late game, win off of value. But I think we're about ready to get stuck into it. Is there anything that we're seeing here that is unusual?
Nothing too crazy. I mean, just to note for the viewers that we are not going to be covering Dual Note's last deck, which is Scipius, because both players decided to ban Scipius.
Wow.
Something that a lot of, so
Okay.
It's mixed. Some players are still doing it, some players aren't doing it. And we're going to go straight into this game pretty soon. Both the players, you know, from up here look locked in, ignoring the world around them. You got to do it at this stage, right? There's a lot at stake.
Yes.
So yeah, I can't imagine what's going through their mental state right now, right? What decks do you pick first? If you lose a game at this level, how do you cope? Like, you know, you don't get tilted and
Yeah.
play poorly the rest of your set.
Well, look, some players in this tournament have been doing this for a really long time. They are pro players from other card games, and so I do wonder if those players have a little bit of an edge because they're sort of used to this high pressure,
Yep.
high stakes performance. But, you know, I honestly think that any of them can just stay focused, not panic if, you know, they drop a game, that type of thing. You just got to keep your head in the game and, you know, hopefully it'll carry you to victory.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I cannot believe we're going to see our first game on stream for the Parallel World Championship. It feels surreal to
It really
finally
does.
be here. We've done so many tournaments, you know, Ali in this competitive
I
season
know.
got to cast it. Now we're sitting here literally looking at the finals. One of these guys could be the guy to take it home.
That is something that has just been absolutely crazy to me. When I've been walking around the tournament and looking at all the players, I'm like, one of you is walking away with $100,000 and will be the first ever Parallel Prime champion. And that just in and of itself is so,
It's crazy.
so wild.
It's so crazy. But here we are in our first game. Dual note locking in the Nehemiah. Jimon on the Catherine. We see the mulligans going out right now. Dual note is still deciding what he wants to keep. Pretty good starting hand. He's got the Steward. He's got the Spores. He likes that Caretaker. He's going to keep this combo. But we see on Jimon's side, he's got the double one drop, no snitching. Catherine's expertise and memento. So the turn 2 play, he's kind of hoping to see another one drop, but he has that no snitching effect that can stop, you know, basically remove all the keywords, remove all the permanent effects. So that Steward of the Garden that's used for ramp will just, you know, not be able to do anything.
Yeah, when you're playing Earthen, the #1 most important cards you have in the beginning of the game is the Steward of the Garden, is that one drop right there. That'll ramp dual note for 1 energy. So on turn 2, he'll actually be able to play a card that costs 3, right? So he'll be able to lay down that Caretaker, that 6/6 all the way on the left if he wants to, which will sort of contest a Catherine if it comes down at some point. And I will say, though, that Jimon has a strong start as well. You want to be laying down one drops, and that other one drop in the hand will also draw him a vehicle. So he's got a little bit of refill, and as it currently stands, both players are looking fairly strong.
Yeah, Jimon really wants to see another one drop here, and he doesn't hit it. The reason why is like Catherine's passive. You want to be like as aggressive as you can in the beginning, because the second unit you play each turn is getting +1/+1. Good stats. You usually try to overwhelm the board, but you know every unused energy in Catherine, it actually matters a lot because you want to have that impact as strong as possible because you start to kind of run out of gas as the game kind of goes on. And for Earthen, that's what you want to see. That you want to keep going. So seeing that extra energy unused is a good sign for Zulno. Unfortunately, though, he doesn't have any 2-drops of his own. So because of that loss of ramp, he can't play anything, and he has to end his turn. So he can't capitalize on that added pressure that he could have had.
Yeah, you can see how crucial that no snitching was. That no snitching that was cast on the Steward of the Garden essentially silences the unit. So the ramp was taken away, and then it forced dual note to not even have anything to do on turn 2. And you can see the amount of 3-cost cards in his hand. So pretty significant. It might actually be the thing that like seals the game here.
Yeah, 100%. And because of that, Jimon is kind of chilling. He's able to clear off the Steward. He can't put any upgrades or do any shenanigans later with it. And he plays the Vindicator, Rapid Assault Vehicle. 4/3, it gets buffed because the Fleet Machinist gives vehicles 1 health. And this card is like crazy for Earthen to deal with. You see Dual Note immediately draws into the no snitching and plays it on it because its Aftermath ability lets it do a 3 damage ping. So if you play your Paragon, which becomes a 7/7, it just dies by running 1 unit into it. It's exceptionally strong. So I mean, Jimon has really good 3 costs in his hand. He could even play Catherine next turn and stay on curve, but he has a lot of good resources that he can play any of them based on the situation he wants to put himself in.
Yeah, this is what Marcolian does, right? It just absolutely aggroes down the opponent. And I will say that Earthen traditionally has been able to do an okay job at combating them, more so than some other classes, but it is very reliant on that opening ramp. And, you know, there is a little bit of recovery here. The 3-cost Virulent Spores in the hand, that will be able to do 3 damage to all units on in the middle of the board and 2 damage on the outside. So it can do some work, but right now I think that Dual Note wants to lay down the Caretaker, you know, put some meat on the board to sort of contest these minions, and then eventually maybe can cast that AoE.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense that for Earthen, he plays the 6-6, just he wants a body that can start trading. You don't want to spores too early, because if you do and the Catherine rebuilds the board, then you're kind of stuck. He's trying to get some bodies to start passing defenders at a certain point, because the MI is passive. If a unit with defender dies once per turn, you can put defender on another unit. So he wants to start building up these walls. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like another rummaging, just to like try to get defender out there. He has the Moonlit actually in his hand that will start the defender chain if he wants to go down that route. But we see Jimon answer with the Memento of the Fallen. This gives a unit +1/+1, but when that unit dies, you can pass it to another unit, and it gets another counter. So now it's +2/+2, and the chain just keeps going. It allows him to trade really well.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of different options there. I mean, he could have gone, you know, one into the Vindicator, buffing up the Vindicator, or vice versa. Also could have cast the Catherine's Rallying Cry, but opted to go for the Memento to be able to clear away the Caretaker, which is probably the right move, because as soon as Earthen starts getting defender units down, it can get a lot more difficult for the Marcolian player. So Jimon was just like, I'm not going to give Dual Note the option. I'm going to make sure I clear it, and I still leave a lot of power on the board here.
Yeah, Dual Note playing that Caretaker before wasn't too bad, because he was almost kind of like inviting Catherine to like randomly hit it and just kill itself. So he forced Jimon to trade, but Jimon unfortunately had the Memento to counterplay that strategy. And now Dual Note has to either build board pressure or try to build with these units. You see he goes for the Terra Glider here, and that's just to kind of rebuild the tempo, rebuild the board. Normally you hold off on this card until like 6 or later, right? Because you want to hit some of those prize, big body, boss cards. And he doesn't have any conceal cards in his hand right now, but he does hit a Merciless Bulwark, which will give him value. But these guys don't necessarily have the stats to deal with Jimon's 2 units and one having the knife on it.
Yeah, Terra Glider definitely one of my personal favorite Earthen units, because it is flexible, right? So Muka was saying that oftentimes you want to sort of lay that down in the late game, try and get bigger units with it, but in a pinch and you need some board presence, it does a great job there. And the Merciless Bulwark is not too bad, and of course Kathy goes face as she always does. Muka, reminder, Kathy hits a random enemy at the end of the turn, but let's be real, random, oftentimes she goes face.
She goes face quite often, and I mean, for Marcolian, that's what you want to see a lot of the time, because you don't really care about the board at certain points of the game. As the game goes on, it just becomes faces to place, get that damage in, finish it off, and that's what you want to see. I mean, the knife helps facilitate that. Dual Note has the Bulwark, but like, there's nothing like super clean. The Spores now is kind of countered by the Memento of the Fallen also, because as these units are dying, they die in the order of first played. So like the knife will start passing on, and he can kind of counter that damage from the decay. So that's a bit tough to answer. Dual Note already has revealed cards, so the other Terra Glider is not that good. He can't draw from Rummaging Researcher because it needs to reveal 2 cards to draw. So he's kind of in a bind.
Yeah, this is a tricky situation. It feels a little bit better next turn because you can go double 3 here, but this is tough.
I'm thinking Paragon. I mean, Paragon, and then your Bulwark can just attack, and at least your defender's a little strong. He goes for another Terra Glider, hit a 1-drop.
Oh,
he hits a Primea Conduit. I mean, it's a defender. That's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
Yeah.
Important to know here that defender, with Nehemiah here, the first time a defender unit dies in a turn, they can actually pass the defender ability off to another friendly unit. So that's what Earthen is trying to do here, is like chain the defenders, and so essentially building a wall where, you know, the opponent has a hard time getting through. But I gotta be honest, Muka, with the Memento on the board, this is very scary.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a different state if there's no Memento. I mean, the Bulwark paired really well here too, because when it takes damage, adjacent units get +1/+1, so he's able to buff the board a little bit. Stats look pretty good, but because we know there's Memento there, there's going to be a unit eventually that just is scaled too much. Yep. And Earthen cannot take it down. So that's the scary part. Memento's really strong in this matchup. He plays the Catherine's Rallying Cry to look for 2 cards in his deck that cost 2 or less, and just randomly plays them. You see the Catherine passive go off on the Fleet Machinist. Fleet Machinist draws a random vehicle, and he gets another Vindicator or a VRAV. And this is a very clean turn, very aggressive. And again, like, if Dual Note had this board and there's no Memento, salvageable. But the Memento makes it so tough.
And Jimon is also carefully playing around Spores, making sure that you know, the 3 health units, you can see he placed them on the outside. That way, if, you know, the AoE Spores does get cast, those 2 units will live because they would die if they were in the middle. But yeah, there's really no shortage of pressure here from Jimon. Like, wound up getting a little extra card draw. The Vindicator is essentially their strongest 3-drop to lay on the board, with that aftermath effect dealing 3 damage to
Catherine hitting face
any
again.
enemy. Yeah, and see, you see? I mean, granted, it was was it 50-50 there?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll see. When there are 7 other units on the board and she goes face, then, you know, we'll prove our point. But look, this is a pretty tricky situation for Dual Note here. There are 2 Moonlit Stars of Alicia in the hand, which give a little bit of health and are also defenders. So that could combat some of the pressure on the board. But at this point, it's looking too much.
Yeah, normally you want to see that allocated provisions that Dual Note got like a bit earlier, because then he can start to conceal all his cards again, play another Terra Glider, and just get really strong, bulky units with good effects. Like, at this point, you're kind of hoping you would hit a Terra Glider into a Terra Mech Shield Titan, right, and give it Defender. And then the Catherine can't do anything. You're like, yeah, you're getting stats, but all your units are only dealing 1 damage to this guy. It's 10-10. So it's super strong, but because he had to play those Terra Gliders early, he's kind of forced into that position. Now he doesn't really have a clear case to kind of like really fight off the onslaught. It's going to be very tough from here on out.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he decided to go for 1 Moonlit and also banking the Rummaging Researcher there, getting the other one down. So, I mean, it's a valiant effort here to sort of combat this damage, but I really think he's going to struggle. But we will see. When there are more than 1 defender on the board here, after an attack is made, the Earthen player can dictate where the attack goes, essentially. So you can see there he's given the option, and he can accept or, you know, choose to redirect it to the other defender. And then there we see the defender ability getting passed off to the Terra Glider, but it is getting no snitching, so he's going to be able to seal the deal here.
Yep, he does it on the Moonlit, so when he attacks with the other Vindicator, the 8-4, if it dies, he can pass the knife on, which it seems like what he wants to do, and Catherine would just have to hit face, and that's game for game 1. Something to note, even though Jimon like did really well this match, the Memento like was flawless, did so much pressure. You can start to see at this point, this is when Catherine generally runs out of pressure. He started drawing like he drew a Bloodhound Transport, PSA. There's not much left. So Earthen needs to have a strong start to kind of match that, and you see the Catherine start to taper off. Well, the Earthen, if it can get some of those cards like the Terra Glider we saw later on in the game, that's how it usually wins this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Markolian wants to be finishing the game by this point, which, oh my gosh.
Okay, this Dual Note.
I'm shocked.
Given a little forgiveness. Oh, hits the solitary confinement, which would be an answer to a Paragon. Possibly an answer to Memento because the unit doesn't die, but he will take burn damage from the Alvaro Interrogator on the left side, so can't even play that. But I actually think that counters Memento because it puts the target unit on the top of the owner's deck. So the unit's not dying, right?
So then the Memento would just go
fall
back
off,
to the hand, or do you think it's...
I actually, this is one interaction I didn't think about. Normally this card is played to counter Paragons.
Yes.
That's usually what it sees. But this time around, it's a little different. Dual Note's still playing it out. I mean, this is the World Championship. You're not going to just give up any games. He's just going to play it out, see what happens. Plays his Paragon, plays the Moonlit, still has good stats on the board. The Memento is tough. Jimon draws into the Triumph of Mars. I mean, he has 2 copies, so that'll allow him to start to turbo where he would run out again. He can, you know, draw 3 cards. They all cost 3 less. That allows him to start pushing again. You can see here he attacks with the Vindicator, and that Aftermath ability triggers. Just kills the Nehemiah, just like that. Yeah, there you go. Dual Note concedes, and Jimon takes game 1.
All right. Well, congratulations to Jimon for the first game there. That's got to feel good, getting the first win out of the way.
Yeah, Muka, I mean, that game, from the get-go, there was just so much pressure from the Marcolian. You know, it was tough. And really, I think that game came down to the fact that Jimon had the no snitching for the Sewer to the Garden game, turn 1, right? So if Dual Note had been able to develop one of those Moonlit Stars of Alicia on turn 2, could have been a completely different game.
100% agree. I mean, even not hitting a 2-cost, you know, really did hurt. Considering that Jimon did not have like the exceptional start. He missed the 1 drop on turn 2, which sounds like not that much, but it is a big deal. You lose a lot of pressure, and normally like that's when the other decks start to come back because they're like, oh, you know, 1 less unit with buff stats, I can now trade into this better. But he had no 2 costs on top of getting no snitching, so that he also matched the level of like less tempo.
Yeah,
and that's where it went back, and that memento was just huge. It countered everything at that point.
Memento is so scary because you have to get it to a point where you've cleared every other unit on the board before taking out the unit with the memento on it, and that is just not always an easy feat to do. And so it's very scary, and it works super well in Marcolian, of course. But now we're getting ready to see their next match. I am actually I'm not surprised because Scipius has been like the popular ban choice for the last, I don't know, 2-3 months at least. But there is some chatter amongst the players of letting it through. But both of these players chose to ban it. So I just felt like that was pretty interesting, still a massive threat. And so I just think they weren't willing to run the risk.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold decision, right? Everyone's kind of got it in muscle memory to ban this deck that's been so strong. It's gone through like iterative nerfs along the way, and this last one has definitely gotten some players thinking, okay, let this one through. I'm okay with it now. Let me just do the rest of my strategy. I'll be fine. Whereas others are like, I don't know yet if we're there yet.
Exactly. All right. Looks like we've got Shroud. I was just about to say I'm feeling a Neve New Dawn match right now. Looks like Dual Note decided not to run it back with the Earthen and switch it up and go to New Dawn.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Ali and I are cursed with getting the longest matchup ever. And a Shroud Mirror match sounds just like my cup of tea. This matchup is tough. I mean, 2 control decks going at it. You want to make sure you know, you're not letting anything through. Certain cards that are like kind of pivotal in other strategies, like the Singularity Steward and stuff, they just kind of get dealt with a banish. You don't want to invest too many resources in those. It's like a very different strategy than when like a Shroud versus another deck.
Yeah. So the stipulation with Neve is that you cannot play cards that cost 6 or more. And Shroud's most popular, like, wide banish spell that just wipes the board costs 8. So the power of Neve is that turn 9, she drops on the board, and like a bunch of units are summoned from casting effects, relics, and upgrades. But New Dawn has that 8-cost banish, which just wipe the board. So the strategy for the Neve here oftentimes is to use the card that's in the middle there that can snipe the demolecularize. That's the 8-cost wipe that I'm referring to. Snipe the demolecularize out of the hand. You can see it all the way on the right there for Dual Note. That way they don't have an answer to the wide board. So that's sort of like, you know, where their heads are probably at a little bit. But, you know, it can go either way. It depends. But New Dawn generally is going to have more access to value throughout the game because of the New Dawn Paragon. So they'll have consistent access to the Singularity once they get it developed.
Yeah, New Dawn is the grind king, and if the games go long, you're chilling because you're getting so many cards from your Singularity while your opponent's kind of running out of his deck. He's trying to randomly draw from his ways, taking burn damage along the way, so it's really tough. The Dominions for Neve are kind of interesting. You see he just uses it, Jimon uses it to get some effects on board. Actually, I don't think he meant to play that.
Oh,
you can see on his face, he's a little, I think he just, oh man, maybe meant to go to the bank, but got played instead. That's a bit unfortunate. I mean, he didn't really, I don't think he was going to play anything this turn. That was my thought, but I think he's a little upset because, I mean, he just burned one of his board wipes.
Hey, Muka, a 1-drop has been added to Neve, okay? Right? So we'll look on
yeah,
the bright
we get
side
an
of
extra
things.
one drop.
We get
with
an
the
extra
knee.
one drop. All
yes,
right.
that's
all
very
right.
true. I mean, he has the scheming, which you were talking about. You start to remove some demos. Probably wants to see multiple schemings along this game. Make sure there's no board wipes. Maybe you always assume kind of that like maybe at least one is banked by the early game. So as you approach the window where you're going to play your Paragon at 9, you want to start scheming away and seeing like, okay, how many demolecularizes are there, removing them, try to get value from that front. But this is going to hurt a little bit. I mean, Dual Note is able to get his Singularity Steward out. That buffs itself every time a unit is banished, and he's just going to play his Life Siphon, ping for 2, banish it, and there's a 2/4 on board. He checks his bank. Actually, Dual Note, I love watching his POVs because he's always making sure he banks. If you remember Ali from other tournaments, he'll bank and then immediately check, like, did I bank? Which is like, you know, fun to see. I like it. You see the scheming come out from Jimon. It's turn 3. I mean, he doesn't really have anything. Turn 4 is going to be a little wonky, but his 5 cost will be good. Never mind. He pulls the steals the glaive from Dual Note. Shielded unit with cleave, pretty good. Has the Honored Steward, so his curve is good, pretty good. He has good choices. Start wasn't that great, but the Shroud starts in a mirror match normally aren't that great, right? Anything that comes out gets answered typically.
Yeah, generally speaking, that tracks. Yeah, I'm feeling for Jimon a little bit, like just thinking back on losing a Dominion, because I feel like sometimes one of the best ways to take down New Dawn is actually like burn from Malia. And Dominion is going to damage, you know, your face, which, you know, then Malia will do damage based on how much damage you've taken. And so that could have been a nice win condition, so it's a little unfortunate there, but, you know, there's probably one more copy left.
There's that Malia that synergizes with it, like you said. He's just going to Honor Steward, the Singularity Steward. It puts it into Gmon's Singularity, and if the Honor Steward is removed, the Singular Steward will come back, but it'll lose the stats it gained along the way.
Yeah.
It would just get, if the Honor Steward gets banished, then the Singularity Steward will get banished. But this is a good answer to that. Dual Note gets his Nudon back, gets to pull the Embedded Agent that he Life Siphoned from Gmon. So he's got a good curve, he's chilling, he's got a lot of options here. Gmon is kind of depending on turn 5, either Adira hitting something very strong or the Wong giving a lot of good cards, and he just wants to start piling on more effects, and then trying to scheme. Like I would assume maybe a Wong comes out, look for a scheming, look for some cards, because as you approach 9, like I said before, you want to make sure there's no board wipes in Dual Note's hands so that you can try to play your Paragon, try to just overwhelm for a turn or 2 and just win that way.
Yeah. That was a clean turn for Dual Note there. Was able to get his Singularity Steward back by using the Erasure to banish the Honored Steward, and then even was able to buff it up even more, because every time you send your New Dawn back to the Singularity, it is counting as banishing. So, and that one drop gets buffed anytime something is banished. I will say, with both Malia and Adira in the hand, that treacherous scheming from Dual Note is looking mighty spicy.
Yeah.
But Adira just hit the board, and so we're going to have to see this.
Oh,
my
it gets another
gosh.
Adira.
Okay.
All right, what does he get next? Let's see. That's actually pretty huge, stealing it from Dual Note. That Dual Note's cheesing a little bit. You know, he stole my Adira. Jimon's decided he's got 5 seconds to figure out what he gets next from Dual Note's deck.
Essentially, we're looking at the top 3 cards of the enemy's deck, and you're getting to steal one and play it, and then you put the other 2 in your Singularity. So stealing your opponent's Adira is just cruel, because then you get to do it again, right? That is not what you want to see. And those are the moments that you live for in Shroud, and it doesn't always happen in World Championship games. So that was pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, and especially it hurts Nudon. I mean, Adira synergizes with Nudon so well because the cards you don't pick get banished into the Singularity. So the Nudon can just grab it later. It's like a double whammy. It works really well. So, I mean, Gmon's board looking pretty good. Dual Note will be able to answer both Adiras, but because there's a Void Trapper there too, you get extra value. It's not a bad spot. This is pretty good. But I feel like just looking at the player cameras for a second, like Dual Note's like chilling. Like he's got like, he's probably got like his favorite jam on. We know it's static for both players, but he looks like at ease. And Gmon just looks like he's stressing out, like he's figuring out, getting a PhD or something right at the same time, figuring out what's the right path. He has a lot of options, right?
Yeah.
And he's kind of the one that has to come back. and like make things happen, while Dual Note can kind of chill and be like, okay, I can answer this, you know, I have this to answer this. He's kind of like relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, if I were a dual note here, I would want to banish one of the Adiras to put it in my singularity, right? So I'd probably use the erasure there to like guarantee that it stays in the singularity as opposed to using the Honored Steward. And then you can just attack down the last one there, because you absolutely cannot afford Adira to attack again.
And he'll no snitching the Void Trapper to remove the value from there. Do you ever, with that much attack on a Steward, do you ever like think like, oh, I'm just gonna lose this? Should I just hit face? I mean, obviously you had to hit the Adira there, but sometimes there's these decisions that players have where there's like a buffed up Steward in a Shroud Mirror, and you're like, I'm gonna lose this. Like, do I just get the damage in, or do I?
The thing with Shroud Mirrors is that miracles can happen. You know, they're longer games. There's a little bit more opportunity for, you know, certain circumstances to come to play. But I mean, it's a case by case basis, right? I mean, sometimes you want to just send that damage face, but in that case, of course, we had to attack the Adira. But it looks like he developed the Malia not really for too much value, but he just really needed to get some cards in the hand. So made the 2/3 corrupted so he could get some refill in his hand.
Yep, for sure. And Dual Note has a plethora of options in front of him. He could play the Salvation. He could go for his own Adira. He's got Banish combo with like Eclipsed Fate and Singularity Steward. He's taking it easy. I mean, it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of options here. I mean, he could play an Adira himself if he wanted to.
What are you liking of the options? Because you play a lot of Shroud, and Udon is your favorite.
I do. I think, okay, well, we have to account for spending the 1 energy, of course, to send the Udon back. So the Salvation actually is not an option. So I would probably... Yeah, right now I'd be deciding if I want to just go for Adira myself, see if I can snipe an answer to the Malia, because I do think I'd be wanting to prioritize like stopping the card draw. Like right now, Dual Note has the card advantage, and so I think I would probably just, answer it if I can here with the Honored Steward, and then send back the New Dawn.
All right, he's gonna send the New Dawn back first. He has to play something. Yeah, he goes for his Honored. He was deciding, I guess, if he wants to scheming or not, possibly.
I think you hit the Malia here,
yeah, Malia is a good hit.
Void Trapper's been no snitching, so it's not getting its full effect, stealing any cards. But whew, really down to the wire there with 1 second left.
That got me scared. I'm not going to lie. I was a little scared.
Look, I totally think taking your full time is the right move in high-stakes tournaments like this, but you don't want to rope out on your decisions, so that was a little cause for some sweat there.
Yeah. Let's see what Jimon does now. I mean, we can't see the hand right now, but this is a tough situation. He needs to still deal with his board. Like, Dual Note's been making good work of the Singularity Stewards, and that's normally something you don't want to see in the mirror match, because they kind of like, you just want to kind of control them and chill. But because he has to answer them and try to find the treacherous schemings to remove the demos or try to bait the demos out, like it's like a double whammy in terms of what needs to be done.
We didn't see a demolecularize get banked, did we?
May have seen one.
Did we? I think we might
have.
have.
I don't know if that one all the way on the left is from the beginning of the game that we saw or not.
I think it might have been, because I'm wondering if there was the decision there to, from Jimon to treacherous scheming out that demo, but instead went for the glaive. Might have been a mistake, because at this point I feel like the Neve needs to be the win con here. I feel like she's got to do some serious work when she hits the board. Yeah. And if Dual Note has an answer to it, that's obviously going to be tough.
Yeah. I think what's kind of happening right now, it looks like those Gmon's client might have gotten desynced from the game or disconnected from the game, because he didn't do anything on his turn. We can see on the top cutoff a little bit, there's no hand. It's just a selection screen. Dual Note might just be in his zone. He's like, I'm just playing. But yeah, it looks like they're going to get this one reset and back at it again. But yeah, that matchup is tough in general, so they'll probably run it back. But I'm sure Jimon's a little happy because the Dominion, Dominion mishap gets a little second chance. But yeah, in general, that matchup definitely feels more tense as the Neve player. It's not like terrible, like you can't win those matchups, but it's definitely a lot more thought process.
I think in that situation, you do not want the game to go on too long, because the longer the game goes on, New Dawn is going to have more options. So I feel like it's a matter of applying as much pressure as possible. So like getting your Void Trappers on the board, turn 2, that type of thing. And then again, I really do think Malia damage, getting like a good Dominion off, perhaps on like a mid-game board, maybe some Stewards, that type of stuff, can really be helpful like after you've cast your Neve. So turn 9, she's got battle ready, so you know, hopefully you've applied some pressure, dealt some damage to the face, you cast Neve, you deal some damage, and then you can finish them off with Malia.
Yeah, 100%. Like the Malia is the secret weapon in that matchup for the most, and then the Neve is just the finishing punch. That makes a lot of sense, and we're going to have to see Jimon and Dual Note probably go back at it and get that matchup again. I will say, though, Dual Note seems very comfy in that matchup in general. I mean, New Dawn in general, there's a lot of in generals there, has to control the board and is not really thinking of a strategy for the long game, right? There's no like preset conditions in that matchup. It's like control the board, fill your singularity, you win through attrition. You can't do anything.
Yep.
Maybe some careful planning of the demolecularizes, so there's not too much going on with like banking too many. Sometimes you know, that I guess the first bank of a demo is very crucial. Like some players don't want to bank it at all. They hold it for
me personally, I do banking demo is a last resort. Like, I mean, 8 cost just wipes the board. You're the control deck. That's what you want to be doing. So I'll often bank most other things before a demolecularize if I can. But if it's in your opener, you know, and you know, you gotta obviously play for some tempo. Like sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, it's interesting. I think there are about 4 players that brought New Dawn to this tournament. I think we have 1 brand.
Okay.
And then the rest are Neve. So, you know, people kind of make fun of New Dawn. It hasn't been great on the ladder, but in a tournament setting where you can sort of ban, you know, where there might be a really bad matchup for it, of course, it's nice to see it played a bit more
100%.
and sneak through.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best part of like the way the tournaments are set up with the bans and like the Conquest format. You compare some of these matchups that are good and see how the strategies play out. New Dawn's a type of deck too that like, you know, there's a lot of options in terms of like certain ways you want to tailor matchups and stuff like that. So adding key pieces make things really fun. And I won't give too much away, but we have some spicy New Dawn lists that I've seen. So I want to see some of these players get on camera and play them. Hopefully, it'll be very nice to see. But yeah, I mean, shout out to the brand. I think it was Perp.
Is it Perp?
Yeah, that brought
Of course it's Perp. Perp is the player that always is innovating, bringing off-meta stuff to tournaments. So, of course, it was going to be Perp bringing the one brand player.
Yeah, 100%. And his list is kind of fun. I like it a lot. Okay. And it'll put on a show for sure. I think it'll be really cool. Aside from that, I mean, going back to this matchup with Dual Note and Jimon, it's still anyone's game. Only one match has been won, and it's on a Cathy, right?
Yeah.
Normally, these Conquest matchups really depend on like the 3rd deck and the 4th deck. How easy are those matchups? Dual Note went right away with the Earthen, which is normally one of like the later ones. It's not like it has good matchups now. I mean, for Shroud, it's completely fine now.
Yeah.
Right? You know, we keep saying on each stream like, is it better than Shroud? Is it not better than Shroud? Is it even?
Well, what about Earthen versus New Dawn specifically? Do you think
that one's a bit tougher?
I think that one's a bit tougher, right?
Yeah.
So. Yeah, traditionally speaking, Shroud would absolutely dominate Earthen. It was just like so unfair. But at this stage in the game, like the last expansion, Earthen got a lot of cards that made it way more even. And so now there's sort of a debate, like, is it 50-50? Is it slightly favored to one side? But because New Dawn has more control tools, I think that might give Earthen a little bit more of an issue.
Yeah.
But I honestly think it still could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, like, New Dawn suffers a bit more from the other Shroud Paragons of dealing with, like, wide boards. So, like, that Terra Glider, insertion vehicle, and some of these other units that, like, they're a bit maybe cheaper. Like, Earthen is not entirely a, like, 1 unit per turn deck anymore.
Yeah.
And they're kind of doing multiple things, getting some more value than they did. They're drawing a lot more with the Rummaging Researcher. You can combo that with like the Caretaker, or some people play with the Armored Support Vehicle, and you're just drawing a bunch of resources. Then you can like mid-game expand pretty fast. And that's where Shroud is like having that trouble. That's where New Dawn, I mean, can have trouble with Earthen. because their board wipe is way later in the game compared to like a Neve that maybe can deal with it and then like fill their board later to fight back. It's different styles.
Well, the one thing that is really fun to do as the New Dawn is you're playing your Honored Steward, right? The 4-mana 4/4 that will banish a unit until it leaves the board. So it's always fun to use that against the Terramech Shield Titan and hope that it lives long enough where your New Dawn has been developed and you can yoink it from your Singularity instead of it coming back to the board once the 4/4 dies, of course. And so that's always fun to do, but yeah, I think that, again, it can go either way, but I think truly you mentioned it, Muka, but the consistent card draw that got added for Earthen with the Rummaging Researcher, Earthen used to have to just lay down like threat by threat, and then, you know, Shroud's like, great, banish, 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 you know, no problem. But now that they have the consistent card draw, they can lay a bigger board down where just like, you know, a single target removal just isn't going to be enough a lot of the time until, of course, you get to turn 8 with the Demolecular Eyes.
100%. And then with especially with this matchup, like some of these players are so comfortable with New Dawn that like that Earthen matchup maybe gets even harder or whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
Something I'm interested in seeing also, moving away from Shroud and Earthen a little bit, is these Ogden core lists. We started to see them pop up a lot during the knockout stages, and some of these buffs that they've been getting, it's really interesting to see how players are adapting with them, like Grawl being a big one. That was a card from the core set that, you know, wasn't seeing any play for a little while. And then we got this buff that, like, you know, when it goes to the waste, it now, like, refills the energy that it was losing before. You combo that with, like, Kill Switch, which is a card that was, like, heinous in the beginning of the game. It was so good. It used to be salvageable, and you would just, like, be removing units one by one, just chilling, almost removing units faster than Shroud was at a certain point. But now, you know, it has synergy with that Grawl. You pull it from your bank, and then if the Grawl dies, you re-ramp, and then the Kill Switch, if it ever gets removed, kills the unit. So it's really cool to see that adaptation happen with Ogdencore. Ogdencore has always been, like, the deck that when certain changes happen, it almost feels like the whole deck changes.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Ogdencore is, I really think, the shining parallel of Parallel, because it is a very difficult one to play. It's difficult to pilot. Oftentimes it's 200 IQ tough deck. And yeah, I'm really curious to see what the players have iterated on, because the most recent updates to the game added some new stuff to Ogdencore.
We didn't get to see any Iraq from what I think, but a lot of players were testing it, myself included. It's fun. There's some cool, those changes, there's some synergy there that's really cool to see. Maybe not so much for a tournament format. Still has some issues in a couple spots, right? Like Shroud is kind of tough, and then Kathy is kind of tough. So maybe not ready for tournament quite just yet, but patch is very early. You know, that's something to keep in mind too. We got, you know, a big tuning patch not too long ago. That's where a lot of these buffs came in. There's a narrow window, right, to come up with the secret sauce. I wouldn't be surprised when Season 2 starts pretty soon to see the next tournament and see some change-ups from what we even saw now, without any changes.
I would love to see Iraq get played more. That's truly one of my favorite Paragons in the game, and used to be more popular back in the day, but he hasn't been in the limelight for quite some time. And the other new Battle Pass card, that's a new upgrade.
Yes, it's, like, I forget the name of it. Upgrade, it gives like defender, shielded, like
armed,
every keyword.
Evasive, like it essentially gives the unit every keyword, and I believe it only costs 2. We're blanking on the name, but yeah, every month in Parallel, a new card is added to the game through the Battle Pass, and oftentimes, like, I would say 80% of the time, like, it's a meta card. Like, it is a high value card that you definitely want to get, and you can get it for free by playing the Battle Pass. So
100%.
This last one for Ogdencore is very good, and I'm sure we're going to see it at some point today.
Yeah, I think it adds a little spice always too with the Battle Pass card. Like Bloodhound Transport was the last one we got, and now it's like in every Markolian deck. It takes a second for players to experiment with it, but once they figure out, like, you know, what works, what doesn't work, then immediately you see this crazy evolution. And then because one deck got a card that's really good, then everyone has to, like, adapt to that. Like, okay, now we have to figure out how to deal with Bloodhound Transport and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if this new Ogdencore upgrade has its moment in a little bit after some testing, and people get to experiment with it more and more and more. But it's really cool. Like, as each Parallel gets a new card with the Battle Pass, it does change up the scene. And then when it's a universal, it's just meta-defining, game-defining.
What's been your favorite Battle Pass card ever released?
You gotta ask me that one. That one is so tough. Man, the one that made me think the most was like logistics support cruiser when it first came out, because I didn't know if I liked it or not, but then I ended up really liking it. And it did get its own changes and stuff like that, so it doesn't see as much play anymore. But that was a fun one. I'm trying to think of my favorite one. I mean, there's so many good ones.
The logistics support cruiser, just for the folks at home that might not know, it essentially was a unit that was just a universal unit, so any class could play it. That was ramp. So we gave ramp to the entire game, and so it was pretty wild.
100%. We got some replays going on at the same time for you guys watching at home to see some of these games. We saw Kathy hitting face multiple times. Kind of cool to see, especially if you're the one playing Kathy. But yeah, this game was pretty. I mean, the memento sealed this game. Like,
it did.
If there was no memento, this game would have been entirely different. Dual Note ran 2 spores. He ran into both of them. Could not find the window to play them, where normally you just play it and you reset the circumstances. Catherine has to rebuild. Earthen starts building its wall. It becomes really tough. But that memento just lets you, not worry about anything.
Yeah, and I will commend Jimon for putting it down, because that was that turn 4? Like, there were many options. There were multiple 3-drops in the hand. There was a 1-drop plus a 3-drop, which is always a nice thing to do. So, hats off to him for, knowing that memento was the right call.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be interesting. I mean, these guys have only finished 1 game, so there's still a lot. Anything can happen. We've seen, how many games have we seen when it's like the top bracket go to game 5? It's like, we have exceptionally bad luck with it going to game 5.
Bad luck. I mean, honestly, for this tournament, I feel like we want them.
Yes.
We want to make the players grind it out. There's
want
like $100,000 going to first place, and I believe second place is 50, right? I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, these guys are going to be playing every minute on that clock, every match, as if it's like, the one that will give them the check.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're going to play their hearts out, and that's what we want to see. We want to see good parallel. We want to see good decision making. Epic moments. Like the double Adir was really cool to see.
I know, that was pretty cool. Yeah. I will say that I'm quite surprised. I think there were 3 3-0s in the first round of matches. Like, that was kind of surprising. And I believe Tice 3-0'd Viper. That was definitely unexpected. I wonder what happened there. And then we saw Feno get 3-0 as well against Tyler. And then I don't know who the last one was, but I'm just...
Lambie also got a 3-0, I think.
Yeah, over Jobsad, perhaps?
Yeah, yes. There was a couple of them. The only one that went to game 5 was like Sparkling and Zeliaser.
Yeah.
And that's actually kind of funny, because everyone, for those that are familiar with the scene in Parallel, says those two are like the high roll kings. Like, there's like, there's like a fight over who reigns over the other in terms of high roll capabilities. But seeing them go to game 5 maybe makes a bit more sense then.
Yeah, I will say in tournaments, we've seen Lambie, though. Lambie's a high roller. Actually, he's just had some ridiculous moments in tournaments before, so I'm curious if we'll see that again today.
He's a player that teaches, like, playing to your out the best. Like, he plays like, this is the way I need to play to get the win. Yeah. And then when he gets, everyone's like, classic Lambie. But he's doing the moon math behind, figuring out, like, okay, if I draw this, this happens. If I draw this, this happens. And he figures out the one that's most likely to get the win. And it always seems crazy. But, like, yeah, he's very good at doing it. But we got our replay, or that rematch going on right now. We can see Dual Notes, Mulligan. Jimon is going to be going first in this game. What are we thinking, Ali?
I'm thinking that Jimon is pretty happy that there was a restart because of that accidental cast of the Beast Dominion. But going into the match here, it's very nice to see a stabilized shard, that 2-cost relic in Jimon's hand, which provides 1 energy ramp for the rest of the game. So getting that developed on turn 2 always is going to make the rest of your turns stronger. And in a control-y type match, that's definitely something you want to see.
Yeah, really strong, especially for the Neve, right? Because you get to 9 faster. You can use your Paragon ability. And I mean, now is what did you? He looks like he's going for the Trapper here. Is that what you like too? I mean, you're going to be our Shroud expert for this one. So
honestly, that is a tough one, because as we were saying a little while ago, I think that your goal here as Neve is like really to be applying as much pressure as possible, because if the game goes on too long, I think New Dawn is going to take it. Yeah. And so instead of going for and look, you can get shard developed later.
Yeah.
You know, like he has a clear Void Trapper on 2, then you can play the Rummaging Researcher on 3. It'd be one thing if you wanted to like go into a 4-drop or something, like a Glaive maybe on turn 3 with that shard out, but I think this was the correct decision, is to just start laying it down.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, especially with the Shroud matchup like this, you want to start pushing some advantage while you can. You want to get rid of the shield pod. Sometimes in these matchups, you're like so focused on like ramp or like controlling other units. By the time you start being aggressive, you're like, the shield pod is blocking everything, and it gets so annoying and so tough. I do have one particular question for you. Looking at Dual Note's hand, he has the double demo, right? That's a great spot to be in normally, especially this matchup. But is there a point where this starts to almost clog his hand because he's banking all these other cards to hold on to the double demo?
I mean, yes, but look, there is hand disruption, right? You got your treacherous scheming, and at a certain point, the Neve is like, you're going to take the demo, you know, for your turn 9 Neve. So I just like to have multiple copies in my hand just in case they get yoinked, you know?
Yeah.
But I think it's nothing catastrophic, like in terms of banking here. Like I personally think DualNet can hold on to the couple of demos, but again, it depends on the player. Like I'm super greedy with holding them, but I'm not necessarily saying that's right. So I think it just depends there.
Gotcha, that makes sense. I mean, Jimon, a pretty clever play that last turn, was able to Neve's the minion, the shield pod, put the steward at 1 health, and then ran his Void Trapper into it, gets his own steward because of that, a corrupted version. And his curve is looking pretty good. A lot of options. 3+1 is like really appealing. Could put Rummaging and the embedded agent, and then suddenly Dual Note has to respond, and it's like you can't play your own Rummaging. I always think some of these matchups is, in the mirror match are these decks that run Rummaging. The first one to play Rummaging gets a decent amount of advantage because the second player has to respond to that one. Otherwise, you give your opponent an extra draw too.
Yep, and you definitely don't want to be giving your opponent cards in a matchup like this. So, yeah, it looks like he's laying it down. Use the no snitching on the Void Trapper there. Just even though it's already damaged, it just, you know, doesn't want to give Jimon any extra value.
Yep.
And 2 Tioli pickups is interesting. You can't bank those cards. They're essentially coins, so it gives you 1 extra energy, but you can't bank it. So with 2 demos and 2 Tiolis in the hand, I think what you said earlier, Muka, maybe like it getting clogged, not knowing what to bank might be relevant.
Yeah, hitting the Tiolis with it is, that's a bit tough. And especially, I mean, Jimon's letting him draw because Jimon's going to play his own Rummaging Researcher. And Rummaging Researcher, anytime a card is revealed, you draw a card. But because it has the charge mechanic also, so he doesn't even have to reveal his own cards. He just takes one because Jimon is drawing. He's going to play that embedded agent. Still a good turn overall, and is putting some of that value. Dual Note sees the Eclipsed Fate, so that would be pretty crazy to see if he does something where he hits multiple units from Jimon there.
The nice thing about the Rummaging Researcher is you can see there, it gives you the choice whether or not you want to draw. So there's no concern of like burning a card here. But yeah, I mean, at this point in the game, like Dual Note's game plan is a little slow. There's not too much going on. He's got a couple of erasures in the hand, so sort of just waiting to answer stuff. And so based on this stage in the game, I really would just be holding on to those demos because I feel like it's going slow enough to the point where you're going to get to that Neve and you absolutely just need to make sure you have an answer to it. So I don't know, I'd probably, you know, banish the Researcher perhaps. I know the little embedded agent is going to be able to take out Dual Note's Researcher as well, which is slightly annoying, but you're not really hurting for cards right now, so.
Yeah, that makes sense, and like you said with the demos holding on to them, he has double Tioli too, so technically could get one out as early as turn 6 if needed, or can do some like crazy ramps later. He's just gonna go for the removal here and ran his own Rummaging into the embedded agent, try to control the board a little bit more.
Wow. 3 erasures in the hand. What'd you think of the Eclipsed Fate on the Researcher there? Because that'll remove all of the Researchers from the game, or from the deck.
Yeah, I think he did it just to make sure, you know, there was no shenanigans with 1 in hand maybe, 1 in deck, just try to get rid of all of them. The erasures it's good. I mean, Jimon won't be able to build fast enough to really punish that, I feel like. So mean, good for him. He has a very strong turn right now, though. Void Trapper into Lord Harf. Doesn't use all his energy, but makes all of Dual Note's effects more expensive, which is good because you cannot multi-remove. We're starting to get to turn 6 where it's like double erasure or something like that. But he's able to stop that. The Teolis now cost 1, so they give no value. So it's the Harf is like a magnet. It's like, okay, I have to deal with this almost.
Yeah, no. As you said, well, it was for a different card, but kill on sight. You got to really take care of Lord Harf.
I say that for what? Scanner Probe.
Scanner Probe, yeah, exactly. No, you definitely want to answer the Harf if you can. I mean, it's not doing too much work right now, and I think the decision to take out the Void Trapper over the Harf is fine. You can answer the Harf next turn. Because it's not really doing anything crazy immediate in terms of cramping his game plan. But it's sometimes, though, when that Harf's on the board and you needed to go for your turn 8 demo and, you know, you see it come down, it can stop it. So
yeah, the bank is tough. I mean, I kind of like keeping the Honored Steward because then you can Honored Steward the Harf, everything goes down, Teoli, Erasure, next turn. But he opts to just get rid of the Honored Steward, picks up a Glaive, not too bad, but he's going to have to, like, remove Harf the old-fashioned way, not as much tempo, whereas if he did it the other way, you know, 2 units out, a little bit better.
Yeah. Do you think that the players are respecting fatigue? Is this a matchup where you want to respect fatigue? Because I would say in a New Dawn mirror, when both people are playing, you want to consider not running out of cards before your opponent. But I think in the case of Neve, the New Dawn would likely win that battle.
Yeah. I mean, like, you're respecting it as the Neve player just because you don't want to get to fatigue, because it's like very hard for you to come back because the New Dawn is getting cards from Singularity every turn and from the deck, or if it's waste, whatever. If the New Dawn's also decked out, so it's you're definitely on the losing side as a Neve if it gets to fatigue. So the game, you respect it in the sense that you don't want to get there, like you just want to push. And New Dawn is like more than happy to get there, probably preferred to get to fatigue because that's when the game goes pretty easy mode.
I will say that this is a reasonable amount of pressure here from Jimon for dual node. I mean, yeah, that was sort of the downside of not answering the Harf last turn. You like really need to take care of it now. But that Baron on the board is also pretty scary. Yeah, man. I wonder what you can get with the Baron. It's the World Championship. Give me a crazy high roll. I just want to see something cool. Give me a Erasure into a Scheming, and then do it again next turn or something. Oh gosh.
That would be nuts. But Dual Note looking what does he want to do here? Does he want to combo a Teoli with an Erasure, remove more units, or just play the Void Trapper and extract some value? Nothing can immediately get rid of it. We see one Treacherous Scheming already drawn. So that will get rid of one demo. Remember that he needs the demos out of his hand so he can use his Neve Paragon later. So he's going to pick a card right now, remove it, add it to his Singularity, which is going to be the demo. He picks the Salvation.
Oh, wow.
Okay, interesting. He gets a Cytokinesis. For those that don't know, you look at your whole deck and you pick a unit and you get all copies of them to your hand.
And picks up the Adira. Wow.
All right, are we going to see any Adira shenanigans with Teoli? No, we're just going to Erasure the Void Trapper here.
Wow, I'm really trying to decide if I like that decision to take the Salvation.
Well, he saw
it
too, right? He saw double demos.
Yeah, because I actually think that this board is like a reasonable amount of pressure. Like, Dual Note is going to need to answer this because this can just keep ticking down the damage to get him in that 6 health range, right? And then the Neve comes down. And so I'm almost tempted like to demo this board, right? And so if you had taken the Demolecularize, you put him in the position where he's got to demo this board and then he doesn't have it for the Neve, right? So I get it. The Salvation is a lot of value. It's definitely scary, but I don't know if I stand by it completely. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the first demo right now. He's ramped to it with the Teoli. He's going to demo this board. Jimon will have to rebuild once, but maybe to your point, he's got enough high-powered units to force another demo. My thought process was like, you know you have a strong board. Why not just remove one demo, and then you're like, force him to do demo, and there's no demos, right?
Precisely.
Yeah, totally in line. So this way is a bit harder. And like, he knows that there's one in hand, but what he doesn't know is that Dulno drew another one. So that's 3 turns of demos. That's a bit tougher. I mean, the second one, I see the argument, maybe not agree, but I see the argument. But now knowing that all 3 are going to be playable in play, that's going to be really tough for jimon to deal with.
That Demolecularize also put a Malia in dual note Singularity, right? Because it was on the board, so that's pretty nice. It could provide a little bit of extra heal as the game goes on.
Yeah. He steals a Cyber Deck console to kind of like stop dual note from negating anything. I mean, unfortunately, Neve cannot play cards that are 6 or more, so it's not like he can counter a demo himself. But yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens here. Dual note plays the Brand's Expertise, will be able to draw. He also has the no snitching for the Adira, so he can stop that threat without having to invest too much. Maybe we set up New Dawn.
Yeah, I think I would probably be wanting to get New Dawn down at some point soon because he's starting to run out of value in the hand here, and now he has the energy to be able to send the New Dawn back as well as cast a Demolecularize, right? So I think I would definitely be getting that down, which he decided to do.
Yeah. And you see here some negations here. Jimon is using the Cyber Deck console and not letting Dual Note get some of these effects off, trying to cut him off from card draw and like resources. It's working in his favor. He stopped the no snitching, so his Adira will be able to go off again on Dual Note.
This could be pretty crucial here. So Wong is going to look at the top 5 cards of the deck and then buff a unit. Oh, wow. Okay, all right, another scheming. But because we have multiple copies of Demo, we are not too scared.
Yeah.
Wong, of course, buffed himself, as he often does. But Dual Note's sitting at 13 health, so there's still like a decent...
I don't know. This actually could be Jimon's, because now this is starting to become another board that has to get demoed. Adira into Adira again.
God. Are you kidding me?
Jimon's running it back with the double Adira. Oh my God, what does he get off this one?
Luka?
Twice in a row. And on top of that, you know, there's only one more demo left with another board that's scary.
Yeah.
Neve is still available.
Proving my point that you can never have enough Demolecularizes in your hand.
You need a 4th one.
You need a 4th now. I cannot believe that, Muka. Like 2 games in a row, Jimon steals Adira into Adira. That is skill right there. That is true skill.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, the first Adira stealing the Cyber Deck console was a huge move. He was able to stop Dual Note from developing resources, answering him himself. So Jimon just like set himself comfy, and then on top of that just hits another Adira to build a really strong board. And you see the Cyber Deck console again. Jimon is not letting anything through.
GG. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, man.
Without the Tioli there, he was not able to cast the Demo as well as send the New Dawn back to the Singularity.
That was a very good showing from the Neve perspective, right? We talked about what is needed to win that match, and he was able to do it kind of a little bit differently, not with the mollies, just build big boards. I think that Cyber Deck steal was probably like the most underrated thing to kind of happen. Not as flashy, but it just locked down so much. And Dual Note already, in terms of resources, was a bit behind. Double Tioli, double Demo, had to give up a lot of those resources. And then by the time it was time to use it, you know, Jimon's like, oh, I can say no now. I can stop that.
Yeah, I mean, Jimon did a great job of being able to apply pressure, like really starting in the mid game. And yeah, and unfortunately, New Dawn just didn't have some counter pressure as well. And I feel like that, you know, New Dawn is great at answering things, but if that's the only thing that it's doing, eventually it's going to run out, right? Which is exactly what happened. So things definitely went right for Jimon in that series, or in that match for sure. But yeah, unfortunately, New Dawn just couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, and he's up 2-0 now. He's got to win on his Catherine and on his Neve. Scipius is banned. So that leaves, I can't remember his last deck.
Is it Nehemiah?
Yes, Nehemiah's left. So he has Nehemiah left. I mean, against New Dawn, we just talked about it not too long ago. That's a bit of a tougher one. But Dual Note still has, I mean, there's a chance to come back, right? Jimon needs one, but there's more than enough chance to come back for Dual Note here. Can get wins. He's a very good New Dawn player, so get the wins on New Dawn in some of these matchups. And he's comfortable in general with that deck, so that one is not too bad. I wouldn't be surprised if he locks it again, knowing that there's an Earthen coming, and then going from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually quite excited that we're going to get that match because we were talking about it, and so I want to know, you know, is Earthen just so good enough at this point that it can even take down New Dawn? You know, I suppose we'll find out.
Yeah, we've leveled up to the next test. The next test, can Earthen take out the New Dawn?
We've been in this position multiple times where we've gone through this. Not necessarily New Dawn, because people haven't been playing it quite as much, but time and time again, Earthen has been taking the Shroud down.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We might get another 3-0 if that's the case, right?
I wish we had an audience cam because I want to zoom in on iRacer, who's here at this event, like Earthen Maxi, and show him this match and be like, he's waving to me right now. Go sit in front row and watch this if this is the matchup. This is going to be really cool to see some of these players and, you know, just seeing the matchup. I mean, I think New Dawn, like, I agree with you. It is tougher, but like if Earthen can find that window, right, then it like flips the script a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
That being said, if in the case of Neve versus Earthen, do we see him? There we go. Wave to the cam.
Yeah,
we see
a bunch of couple
there we
people.
go.
Manos is there. He's talking to Satena over there. We got a few people in the audience just hanging out, talking about the game. I like that. I like that a lot. It's just cool. This event has been like crazy. I mean, Ali, we've been to a couple of the lands for Parallel now, but this one takes the cake for sure.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really can't speak to the experience enough so far. Being here at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas with so many different community members, it's been truly so special.
Yeah. We have jumped into the next game, and it is that New Dawn versus Nehemiah. We did not see the first bank from Dual Note, but looking right now, there's that embedded agent, and then there's a Primea conduit to match it. The embedded agent is a bit of a nuisance for Earthen players because you can't play your 0-3, your Steward of the Garden, because it just gets insta-sniped. So the conduit is kind of like the next best answer. It's a 1-1 with shielded, can't die to any effects. Yes, you lose your shield pod in the process most of the time, but you're able to just kind of deal with it. Jimon, no turn 2 cards, but he does have a Tioli, so he can start ramping to the 3, and then he has to kind of go from there. There's a couple draws in between, right? So not too bad. Dual Note has some removal, nothing for this next turn though, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the key cards for Shroud in this matchup is Erasure to have an answer for the Nehemiah when it comes down.
Yeah.
So I'm always, I'm usually favoring keeping that in the mulligan, just so I have an answer to a potential like turn 4 Nehemiah.
Yeah, you used to be chilling, right? Because you'd have the Honored Steward too. So
Yep.
you're like, who cares? Like, I just play Honored Steward. But since that nerf, that Honored Steward cannot target Paragons anymore, that's where it gets a bit tough. If the Earthen can kind of push, and you need to hold on to that Erasure. I want to ask you, how valuable is this Cyber Deck console against Earthen?
It's not bad.
Oh.
I wouldn't say it's quite as useful as some other matchups, but the thing is like, it definitely could snipe some certain cards that are going to be difficult for the Shroud. So, but I also could see it get banked potentially. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, what I kind of see is like if you can make it work, like you can stop the Formidables. That's kind of helpful. Like that like huge pressure at like towards the mid end game where you just rush your opponent down.
Yeah.
Jimon goes and his turn is able to ramp with the Tioli into the Caretaker, and he's kind of like, come on, Dual Note, banish it.
Yep.
Banish it. You know you want to.
See, this is where sometimes the Earthen would get into trouble, right? If you're just laying threat after threat. But, here's the thing. If he uses the Erasure on the Caretaker here, he does not have an answer to the Nehemiah because the Honored Steward can no longer hit Paragons, as we said earlier.
And Dual Note has already gone through all his demos, by the way. I believe he already banked one, saw the second one. Do we need multiple for this one? Do you hold it?
Yeah. Look, I'm telling you, there's not many cases where demolecularize isn't useful.
We need a list of when you are allowed to bank it versus not allowed.
I would say that the times where you don't want it is like potentially against an aggro deck where they're going to kill you
Yeah,
by
they're
turn
going to push
8,
really
right?
fast.
But against an Earthen, and we were mentioning, like, one of the power things about Earthen now is that they can go wider.
Yeah.
It isn't just single target, single target. Okay, well, there you go,
I mean, this
folks.
is, I mean, despite like we can see the hands and everything, this is brave to go for it. Like,
It
I have
is.
nothing. You used an erasure. Do you have another one? They have, you know, 2 other copies. There's an Eclipse Fate. This could backfire really hard, but it's going to work in Jimon's favor. He's able to keep his Nehemiah alive and, you know, take the risk, push pressure. Next turn, he can draw with Rummaging. That's where we start to see the cycle start to turn out, right? Earthen can draw, replenish. He's even got a Wong for next turn after that. Draw into more resources, start pushing. This is that window. Before the demo, he's got like 3-4 turns where he can really push in the damage, and then the Formidables come in and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually quite happy to see the Tioli in Dual Note's hand because, you know, potentially getting the demo out on turn 7 instead of 8 could make all the difference here. But taking 7 from that Nehemiah is kind of terrifying.
100%. We see that allocated provisions comes out now. He's able to put some supply caches in his deck. He looks like he hits an energy supply cache. Let's see what the second one is. He's concealing right now, and he hits the rations, which gives the +1/+1. So not too bad. Next turn, he can Wong. That's looking pretty good for him so far.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
slow, but it's powerful.
look at the consistency of the card draw, right? I mean, Wong plus the Researcher, like just more and more options getting added to the hand. Yeah, I mean, this is why. I mean, I'm actually quite. Okay, well, an Eclipsed Fate just gets picked up there, which is actually like really crucial here. Being able to answer the Nehemiah is very, very important. And because I just don't want to take another 7. I really, really don't.
Yeah, another 7. And this one, you want to be really cautious of your health because the Earthen can just, you know, late game hit you with like double Formidable and it's insane late game spike damage, right? So you want to stop as much as you're taking right now. And it will matter. I mean, the Wong is great, card replenishment and all that, but it's not going to most likely, we all know it buffs himself. Wong is pretty greedy sometimes with the random buff, and only 2 damage to face is not that much.
Looks like Dual Note is really struggling here, deciding what to do. I mean, I guess he's respecting the card draw with the Researcher, which, wow, he's going to go with the Eclipse Fate on the Research. That means that all of the other copies will be taken care of as well in the hand or in the deck. But I'm scared of that 7 damage, let me tell you.
I think like he did it in another game too, where he Eclipse Fate the Researcher, and I think some of that has to do with not wanting to see double Researcher, right? All that value. We know there's a Wong, but it's happened a decent amount of times where Researcher into Researcher, suddenly you have like a healthy bodies, 5 health, and you're just drawing multiple times, and then if Dual Note draws into a Rummaging or something and wants to play it, then you're double punished. So I think that's the line of thinking he's going for on these. Ooh, Wong draw 3. Energy supply cache is kind of nice too.
Yeah, that works out.
Buffs himself, a little greedy.
Always,
Usually.
right? This is like Kathy going face.
Yeah, yeah,
Wong
it
always
is.
buffs himself,
Yes.
let's be real.
And have we banked or have not banked? I don't remember.
Believe he has banked yet, so we could potentially get that Altar of Gaia down.
Yeah, he
Or
plays the
maybe-
second
maybe he
allocated
had banked.
provisions.
Okay, just
Yeah,
kidding.
he did bank. Just using the energy, why not? And like if there is relic removal, then you can keep it safe, right?
Wow, that turn 3 Caretaker eating the Erasure, not having it for the Nehemiah has just cost him so much health. But
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of have to do it, right? Just letting the 6/6 stay on the board is not super ideal.
Yeah.
But I guess he could have potentially held it back and then used the Steward on it next turn. But still, it was going to be tough no matter what.
Yeah, and the good thing is, no, he can't demo next turn. He still has to wait an extra few turns because he has the New Dawn active, plus he just hasn't reached it in general. He's going to no snitching his Honored Steward. Doesn't want to give the Wong back to anybody if he loses it, looks like.
That's always a nice option,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Very likely it would have gotten answered, and then the unit would have gone back onto the board. So the no snitching is clutch there to be able to just make sure that the Wong stays in the Singularity.
Yeah. This is very tough, though, because we know Jimon is going to play Terra Glider next turn, right? And get a ton of value. Another unit, it's like, 10 energy worth of value. If he hits a Terramech Shield Titan, I mean, well, there's an Honored Steward, sure, to answer it, but it's shielded is the main thing. That's like really tough. He hits a munition supply cache. That'll, no, sorry, he's playing his allocated provision, and the first one will be a ration supply cache. That's the +1/+1. Shuffles them both in. Now he's gonna play the Terra Glider. We're rolling for 6 probably. Let's see what we can get.
Is he gonna get it, Muka?
I mean, there's a lot of good cards in 6 that he can hit. I mean,
I feel like it's always this one.
Yeah.
If it's not the Titan, it's this one.
This one's pretty good. You know, 6/6 charge can heal itself, right? I mean, in Shroud, maybe not that much, but other matchups very strong because it's a defender that just keeps coming back full health. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, at this point, just Jimon is laying down so much pressure, and you know, unlucky for, well, not unlucky, but unfortunate for Dual Note because he has his new Dawn down. He can't actually get that demo out when he wants to, or like he's gonna have to wait a little bit longer. But this is a lot of pressure for Dual Note to deal with right now.
I mean, jimon is looking at lethal next turn.
Yeah.
Like, he's able to push it. Like, Dual Note has to answer most of this board. Has to maybe just demo his new Dawn, like if it's that bad.
Wow, that is, yeah, I actually think that might have to be the case.
Yeah.
And then you just hope to win, like draw into some other value. I mean, it's not impossible to win after, you know, blowing up your new Dawn, but it's certainly not ideal, to say the least. But yeah, with that formidable presence in the hand, that 4-cost effect, it is going to be able to deal 6 damage to the face. So it is looking pretty good for Jimon. I didn't quite expect it to go down this way, Muka.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not over yet.
It's not over yet, but that window that I keep talking about, that mid-range window, like, if there's not enough removal in the Shroud hand, then you can just start to expand. Like, the Terra Glider is, like, so good. And he had the allocated provisions. He's getting value off the rummaging. I mean, allocated provisions, like, low-key the MVP of this, right, can just keep pushing all these charge effects that are synergized really well with Earthen.
I will say, though, that without the pops of the Nehemiah damage, I do think that he would have maybe been able to stabilize to getting to the board clears. And so it was really just like not having an answer to Nehemiah that, you know, is the killer here.
Yeah. Something to keep in mind, too, that I keep forgetting to remember whenever we get like these New Dawn matches is I think Dual Note also hates the rummaging because when New Dawn keeps coming back, they keep drawing.
Oh, yes, that's a
because
great
New Dawn
point.
reveals a card. I keep forgetting that interaction and mentioning it.
Yep.
But that's probably also a big reason why Dual Note has been hard targeting it in a lot of these games.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a great point. All right,
I think you got to do it. I think you got to demo it.
It's so incredibly painful, but I mean, is there any other option other than demoing
There's
this board?
Honored Steward and just trade to make things weaker, but like, we know there's a Formidable, right? So he has to full clear this.
Yeah, and if Dual Note has been like kind of hand tracking, I think there's a good chance that he is very much respecting a Formidable presence in the hand. They have the deck list so they can see how many copies of Formidable is in the deck, but oh wow, yeah. I mean, this is probably one of those decisions where it's like, where you were kind of talking about with Lambie, you know, where you like sometimes you just have to go for a play if it's the
even if it doesn't make sense.
Even if it doesn't.
But this
make
is
sense.
good. Scheming takes out a Formidable, but
Yep.
it's still very tough.
Wow. I mean, does that?
It
let's
does.
see. Oh, there was the take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's finding the way through. I like this. He's finding the way through. He's able to use the Honored Steward, get value, reduce the amount of damage on board. The Honored Steward could run into the Nehemiah, and then there's only 6 damage, putting him at 4. Still scary, but this is much better. I mean, kudos to him. I mean, it's better than what we had thought that maybe you have to just use the demo. He pushed through and found the line. There's a rations. That's kind of annoying. +1/+1. You don't want to be seeing that as Dual Note right now.
Wow.
It's the Caretaker. Okay, not bad. But we know there's a heal on the altar. Okay, how much damage we got here? 9. Heal
And
again. That'll give it to him.
Yep. Wow,
Jimon with
nicely
the 3-0.
done. The 3-0. Let's go.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, we haven't talked about it too much, but like winning in the winner's bracket is a big deal.
Yes.
Like someone that gets sent immediately to the lower bracket has to go through like 8 matches to make it to the finals, I believe, in total. Whereas someone in the upper bracket only has to win 5 to make it to the finals.
And getting to the final, the winner of the losers bracket has to beat the winner twice.
Yep, there's like
That's
a
always brutal.
reset in between.
Yep.
Because the winner hasn't lost yet. So
Exactly.
he still has to use that life. But shout out to Jimon playing it comfortably. I mean, we talked about managing like tilt and like decisions and stuff. Like we saw that one Dominion turn, right?
Yeah.
And Jimon was able to recover mentally, right? Played it smooth, played it well, and still got his win through this upper bracket match.
Can we talk about 2 games in a row, Adira into Adira? Like I said, skill. That was like kind of insane.
If there is anywhere you want it to happen, it's here.
Absolutely, at the Prime Championship, on the broadcast, you know?
Yeah.
Not just like, you know,
He's playing
off-cam.
flashy. He's like, well, listen, you didn't get it once, I can do it again for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they had to restart that game, so he's just like, I'm trying to make it as
Yes,
similar
yes.
as it was. Yeah, yeah,
let's
of course,
let's
of
reset
course.
the board state to what it was.
Yeah. No, it was a good series. Unfortunately, for Dual Note, an 0-3,
Yep.
not what you want to see. But again, this is double elimination.
Yep.
So
So he still got another chance. He moves down and versus in the lower bracket now. Jimon will be moving up. 2 out of the 5 technically done. You know, like I said,
Yeah.
anybody's name could be holding that trophy. Which, by the way, we haven't talked about how sick that thing is.
oh my God, the trophy is so cool.
Yeah. It's super, super sick. Like, I'm really, really excited to see, you know, someone holding it at the end of this weekend.
I know, and $100,000, and also getting cemented into history,
Yep.
like as the first ever winner, right?
I can't, like, that is like history books, right? That's so crazy. Coming into the next tournament, you think you're gonna see like you know, like WWE wrestlers have the belts. Do you think
Oh,
like the
maybe.
champion is gonna come to the next year holding the trophy with them? Like, look at this, I got this. You wanna touch my trophy?
I don't know if I would want to travel with it. It's got to be like pretty safe, you know. But
Yeah.
yeah. Well, look, we're gonna throw it back to Desi and Excelsior in the studio, and we'll catch you later.
And thank you for that, Ali and Muka, for that amazing cast of that match between Jimon and Dual Note. Man, what do you think about that match, Detsy?
Yeah, that was crazy, man. There were some unfortunate things that ended up happening there. You know, a roll of the dice, a bad beat, unlucky. Dual Note did face a loss due to a disconnect, but you know, the show goes on, the game goes on.
Yeah, the game goes on, and we're happy that, of course, everyone over at the community and over at Twitch were really patient with us. But, of course, 3-0. Jimon. Dude, another 3-0. And this guy, we can't stop him. He's like, he came in from being not knowing about Parallel, watching it over a stream, getting interested, now getting 3-0 from one of the players here. Round 2 as well, upper bracket. Like, wow, like I was thinking, looking at the match, Adira to Adira. That was like
Crazy.
absolute cinema, right, Detsy?
Absolutely. And you know, these three O's are actually a little bit fortunate because these are best of 5 matches. They can be a little bit long. They are a little bit drawn out.
Yeah.
But you know, the more parallel, the more better.
Yeah, more parallel, more fun. Yes, and of course, with that matchup, Dual Note is going to be going to the lower bracket, but this is not going to be out, guys. He is going to be coming back, or rather, he's going to be having some more matches in the lower bracket. Jimon, man, he's just keep on moving forward in the upper bracket. What was your favorite, like, any play during that match, like, that stood out to you?
Yeah, so I think the Adiras were awesome. Just seeing Jimon get the Adira after Adira, and you know, not only during the disconnect game, but also during his victory game as well.
Yeah.
Just seeing that back to back has been fantastic.
Yeah, we were talking about it like off cam, off screen, and like the possibility of that happening, especially on a mirror match, and a shroud mirror match, is very high. Rather, not for me, it's very high. It's happened like 2 or 3 times in my like parallel lifetime, and it's definitely one to clip.
Twins.
And, yeah, it's definitely one to clip. Like to get a double Adira, a total of 6 cards from your opponent's deck being like burnt out and like played or even put into singularity. Man, that's amazing. And you know, my favorite part of the match as well, the last one, the Nehemiah play by Jimon. It's like he just rammed down, just kept on going face and like putting on big units on the board and just didn't give any like room for Dual Note to react. And Nehemiah's like such a good card. Such a good deck to play. And for you guys who like who want to start playing, maybe you can get the copy of the deck over at the tournament client, right? Let's see.
Yeah, that's right. So a lot of free decks are available. Parallel is one of the most free-to-play card games.
Yeah.
Actually, I would say that it's the most free-to-play card game in existence at the moment. So, you know, whether you want to be a whale or whether you want to try to just test out the game or play for fun, you can actually qualify to the highest levels just by playing for free.
Yeah. Playing for free. And no, not just playing for free, having fun as well.
Yes.
Yes. And talking about a community, shout out to everyone here over at the HyperX Arena. They're having fun, getting some loots, getting some more. I'm pretty sure I heard that there's gonna be a surprise as well for anyone watching over. But we'll have to. I won't spoil it for you guys. But there's going to be something coming for our players. But, of course, we're here at the Parallel Prime Championship. Dead Sea, 100K on the line.
Wow.
How are you feeling so far? Like, with all the things that are happening with our players?
It has been so fantastic. In between the matches, I've been going down, chatting with the players, chatting with the people who are working on the game, and people are just so happy to see everything come together at this very, very pinnacle of parallel professional play here at the HyperX Arena.
Definitely here. Yeah, of course, I'm at the HyperX Arena talking about the stage. We have, of course, Tia over at the stage. She's going to be telling us something special and, of course, presenting another thing that's going to be surprising to our community. Let's throw it over to Tia over at the stage.
Hello, guys. I hope you're all doing good for the Parallel Prime Championship. I see you guys in the audience. We had a 3-0 so far, which was awesome to see. Hopefully, it's going to go smoothly from here on out. Now, I have some good news. I was just alerted that for the next matchup, everybody in the audience has a chance of winning an avatar. So, avatars are great, okay? You still have a chance to get a seat. If you're watching live, if you're in Vegas, grab a seat now. Remember, you need an avatar to play in Colony. Avatars are great for Wayfinder. They're amazing. So besides that, we're also going to give you a sneak preview of the new shooter that Parallel is launching. So I'm going to invite our good friend Koji on again to come give us a sneak peek right now. So give a hand to Koji, guys.
Hey guys, man, I'm on my second Red Bull of the hour, so I'm like vibrating right now. This is crazy. Yeah, I'm really excited to introduce to you guys the shooter that we've been working on, the third-person shooter, because I love stress and hate free time, so we're just pumping out those games. But we're going to reveal the title of the game to you in a short video. And if you want to know more, you want to dig deep, there's a team upstairs there in a room. Just go knock on the door and they can show you a bit more than is in the video. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, again, if you guys want to learn more, see a little bit of the game, there's a room up there. You can go check it out. Thanks. Looking forward to it. Yeah, that was Tau Ceti, now Sanctuary. Exciting stuff, guys.
Yay. Thank you, Koji. That looks amazing. I don't know about you guys. We're going to go into a very quick break. Remember, tell your friends to come get a seat, get an avatar, or don't tell them. I don't know. I also want one, so I might join you in the audience. We'll be right back, guys, with game number 2. So quickly grab a drink, and we'll see you in 5. Okay, guys, I have good and bad news. The bad news is you have to wait another hour for your avatar at least. The good news is you have lunch for another hour. So we're having our official lunch start now. You have an hour, and then you can come back at 1 p.m., okay? Then we're going to start with the second match of the day. So you have an hour. Enjoy Vegas. We'll see you soon, okay? Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back, folks. Please take your seats. Remember, we're heading into a lower bracket elimination match, and you have to be seated to stand a chance to win an avatar, okay? Avatars are awesome. I have one. I would like another, but that's not my chance today. It's yours. So we're going to watch Zali versus Feno play off now. Tomorrow, we're going to go into a full 4 match, so it's going to be a packed day. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Now I'm going to shoot it off to the studio. We're going to go live with our second caster pair. And let's give it up for Feno and Zeli.
And we are back at the Parallel Prime Championship. Hopefully you guys have had all your snacks and lunch as well. I know we've had Excelsior PH and we have Detsy right here. We're going to be talking about the next match, and you've heard it, man. Zeliaser versus Feno. What's happening there, man?
It's been a really, really hard time this tournament for the YGG boys. They've been all fighting against each other first in the first round. Feno versus Tyler. Of course, Feno knocking Tyler down to the lower bracket. And now Zeliaser is going to have to play against a teammate once again.
Dude, imagine some team kills that you're having, especially in this big a match. And of course, it's if you know your teammate, if you've been playing with your teammate, you have that kind of a synergy in a sense that you know what they're going to be playing, how they're going to be playing it. It's about the number of hours that they're doing it, right? And of course, do you have any experience like with facing your scrim partners over like different tournaments, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's happened quite a lot. You don't really want to meet friends or teammates very, very early on. You want to be able to go far and be able to play against each other, or like both profit or both get into the money.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really hard, and I believe that the winner of Feno versus Zeliaser is gonna have to be playing Sekonox if Sekonox manages to win, which is another YGG boy as well.
Wow. These the YGG players right now, even though they got to the lower bracket, and they also get hit with these possible team kills, man. Like, imagine having to get to the lower bracket, like find a way to climb your way back up to the upper bracket, but you have to take down one of your brothers in arms, so to speak, and that's gonna be tough, as you said. But we have to trudge on. We have to go on and move on. And okay, it's gonna be Feno versus Zeliaser over the lower bracket, and But before we go there, we want to have a recap of what has happened so far in our bracket window, or rather, bracket screen. Here we go. Now, can you tell us a short recap of what happened right here, Detsy?
All right, so it looks like the second round Lambie series versus Darla is still ongoing. They're both 2 apiece. So the winner of that match is going to be facing Bright Avion for the next match here. And then Feno again losing to Bright Avion, being knocked down to the loser's bracket to be facing Zeliaser. Jimon and Dual Note. Jimon is going to be 3-0 versus Dual Note. He is going to be knocking down his opponent. Once again, he's going to be moving on to play Sparkling, who won over Tice in a very clean 3-0 sweep.
Definitely. That's an amazing rundown right there. Bright Avion with a 3-0. Like, lots of 3-0s right there. I'm seeing a pattern, guys. I'm seeing a pattern. Are you seeing a pattern? Because these guys are just, cracked. They don't want game 5s. They don't want game 4s. They want straight up 3-0s. Clean sweeps. I don't know what's happening there. Have you experienced this in different tournaments, man? Like other card games, like straight up 3-0s?
I don't think that you see that quite often, but that is technically the most efficient way to play the game. You either win all your matches or lose them all, and then you get to go and relax.
Man, it's like, oh, dude, like, of course, I want to see the lower bracket as well, what is happening over there. And while we're waiting for that, like, imagine, guys, if you are in this kind of stage, it's a different monster playing in IRL tournaments. Like, some of these guys have experience with IRL tournaments. Some of them are just new players to IRL tournaments. Like, what's the difference? How does it feel that's getting, like, playing online versus playing IRL?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like nonsense probably to a lot of people to be traveling across the world when you can just be playing at home against somebody. But there's a real difference in the vibe and the environment, just being here in person, feeling the energy, getting a match, and hang out with your opponents in real life. It is something that cannot be matched otherwise.
Yeah, it's a different feeling indeed. And looking at the brackets right now, we're looking at the lower bracket, as you can see right here. And from what I'm seeing, Thais has fallen down to the lower bracket, and he's going to be facing Job Sad. And Perp as well in the lower bracket is waiting for whoever is going to be losing over at the round 2. Like the only game that went to game 5 currently. And also, Dual Note is already going in with a 2-0, coming in from a loss a while ago with Jimon. And I feel this is like a rematch, right?
Yep.
Yep. They got to fight during the upper bracket. This is round 1. This is a round rematch. So I'm thinking there's a high possibility that that kind of rollback, or rather rematch, is still going to go the same way. It's going to go still towards Dual Note, unless, of course, Equinox finds a way to climb his way out for a reverse sweep. And man, the featured match of the day is going to be Feno versus Zeliaser. Man, dude. So you said a while ago, if Equinox wins during this matchup, these YGG guys are going to be fighting the winner of that match. So, what do you think, man? Like, it doesn't look good.
I mean, he is behind, but you know, if there's anybody who can do a clean reverse sweep, that is going to be Equinox, one of the strongest players coming to compete here in the top 16 of the Parallel Prime Championship. And, you know, that would be a great storyline, but again, it is sort of a lose-lose scenario because he is going to be facing a teammate once again, no matter who wins, between Feno and Zeliaser, which is coming up right next.
Yes, and talking about the history of our players right now, you know, let's see, Zeliaser won the 100K tournament over at the YG Play Summit. Feno has been a Hearthstone pro as well. Like, let me ask you, do you know the full name, or rather the previous IGN of Feno?
I believe that it is Fenomeno.
Yeah, hell yeah. You get some points. Here's a point.
Thank you.
Get some points right there. Fenomeno, right? Like, I wonder why like he wound down to Feno from Fenomeno, right? Like it's like a kind of a rebrand, especially like in a new game.
Yeah, I think like as time goes on and players are you know, getting a little bit older, a little bit more mature, they like things a little bit more simplistic. So cutting it down at some point, I think Feno is gonna go from Feno HS just to straight Feno.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the artist formerly known as Prince. Yes, it did. And now, of course, look at that amazing trophy that we have over at the stage. Oh, wait.
It looks better than
different.
before.
Yeah, it looks different, man. What happened?
It used to look like a donut.
Oh,
let's go,
look at that.
Feno.
Look at that, Feno. Feno's like going behind the trophy, like he just like, you know, I'm gonna take this home.
Yep.
He's like measuring it up. Like, I wonder how it would appear on my trophy case. Yeah, right? So, man, with that, of course, guys, you know, we've had some amazing banter, of course, over the bracket and over the match. And with that, let's watch the next match. Feno versus Zeliaser, both YGG players, to our next casters. It's gonna be, of course, Free Tip Scout and Kinto. Casters, take it away.
All right. Quinto, absolute pleasure to be back with you again, but this time in Vegas, which is surreal, isn't it? Absolute surreal experience. But I am so excited to be here. So welcome to everyone that's tuning in from around the world. We're going to have a fantastic game up next with Zeli versus Feno. Bit of friendly fire for both of those because they're part of YGG. And to be fair, YGG have had a lot of friendly fire here today, haven't they? So
yeah.
It is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, at some point you're going to have to go up against your teammates, but I'm really excited about this one. What do you think, Quinto?
Yeah, very excited to be here. Big hello to everyone watching the stream, the broadcast. Yeah, definitely has been a tough time for the guys at YGG.
Yeah.
And now, like, it doesn't end, does it?
No, it doesn't at all. And, you know, to be honest, we've had some really tough games already. We've seen a couple of games so far. And we're just going to look at the deck list now to have a gander at what these boys are going to be playing. So this is Feno's ADHQ deck, which I have to say I'm a big fan of ADHQ, and I'm so happy that Feno brought it, along with a couple of other players as well. Really good deck, lots of synergy. It's got a nice bit of aggro to start with. You really want to be trying to get the best out of your Paragon, which can make a lot of units, all the vehicles battle ready. Very cool deck, this one. You had a little look at it as well, didn't you, before we came in here, Quinto? What were your thoughts on this deck?
Yeah, definitely we see there the Wall Breaker, Siegecraft that's been absolutely detrimental to the Earthen matchup. Overall, this is a deck that relies on it's really solid for a tournament, I think. Has all the weapons necessary, the repurpose hardware, the paid off.
Yep.
All of these things that can really pay off in a tournament.
Paid off in name, paid off in nature, right? Yeah, absolutely. And what I love about this deck as well is that there's so many like vehicles and units that you don't think are that dangerous. But of course, the passive that they have from the Paragon just makes them so dangerous, right? They're getting these random buffs at the end of each turn. So very cool deck. I can't wait to see how that goes. We've also now got Feno's Neve deck, which looks exciting as well. I can't see much in terms of the scale of it, but I had a little look at this earlier on, and I didn't see anything too untoward. I think it's Neve decks in particular seem very similar, I think, across the board, because I think with Shroud, there's a lot of cards which are pretty much locked in, right? And then there's just a little bit of variety. So I like this deck. I think, you know, for Shroud, I'm really excited to see how Neve is doing. We've seen a couple of Neve matches earlier. And again, I think that, you know, Feno's very well versed in playing with Neve. So I'm expecting him to do well with this one.
Yeah, and on top of that, they are both using like really similar lists. They're from the same team. So I believe they practice together too. But really similar with a Saboteur in case of a Cyber Deck console, for example, because you can fall in the trap of playing the collateral damage and get counter there. And overall, the Singularity Steward,
Yeah, I think it's a really good deck, and I think, again, can't wait to see it in play. Here we go, Earthen. Earthen's become such a big deck, hasn't it, over the last few months? And this charge and conceal mechanic is so big in these Earthen decks. And we're going to see it again. We can see the allocated provisions in there. We can see that we've also got, for example, the Altar of Gaia. So in the late game, he can take advantage of that with the Terror. We've seen that can really scale out of control quite quickly, can't it, when you get that flourish triggering all the time. So I like this deck. It's an absolute pain to deal with if you don't stop it ramping out of control. And I think that's definitely going to have to be the strategy for Zeli, is that if he goes up against, when he goes up against this deck, he needs to try and stop it from ramping. If he can do that, he has a very good chance of overcoming this deck.
Yeah, as I said before, both decks are really similar.
Okay,
so we're moving on to the Zeli decks.
Yeah, we are indeed. And I'm very excited about Zeli's decks as well. We had a little sneak peek, guys. If you don't know, we had a sneak peek before.
Getting ready there.
Yeah, he looks locked in, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, they all do, but here we go.
Yeah.
So Zeli's Earthen.
Really similar list here with a Hold the Line. It's a card that's been used in different ways. It's a free bank and also a card that can remove the shielded if you want to start using Snow Snitching or something like that. It's like an extra effect that you can use to deal with shielded. Going heavy on the Primea Conduit's key card to deal with the Shroud matchup. I think it's gonna come down on who probably want to see both of them banning the same decks and having like really similar matchups, since these decks by themselves are really similar.
Yeah.
So it's gonna come down to who can win the Earthen match.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting dynamic because they're teammates, they practice together, they build decks together, so they really know exactly how to play these decks, but then they also know how their opponents are going to play the decks. And so it's a very interesting dynamic of how can I get into their mindset so that I'm going to do something that they're not expecting as well. So I like Zeli's Earthen deck as well. I'm really interested in his Shroud, of course, because I'm a big Shroudie. I know that Zeli plays Shroud, practices a lot for the tournaments. I always feel like Zeli's not that known for Shroud, but when you play against him and he's Shroud, he's strong.
Yeah.
He's just strong. He just knows exactly what he needs to do. And I like the deck. I think it's got, again, that core.
Yeah. We see the same.
Yeah.
The Saboteur here again, in case of a Cyber Deck console, which he won't need because neither of them is actually running it. We see also the going big on the Void Trappers, a key card to get resourceful, playing Shroud, like looking in the Earthen match, for example. If you steal a Terra, you already know that you can play that Treacherous and start stealing stuff.
Yep.
Going also nice on, like, nicely low on the Triumph of the Lost, since there's not much nowadays to actually copy from that.
Yep.
Unless it's like a really, really key play of a big card. But going heavy on it might be detrimental to their purpose. These decks are practically the same. Free tips, they are going also with the 2 copies of Singularity Steward.
One thing I must mention as well is that Zeli's a big fan of 3 copies of Take It or Leave It. And he has 3 copies here. And we've seen it in tournaments, haven't we, where that can be a brick for you. So hopefully we don't see it here. But I like the prospect of having 3, because then you've got a really good chance to get your Neve super early. So I like it. Hopefully it doesn't backfire on him. And we're having another fantastic look at that trophy, right?
Yeah, it's amazing.
I need to touch it.
It's out of the sun. I need to touch it. Out of the sun, it became golden. I thought it was silver.
It's like constantly evolving. But I said earlier, it's almost like the World Cup.
Yeah.
If you see the World Cup, you want to touch it, you know?
Yeah.
I just love it. I think it's amazing. What a great trophy for them to win. And yeah, we can see that they're ready to go. We will be getting going soon, guys, so do not worry. But just whilst we're waiting.
Yeah, there is it. The shake coat.
Here we go, having a nice little pose in front of the trophy. That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah,
2 teammates with a smile on their face just before they go at each other. Yeah, good guys.
A little dancer. Healthy sportsmanship between teammates.
Yeah.
They know that whatever happens here, it's like down to who was the best and luckiest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tyler, who's part of YGG as well, unfortunately went out earlier. But they're all so close-knit. They're all so together. So if one falls, the others pick them up, right? And it's good to see.
Getting them on stage to watch the drama unfold.
Yeah.
Like, we like to see the spicy things in life.
Also, I must ask, actually, just when we looked at the decks there, was there any particular deck that you liked the most at all, or?
I do like the ADHQ. I mean, I've been a fan. Like, actually, in the early days, ADHQ was the best, like in the alpha, the early alpha. ADHQ was an absolute menace. Like, it was impossible to beat it.
I mean, didn't you win a tournament with ADHQ?
No,
Quinte?
I didn't win.
But you took it there, right?
I took
you were
it.
repping,
Yeah, I got top 80 with it, and it was nice. Like, I mean, when they changed the Paragon into giving battle ready to be high calls, that's really kicked.
That's powerful.
Yeah,
that's so powerful.
Battle ready, it's a keyword that I would like to see more.
Yeah, I think it's actually one of the most powerful keywords in the game. Battle ready. Yeah. Along with Armed, I think Armed is really big as well.
See Feno here, getting ready.
Yeah, with his new hairstyle, which I actually think it suits him. And I said to him, he should try and have that a bit more permanently. Definitely makes him look like a baller, which he is.
Oh, look at this stage.
I know, incredible. Incredible.
Amazing venue. Amazing players, like all these TCG legends here.
Yeah, fantastic event. These players have spent the last year prepping, training, grinding, deck building, theory crafting, you name it. These guys have done it. Yeah. And
we've been through it all.
Yeah.
Casting every major tournament.
We've been there, we've seen it, we've spoken to the players.
Yeah.
And look at this, you know, Zeli nice and relaxed, getting a little bit of dancing going, but in his head, he's getting proper locked in.
He's getting locked in.
Yeah, he's getting locked in. Zeli means business. So I just can't wait for this. And yeah, I think probably the only shame here is, again, it's two teammates, but here we go. Straight into the game. So we see ADHQ for Feno versus Sippy for Zeliaser.
Yeah. So going heavy on the really an early start. However, Feno has so many answers in his hand right now. Like the 2 PSAs, the 2 Bannermans. This is gonna be a cook for him. It seems.
Zeli going first and playing the striker, which is pretty much the bog standard card that you play on 1. You do look for that. But you're right, he's got another PS8 there, Feno, so he's got a lot of removal. Straight into the replicator for Zeliaser. Can easily deal with that defender, the shield pod. And it's a quick start. It's the sort of start that we're expecting from Sippy.
Yeah.
You can see that more kind of removal here for Feno. Probably needs to try and get a couple more units going, which I think he will soon.
Yeah. I mean, I think going with ADHQ, actually having a start like this is fundamental for you to win, because ADHQ can go heavy on the mid-range. So it's totally fine right now for Feno in this regard. He got all the removals. He can control the game early on. And he's going to start to do that. However, Zeli, on the other hand, has that Magna there that really can get the tempo going for him. Has the Tabula also, has the other Relic. So yeah, we see here an easy clear from Zeli.
Lovely play
with the
that.
Magna.
Yeah. Lovely, just immediate answer.
Yeah, and look at Feno there, like,
vehicle.
just raising his eyebrows, like, obviously, Zeli had that Magna on turn 3.
They've always got it on 3. They've always got it on 3.
Yeah, especially Zeli.
Yeah.
But we see a Nura in Feno's hands.
Yes, massive. Absolutely
Massive card.
Yeah. The sort of card that you do want to be seeing early. You can play it, turns every unit into a vehicle. Super huge in an ADHQ, because then they all get the buff from the Paragon.
Yeah, and the good thing for Feno in this situation, like, he already drew the early game cards, so whatever he's getting now onwards is gonna be nice for him, especially with this Nura transforming everything into a vehicle. He's gonna be able to do some big combos there with the Paragon. And like, I mean, look at that Bannerman. Buffed by a PSA, but Zeli here is ramping up with another Relic.
Yeah, Zeli's kind of going
with
for
a Droshan in hand. This is gonna get really ugly, probably really ugly for Feno.
I mean, double Relic in a Sippy deck can really start to get out of control.
Look at this, using every bit of energy, Zeli.
Yeah.
Dropping the Reliant Gamma. This board is super scary.
Yeah.
Super scary. And on turn 5, like, this was perfect. Perfect curve. This is what you want to see playing CPUs. Like, populating the board, Magna on turn 3, fully on the Relics, and now a Droshan to the Sherry on top. There's, like, I mean, this setup is so difficult to deal with.
Perfect for Zeli, but an absolute kind of slightly nightmare for Feno.
Totally.
He does have a little bit of hope here, though. He used some of the removal there just to try and clear the board a little bit. He has put a defender down, so that defender can be getting a buff as well from ADHQ. He's just trying to stop the rot here at the moment. Oh, trying for your Roper.
Setting up more board.
Yeah, it's going to make the board go even more wider, even more insane. Probably the perfect thing that you wanted there, trying for your Roper. Keep the pressure going, keep the tempo going, keep asking Feno to have another answer for what you're doing.
Yeah.
And as you say, he's in a great position here where he's looking down the barrel for that kill very, very soon.
Barrel.
Yeah.
Down the shotgun.
Down the shotgun.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's getting out of control, and you can see here from Feno, Feno's face is like, wow, this got out of control quickly.
Yeah.
What is it that Feno's going to need here, do you think, to stop this? Can it be stopped at this point, do you think, Quinto?
He needs a miracle, to be honest.
Repurposed hardware?
He needs to hit that concede button.
Yeah, I mean, I was asking to be polite, but I thought that, it was the perfect start from Zeli. He had a quick start, double relics. He had all the ways to keep going wide, bringing back stuff with the Triumph Europa.
Yeah.
I mean, Feno had that nice removal, but against Sippy, you can remove stuff, but you also need to try and get on the board, right?
Yeah.
Because you need to try and develop your own board. So I thought it was a really tough game for Feno, great game almost a perfect game for Zeli. But it's still early days, so
Yeah. I mean, it was both of them went. We actually didn't see the bans, but I would assume it was the Shrouds.
Okay, cool.
And I mean, Zeli going with CPUs, like he won that the easy match, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. In the end of it, yeah. So we can see here in the replay. Yeah, so this is the replay here, just clearing the board, setting it up, so that you have basically the kill within sight, an incredibly wide board in this replay here. He's looking at the waste of the Triumph that he used, but he knew at that point that it was going to be a miracle really for Feno to come back into that.
So there we go. We still have
and you were
Feno
right.
versus Zeliaser.
You were right as well. The bans were the Shrouds. So we can see that the bans were Shroud, and we can see that they have to win with the other 3.
There we go. Zeli was telling me that little card there he has in the hand is his wife's favorite Pokemon card. He wanted to show it. He was waiting to be in the stage to show the card, so he could call out to his wife, his girlfriend.
Oh, you're actually being serious? This is legit? Okay.
Yeah, it's a real story.
Okay, right.
True story here.
Nice. It always looks like Zeli is listening to music. You know, he's always bopping. You know, he's just got this flow going.
He's listening to white noise, but turning it into absolute tunes.
Yeah, he's just jiving.
Jiving.
All right, here we go.
No.
Second game here.
So they didn't ban Shroud.
Oh yeah, okay.
So
Fair enough.
We have there the embedded agent early for Zeli, the Void Trapper, Singularity Steward, Feno on the other hand going again with ADHQ, and Zeli goes ahead with an embedded agent that probably is gonna get answered by that no snitching. So yeah, drops the armor support vehicle. And yeah, we see the armor support vehicle by Feno.
Are you surprised that Feno went again with ADHQ here? Or not? Do you just think like he just had one of those games where he can do anything, but he still thinks, okay, this is going to be one of my strongest starting decks. It's one of my best chances to kind of get on the board with points, and I can go from there.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's about it.
Yeah.
Trying to get that early win with the ADHQ in this situation. However, like this no snitching for Feno was key in that regard. We see Feno there already a bit mad about this early Romain researcher by Zeli, playing the take it or leave it, gets a no snitching. It's already setting up a good. He's like rubbing his hand like, I'm setting this up, my man. Like the tempo shroud is key. Definitely hurt by the no snitching Zeli. However, he has another embedded agent, has that Void Trapper to start getting resources. And yeah, Feno backs that relic repurposing and probably dropping the Romain researcher himself.
Yeah, I think so.
But I think in this situation, it will probably benefit Zeli in this case.
Yeah, because he gets the card draw as well. And he's already got card advantage, so yeah, I think I agree. It was almost forced to do that in a way, wasn't he? If you look at the other options, he had to take it or leave it, it had paid off. You don't really have anything else to do there. But I agree, it was like, you never really want to be playing Rummaging Researcher when there's another Rummaging Researcher on.
Yeah.
But had
That's
to do
why.
it.
That's why we saw Feno like.
Yeah.
Can't believe it, because he was already setting up with the armor support vehicle to get like big draws, and now he gave a ton of resources to Zeliaser, gets that stabilized shard that in this position he can play it. He has good tempo.
Yeah.
And can go ahead and play an embedded agent again also.
Oh, that's a good draw though from Feno. Getting the Crimson Fleet Machinist when he already had a handful of 2 take it or leave it, so paid off that you probably don't really want to use at this point in time. He needed something to generate more cards. Crimson Fleet Machinist is probably that card. So interested to see what he does here with that, to try and call in a vehicle. If he decides to play that, of course.
Yeah. So banking 1, since he has a lot of resources already, going with a stabilized shard, key card for a Neve deck, because you really want to get that early Neve. Goes ahead and play the embedded agent. Would be nice to play. There's no snitching on the Ramayan Researcher. He's cooking.
Yeah.
Feno in this position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blocking the chance of Feno getting benefit from the Ramayan Researcher. However, he has a nice hand there with the take it or leave it. He can really ramp things up with those 2.
What I kind of like here at the moment about how Zeli's playing this Neve is that at the moment he hasn't really played many effects, right? He has now played, of course, a Relic, which does count towards the Neve board, but he's just trying to create a very fast tempo, get as many units down as possible, make an aggro Neve, and so almost you don't rely on the Neve as much when you get there, right? You just try and win the game before it, and at the moment it's working. It is working, but look at what Feno drew.
Yeah, the Earthbreaker Cannon.
Yeah. One of your favorite cards. I love it when that comes down. Yeah.
A literal absolute unit. I mean, Feno is in such a tough spot here because, like, whatever he does, like with the Ramayan Researcher he has in hand, he's just gonna suffer from replenishing Zeliaser's hand. Look at this. And giving so many resources to Shroud. Shroud thrives on resources, especially Neve. So it's gonna be a big hill to climb.
Double take it or leave it from Feno.
Yeah.
He's going for the Paragon. So ADHQ is on.
To get some draws by himself.
Yeah. So he's gonna get a card draw there.
Yeah.
Oh, another take it or leave it.
Well.
Would you believe it?
Yeah. Goes ahead, clears that embedded agent, and has a nice board now.
Gets the victory.
Open to a Dominion.
Victory's big.
The victory is big here. Already Feno's getting his big units.
It was actually pretty good that he got that then, because if you look at Zeliaser drawing the Adira, can you imagine? Could have got the Adira to steal the victory if Zeliaser decided to do that. But I think, to be fair, that last turn there, I think Feno done pretty well actually, just to try and reverse the momentum. If we consider the board for Zeli, he had a lot of units on the board. It looked a little bit tricky, but I think Feno done really well there actually to turn that around.
Yeah, Zeliaser goes ahead and is thinking about the Neve's Dominion to just clear this temple.
Very good.
Get rid of it, get rid of the Paragon, who is... this ADHQ Paragon is really a threat.
Yeah.
If you let it live, especially with those big units in hand that Feno has. So now Zeliaser reset the board, basically. But Feno is in a good position now. He can start drawing again with Ramayan Researcher or dropping that victory to basically start dealing some damage. For example, if he drops the victory here, Zeliaser won't be able to play Adira next turn.
No, because you'll just get wiped off the board. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
And what is he going for here? Victory?
He is doing it.
There you go.
I like it. What I love about the victory is that if you can get it down and your opponent doesn't necessarily have any board whatsoever, you can start to try and control the board really well.
And now suddenly Feno is in a really good spot. Has Zeliaser at 16 health. Oh, but this Honor Sword might do some damage here. However, the Master Poisoner in Feno's hand will be able to deal with it. Dealing more damage to the face, 2 damage, streaming down that health. That's what you want to see when you're playing Markolian with that Earthbreaker cannon in hand. And there's no way for Zeliaser to deal with this armor support vehicle that has shield and then no snitches.
Yeah, I love
the
it.
Honor Steward to prevent Feno from getting back his victory.
This is one of those little moves that's so sneaky. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing it. I wasn't seeing it. I was locked in the all the plays there.
Yeah, I absolutely love that move.
Ooh, really good, Zeliaser.
And also, to be fair, he done it in the right order as well. Getting the Baron down so you can at least get some kind of an effect from that. And he got supply cache, so really well played.
Well played by Zeliaser. Really well played. Now Feno's gonna have to build up again. However, in this situation, I think his biggest threat right now, if it's Zeliaser manages to steal the Earthbreaker cannon with the treasures, for example, the Master Poisoner doesn't serve him anymore. And he's probably going to replenish resources with the Romain Researcher and the Armor Support Vehicle. Now that Zeliaser is encountering it, probably keep Dreaming Face with the Armor Support Vehicle, getting Zeliaser closer to lethal.
Yeah.
Saving those cheap units, cheap vehicles to get some combos going with the Earthbreaker Cannon. He will only need 2 vehicles with the Earthbreaker Cannon play if he trims a bit more life, more health from Feno.
I mean, that's the scary thing with the Earthbreaker cannon, is that it can deal 5 damage to any target. If it was 5 damage to a unit, that would be massive in itself, but 5 damage to any target just means that it gives you so much versatility. It can become your win condition.
And now we're gonna see the Adira play. Let's see.
Oh,
this is gonna be massive.
Yeah, we love our Adira plays. So here we go. Adira into...
Well, he needs to go through the armor support vehicle first. What is he gonna do? Needs a minion? At 1 damage, that's great, actually. Can attack phase, can start doing damage. What will he get? This is the spray. This card removes an upgrade. Would have been massive against the Memento, however, ADHQ is not running it.
That was smart. I like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
starts dealing damage to the face. He's at 8 health, Zeliaser. He needs to get it going here. Gets a Wong.
Wong and a glaive was there. It goes for the Wong. Is that going to... Let's see. Is Wong going to be selfish here? Is he going to buff something else that can attack on that turn? I mean, buffing. Oh, okay, here we go.
The Baron.
Buff the
That's
Baron.
Great.
We like a buffed Baron.
Yeah, Selly just trims the board. Couldn't do any more damage to the face. And he draws the Treacherous.
I tell you what, Quinto, it's not often that you see a Dominion used for 1 damage, but if you were ever going to see it, that was the moment to do it, right?
Yeah.
Clear 2 units, still have units on the board, and then basically clear the board afterwards.
Yeah.
Incredible.
He needed to establish some tempo to get like the chance at dealing like lethal damage at some point. He has a Saveless Shard. He can play Neve early. He can do that lethal damage and save himself because he's really low right now, and Feno is forced to drop the Earthbreaker Cannon without anything to play it with. How is he gonna do lethal damage now? To Selly. Goes ahead, Selly with the Treacherous here, probably taking that.
I was going to say,
Feno
this is going to be too
concedes.
difficult. This is going to be too difficult to turn around.
Yeah.
I mean, as you say, playing the Earthbreaker Cannon but not having a follow-up with it. When your opponent has a board, the Earthbreaker Cannon is basically going to be forfeit. It's going to get killed. I mean, he just had so many other resources as well in Zelly's hand compared to Feno, who was kind of running out. So, yeah, it was. He's loving it again. Didn't even need to use the Neve. It's exactly what we talked about. This is one of the best ways I feel to play Neve. Is that if you can just get nice aggro starts, play lots of units, try and win the game nice and early. He was getting low in health, but that's not a surprise with your Shroud. If you're Shroud, you're very used to going low in health. You take a lot of damage, but you look to overturn it in ways of either reversing the game somehow with a massive board like Neve. We now know that Marley has the heal back, so there's also that. And of course, you know, Marley can do a lot of damage as well to basically win the game for you. So it's been an incredibly quick start for Zeli in both.
Yeah.
And he's flying at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it was a key play there with the honor sword and the no snitching, preventing Feno to get back his victory. I think that was a turning point of this matchup. But well, it happens. I mean, both of these Neve decks are really equipped to deal with anything, really. Yeah. And the amount, like as we also spoke about, like, the amount of resources that Zeli was getting because of that early Ramayan Researcher, it was too much for Feno to handle.
Yeah, I think that Rummaging Research has been one of the best additions to the game in Aftermath.
Yeah.
So versatile.
And we see here again Feno with the ADHQ and Zeli on the Earth.
He's determined to win with it, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not giving up with it.
However, this matchup, like I think, for what I've seen, the ADHQ matchup is favored against Earthen.
Okay.
So let's see how it plays out. Goes ahead, gets the card that we all want. Playing Earthen in the Steward of the Garden on turn 1. This is fundamental, but these wall breakers are going to be really neat in this situation.
Yeah. I think the slightly unfortunate thing for Feno there is that he did not have a no snitching to immediately deal with the Steward of the Garden, because as you say, that's the one thing that Earthen are looking to play on one, but then you know that you need to try and stop that ramp. To be fair, it was a pretty good start from Feno though, getting the wall breaker down. Good start, but the ramp is still happening, and he can just go straight into Rummaging Researcher.
Oof. This card has been a blessing to Zeliaser, the Ramayan Researcher, playing it early, both games.
Getting another Rummage in as well.
Yeah, again with the early Ramayan, preventing Feno from probably getting stuff going. So now with the wall breaker.
I mean, you can see, just looking at Feno here, you can see that Feno is looking a little, slightly a little concerned. Just knowing that this game now is, you know, almost sudden death for him here.
Yeah.
I like that he's played the Vindicator though. Big card, big threat. Can allow him to use the damage if it dies, the Aftermath, to try and clear something on the board as well. So I think so far it's actually okay for Feno. He's had probably one of the better starts. He's dealt with the ramp as well. So used the wall breaker to kill the Steward of the Garden. So yeah, pretty good start so far from both players here.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because right now we see Feno with a big board that actually can withstand a Virulent Spores. So if Feno manages to get the tempo going, keeping his units on board, he will be able to deal that lethal damage early on, which is what he needs actually.
I mean, if the Wong actually buffs one of those other two units here, this could be it does as well. Oh my God, he buffs the Vindicator. 7/7 Vindicator. That's fantastic.
Massive.
Yeah, that's big.
And he has a good position in here. Has that wall breaker on 3 health. Doesn't the Vindicator nor the Wong will die against Virulent Spores. And now we see Zeliaser against the ropes here. Probably forced to play another Ramayan Researcher here. Conceals.
Yeah. Conceals so we can set it up for the rummaging, as you say.
But look at this, at Feno's hand, man.
Yeah, scary.
Scary.
Super scary.
And, you know, like in this case, the Scimitar Captain is really good since Zeli is low on resources in the hand. He can just play the effect if he wants, and basically trim down Zeli's hand.
Exactly what he wants to get rid of. Absolutely. I mean, when you look at Feno's hand, he's basically got, aside from the victory, he's almost got every vehicle that you're hoping to get from ADHQ. It's so solid.
Yeah.
And what I love about the Vindicator as well is the fact that, so the Vindicator on the board right now has been snitched, but having another couple, which you can use if they die, they don't get snitched. So you can use the Aftermath ability to try and keep control of the board. So important, so powerful.
I mean, using the scimitar, like the guerrilla tactics here, to see Zeliaser's hand, guerrilla warfare, I mean, which is the effect side of the scimitar captain. He wants to see what Zeliaser has in hand. We see Zeliaser already saying GG's.
Oh, he's played the unit.
Oh,
he played
he actually played the unit. He didn't watch.
I think he just maybe wants to keep more tempo going on the board.
The tempo, and that's it. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about what Zeliaser has in hand. He's just gonna go face. Face is the place.
Face is the place.
Face is the place. No snitch, that Romanian researcher to block any sort of situation going there in replenishing resources. Already at 15 health, Zeliaser.
And look at all those units getting buffs as well.
Vehicles buffing themselves with the ADHQ.
Massive.
Still not a good turn for this Terra Glider. So.
Okay.
Ooh.
So, okay. Yeah, it's a concede.
Concede from Zeli.
Zeli went for it, but in the end, couldn't quite find the card he needed there. The Hail Mary, it was a Hail Mary he was going for. He couldn't find it. And a massive win. A massive win
the
for...
crowd.
Yeah. Massive
Cheers for Feno.
Indeed. He needed it. It keeps him in the game. So it's 2-1.
Yeah.
And it's getting exciting now, right? It's really getting exciting.
Yeah. It's one game at a time.
What do you think was the the tipping point there as to how Feno was able to win that game in the end relatively comfortably?
I think he got all, like as you were saying, he got all the mid-rangey, low-cost, powerful vehicles.
Yes.
Many copies of them, like the Vindicator, the Wall Breaker, forcing Zeliaser to like not have many options to actually set up a tempo and then get overwhelmed by more copies of Vindicator, a Wong. I mean, a Wong against Earthen in that situation, buffing a Vindicator, is especially in the middle position.
That's massive.
I mean, it's really difficult. Like, for Earthen, it's difficult to deal with a big unit.
Yeah.
Hello.
And if it's already like a big unit and a bunch of other units, then it's too difficult to climb the hill, even with a Virulent Spores. Well, we see that Zeli is unfazed by this loss. He knew that he wasn't at a disadvantage there. And now probably facing, what are we going to see from Feno?
Well, I'm interested. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm wondering what he's going to go for next. Potentially, I mean, he brought Shroud too, potentially, unless that got banned. I'm not quite sure, honestly. I'm thankful and happy that Feno won that game. So we can see more of Feno's plays, because I think so far at the tournament he's done pretty well. He started really quickly, he won 3-0.
There we go.
So he does go for Shroud. And he gets his knee. So
not a good early hand here for turn 1. However, that Void Trapper might be good. Might be key in this matchup.
I think also what's key here for Feno is that he has the Provoke Caretaker for Zeli is actually quite powerful.
Yeah. And also the Premier Conduit, really nice in that Shroud matchup, going early with it. With Shielded, it's really difficult for Shroud to deal with it, especially if you play it in a good way. I was scared. I was like, Zeli's going to play that one cost? No.
Yeah, no, you really don't want to do that.
Yeah. So probably we will see Feno here setting up that Void Trapper, and next turn he might go with no snitching the shield pot. Maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe to start getting some resources there. No snitches, Zeli no snitches the Void Trapper. So it didn't happen. Goes ahead early on with a take it or leave it, and we will see a Provoked.
He's going to go for another Primea, potentially, or is he? I think Provoked is really good here, though.
Well, it dies to the Erasure.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
there we go.
True.
Yeah, he wants to set something up that might stick, gets another Virulent Spores, and has that Relic repurposing in hand. so well.
I mean, when you look at Feno's hand here, the fact that he's got actually quite a nice pattern of play here. Baron, you can use the Erasure after that. You can then, if the Baron's still alive, you can look at play and say Baron and Triumph, but I think he's actually thinking about banking the Triumph now. He is, fair enough. But once you get the Baron on the board, that's one of your best ways to try and control decks in general, but especially Earthen.
Yeah. I mean, well, Baron disappeared, and Feno probably setting up an early Adira here for next turn.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I did it. Yeah. The Baron is in the field actually.
Yeah, he's on. The Baron's on.
Goes to a Moonlit, heals a Crimea Conduit. Gets a Terra Zeliaser.
Okay. And then Embedded Agent comes in for Feno as well.
Do we see a nice Erasure play here with the Baron?
I'm wondering whether he does look at doing that, because even though he looks shielded, the Moonlit isn't shielded.
Yeah.
He always has that kind of slight overlay over him, so he could do it. So playing the take it or leave it, of course, is going to provide the copy, not copy, but another effect of the same cost. You could still, of course, do the Erasure here.
Ooh, gets the Honor Sword. This is nice card to get here, especially against the Crimea Conduit. The Erasure is not that viable since the Crimea Conduit has that shielded on. But can deal with the Moonlit, which is another good target.
Yeah, I don't like the Moonlit as much here because I feel like the Moonlit is just going to be growing each turn. But I do like this play. I like playing Adira. You've got a chance to do it. And potentially still a massive, massive card.
Massive Terramech.
Yes. In the end, he just gets a rummaging Researcher. Which actually, to be honest, isn't too bad because you're rummaging when there's no rummaging on the board. So you kind of get nice, good value from it. But yeah, I was really hoping we got a Terramech there.
Yeah,
I would
that would have
jumped
been
up my chair.
massive.
Yeah.
Literally massive. I mean, we see here the no snitching. He's using that no snitching to prevent any sort of shenanigans from Earthen and gets the tempo going.
I like
this
that.
Is really good.
I like that.
Feno.
I mean, he decided he did not want Zeli to have the opportunity to even play Nehemiah when the Moonlit would have gone up in health even more, would have become like a 6/6. So just stop the growth on the Moonlit. So it stays as a 2/4. I quite like that. Provoked looks like it's the next play here for Zeli, or not. Cunning, he's gone for Cunning. Cool. Cunning Diplomat.
And
to
some
look for
resources
more
going,
cards.
drops that relic to start stacking up the counters and maybe get a nice real Terra turn somewhere in the near future.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely it was well done by Zeli defending there with the Crimea Conduit. I mean, by Feno attacking first with the Adira and then no snitching the Moonlit. Definitely was good.
Yeah.
Now he has the option here to probably go with Honor Sword.
I mean, he's got the opportunity as well to go with another rummaging, right? And then get double value, which could be interesting. He doesn't necessarily need a lot more cards, does he, Feno? He's got a decent amount.
Playing Shroud and going with the big board, the big tempo board against Earthen, that's really good in these situations. But I guess Feno just wants to go ahead and play that stabilized chart.
I tell you what,
starts ramping up.
He's got such a great hand here. Dominion, a couple of Erasures.
Many resources.
He can only have 3. He's got both of them in there. It's quite nice, actually, with a lot of the changes in the game, especially to Paragon. So for Nehemiah, of course, the Paragons can't be snitched anymore. Honest Stewards can't deal with the Paragons anymore as well. So kind of having an Erasure just to keep hold on and wait for Nehemiah to come down. He's got that kind of safety blanket, if you will.
Yep. Now we see probably a wonk play here by Zeliaser.
Yep, called it.
Let's see. Gets a Soleil and Terra Glider. Approaching that key turn here with the Terra Glider. Buffs the Moonlit, deals with the Baron. Stacking up those canters with the Altar of Gaia. This is going to be a spicy endgame.
Oh, he draws another Terra as well?
Another Terra Glider. So, I mean, many options here, especially with that, the Romanian researchers, Feno, probably getting an early Neefs already at 8 energy. Look at that. Getting the third Ramayan Researcher for a big draw here.
God.
A big gulp.
Yeah, it's not often you see 3 rummaging on the board, is it? But it's quite a sight.
This is,
Oh, Siphon's pretty decent as
yeah.
well.
Gets
Not
that
bad.
Wong. Really clean there.
Oh, Malia as
He
well.
can set up. Well, actually, did he bank at Dominion already?
He did bank it.
Yeah, going ahead with a Erasure.
But that's okay, yeah.
Probably being able to deal with the Moonlit also and the Life Siphon. There we go.
Yeah, spot on. Can kill it with the rummaging.
Oh, he didn't go with it. He didn't go with the Life Siphon. Why is he saving it?
I'm not sure, but I also don't mind it. I think he could have just dealt with it with the board. Maybe he feels it holding on to it. He might need it to bring the shield down against the Terramech and then use the Erasure.
So, Selly searching for that Terramech. Let's see if he gets it. Selly, then the high roll or not.
I mean,
let's see.
This is what we're here for.
Yeah,
We
this is
are
the place
here.
that we yearn for. And no.
And no, he doesn't get it.
Gets
Doesn't get it. Not bad, but obviously not what we were after.
Yeah. But
Gets an accolade.
sadly I think won't be able to trigger the muster, which would have been good actually. If he heals here, no, Feno is also at 30.
I mean, these acolytes can usually be pretty good. But in this situation, you really want the Terramech, don't you?
Yeah.
Because it's such a hassle for any deck to deal with, but for Shroud, you need to try and find a way to bring the shield down. I think that's why he was holding on to the Siphon. I think he was almost anticipating that type of move. Luckily for Feno, we didn't see it, but we do know that there's another Terramech, another Terraglide in the hand.
Yeah.
There's also Terror in the hand as well for Zeli, so still got a lot of good options here.
Ooh, and Feno gets the Sabo, preventing Selly from doing a big play with Terra on the next turn.
Perfect.
He knew that Selly was cooking that up.
Perfect. This is the advantage of practicing with your teammates. You know exactly what they're going to do. Yeah.
I mean, this board is scary for Shroud. Like this is a situation that you want to be in playing Shroud actually in this matchup. Feno backs the Malia. Interesting. I mean, there's not an easy target to actually deal himself damage to actually play that Malia and get something going. Like this is not the matchup where you want to do like 20 damage to the face with Malia. But getting the tempo with Shroud at this stage of the game, heading into a Neef turn, this is how you play this matchup.
Yeah.
Really well done by Feno in this situation.
I agree. I actually think this is a really, really tough matchup for Shroud.
Yeah.
It's way tougher now than it was 2-3 months ago.
Ooh,
and at the moment, Feno's making it look pretty easy when it's actually quite tough. So credit to Feno.
And Zeliaser knows that he's in a bad spot. The crowd laughs at the hint of it, and he goes for it. Though
he does go for it.
He does goes for this concede, and we have a 2-2 now.
Wow. So we're seeing here a big comeback at the moment from Feno.
Comeback from Feno.
Huge Feno comeback. And as you say, this is a matchup that's tough. He played that so well. Like he stopped all the threats really there from Earthen. He was building his own board. He was making it tough. Getting the Baron down was really decent. He just done a lot of great things there that just made it difficult for Zeli to really get going. So huge credit to Feno because he made that honestly look easier than it is against Earthen.
Yeah. Definitely dropping those 3 Ramayan Researchers. So many resources. And I mean, what are we going to see here? An Earthen matchup? The most feared matchup of all. Whoever wins this is the one moving ahead. I mean, we spoke about it. Like, whoever won the Earthen matchup probably is the one that's going to
Well, it often comes down to the mirrors, doesn't it? A lot of the times we see, it's just that's how fine margins are with a lot of these players here. And if we see the Earthen mirror here, we know that Earthen mirrors can go a long time. So we might have to get quite
prepared.
comfortable.
Yeah, get your water, go search for some water,
exactly.
your tea, and
just stretch out a
get
little
comfy.
bit. Yeah, do my exercises, you know, stretch my legs. But I mean, honestly, you can see Feno now. I'm just looking at his body language. He must be buzzing that he's been able to come back from 2-0 down.
That's a good thing. It's like one game at a time. It's not like he has to climb a compounded hill as in other games. It's just win one game, then the next one, and you're there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's the other thing as well, is that when you are already a top player, Feno's got years of experience, right, in these tournaments with Hearthstone. You know that, like, you go 2-0 down, you're not out. You stick with it, you believe in yourself, you keep going, and you just stick with the strategy and how you play. You don't panic, and you know that eventually it's going to go your way, and it has. And so, fantastic for him.
I mean, we have seen it time and time again in all these majors, like players like Lambi, on the brink of death, and there we go.
Yeah.
Earthen matchup.
Earthen Mirror, here we go. Lock in, guys.
Oh, the early Terra mech for both of them.
Yeah. And the allocated provisions down
Zeli
on 1 for
gets
Feno.
the Stewie. That's going to be nice.
Yeah.
However, this curve for Feno is not that bad. He will be forced to bank one of these great units here to play that Connie Diplomat.
Interesting.
Search for something else. Ooh,
Okay,
that's not what you want
Formidable.
to see. The Formidable and gets replenished with the Terra Glider.
Yeah.
But look at this, too. Take
Wow.
or leave it for Zeliaser. Could be going into that early. Terra mech on top of that has the Steward of the Garden already on it. Would we see that?
What I'm going to ask you now is, are we going to see Terramech versus Terramech, where it's just one damage, and we're here for 2 hours?
I mean, I think in this matchup, you want to get some nice board going on. And whoever does that might be in a more comfortable position.
Yeah.
I would say.
Right.
See Feno here with the Ramayan Researcher and already has that allocated provision in place.
Yeah. That was lovely to play on 1. Just get that down.
Yeah.
One of the strongest relics in the game now, allocated provisions. Fantastic relic. Really happy that's in the game. Initially, I wasn't too sure as to how viable that would actually be, but wow, we've just seen the power of it, the ability to create so many resources in your deck, and we can see here at the moment that he was getting some supply caches going into the deck.
Yeah, and there we go here. Zeli
Here we
ramping
go.
it up with a take it or leave it. What is he gonna fill
Here
up
we
the
go.
board or go with something big here?
He's going for it. He's
And
going for the
goes for it.
and
The
look at
Terra
him.
mech right away.
Look at him go. The hand is up. He
And
knows
the
he's
crowd erupts
I think
with that early Terra mech.
Yeah. Zeli with the 3 take it or leave it. He puts them in for this moment, you know, to go early on the Terra mech.
This is overwhelming.
Yeah. So, Feno now needs to figure out a way to have an answer to the Terra mech, or at least try and get his own big threat down, so that Zeli has to start looking at that seriously, because we know that in this matchup you can create a lot of defenders in Earthen, so there are often ways to prevent lethal just by passing defender over to defender, but fantastic. Getting the Terra mech down puts you in the driver's seat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a good spot either way for Feno. Well, in the sense that he's developing a board, however, and might be able to drop his own Terra mech and start balancing things out. But definitely it's a turn behind already. And there's some nice turns going on here next for Zeliaser.
Yeah.
Already with that Terra mech in board. Will be able to deal with this board, especially if he gets an Altar of Gaia, for example, start doing that flourish effect for the Terra mech here.
Yeah, and also for the Terror as well in his hand when he gets to that point. Yeah, absolutely true. Interesting kind of hand here for Zeli as well. He's got Provoke Caretaker, which he's looking like banking, and he does. Goes for Wong,
Yeah.
which I think is cool. Imagine if Wong buffs the Terra. Okay, so
Whoa,
hold the
hold the
line
line is
and
nice.
Steward. Okay.
So we probably see Zeliaser.
And it does buff.
Yeah,
It does buff
buffs
it. Of course it does.
Yeah.
Wong knew that he was on TV.
Yeah.
He never does this on the ladder at all. He just always buffs himself, but he's showing off now. So I thought, let's just make this even more extravagant.
Ooh, when Zeliaser gets that snow snitching, he knows now what comes next. The whole line, he's gonna save it here probably to deal with a shielded on Feno's Teramec and no snitching.
Yep.
Damn. So we see a 5-card reveal from this Terra Glider, probably, from Feno.
I wonder what he's searching for here. Okay. So he gets the Luminous Caller.
Luminous Caller.
Not bad.
No.
Actually pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, especially with the flourish mechanics that he can get going.
But
Not
how?
bad at all.
He doesn't have a way to actually trigger it right now.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
And he doesn't have an answer for this Zeliaser's Teramec right now.
Okay.
He needs some no snitching. No snitching. He has to hold the line. Is he going to bank it?
What's happening here? We're just seeing some conceals, aren't we? Or,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He has a piece of the puzzle with that hold the line, but he needs a no snitching to go through that Teramec.
Yeah.
They both have the answer actually, so this is gonna be rough.
Okay.
Zeliaser.
So immediately placing the defender now on the Terramec. That's what you want.
Already removing the shielded from the Teramec. Feno playing some mind games here. Well, actually, the no snitching is free, so it's not like he's gonna do anything.
So Spores is coming for Feno. Spores not the greatest.
Zeliaser thinks there's no Teramec in Feno's hand, so he banked that hold the line, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so revealing both a primary conduit.
Gets a relic repurposing. Really nice here to deal with that allocated provisions. And getting the flourish going for the Teramec.
Yeah.
Interesting.
For his own Teramec gets
Well,
another no
gets another no
snitching.
snitching.
Zeliaser, he's getting everything.
Oh wow, this is huge.
This is what you want to see
This
playing
is a
Earthen
decisive
here.
turn. Yeah. Yeah. The fact that
But will he be able to actually trigger the flourish since it's a 1-cost? I don't think so.
oh no, because yeah, if he's taking the damage, it won't be
He
able
will
to.
just heal it.
Yeah, it won't
That's it.
overheal it. Yeah,
So no effect.
it's not bad, is it? It's okay still.
Yeah. So let's see.
Look at Feno's hand.
Yeah, Feno's hand is scary, to be
Yeah.
honest. I mean, if Feno recovers here and manages to deal with this Teramec, he might be able to turn it around. He has the Virulent Spores there that can actually start doing some damage and clearing some of this tempo that
Oh,
and gets the
snitching.
no snitching.
yeah, okay.
It's a part of the puzzle. He
Yeah.
actually has it now. He already played the hold the line on the Teramec and
he snitches
removes
it. He snitches it.
the description
Wow.
on Zeliaser's Teramec. This is huge for Feno. Drops his own.
Massive, massive. He really needed that, because otherwise that would have just got really nasty really quickly.
Yeah. And now we're going to see Feno probably trying to keep his board alive so he can play it into Terra.
Yeah.
But won't be too successful in it since now, I mean, even if the Teramec doesn't have a description, it's still a 12-12.
Do you think that there is a lot of case for running say, a Master Poison in Earthen to deal with Tyramex more easily? Or do you just think it's a case of just using the likes of No Snitching just to remove it?
Well, I think we're going to see Zeliaser here go and search for another Tyramec. He's concealing the 2 cards he has in hand, deals with this Terra Glider. He wants to get rid of the Defender. Goes, attacks with Wong.
Yeah.
Feno defense with that Terra Glider. Passes down. And now he can remove everything from that Tyramex. Search for his own Tyramex.
So, revealing 6 cards.
And I mean, this is a classic play.
Gets hold the line.
Yeah, so he doesn't waste another No Snitching here.
Removes the shield.
Draws.
This is a nice play so far from Zelia. I like it. Oh,
and
he doesn't
another
get
one.
it. Another Acolyte.
But he can actually trigger Flourish here, which is good.
You can see Zelly saying, come on, like, another one?
Yeah.
I've had enough of these today, surely.
Place it in the middle there in case of a virulent.
Yeah.
Triggers a Flourish. What is he choosing here? The Tyramex, I guess.
So there you go. Look, they've both been shielded, both been snitched now.
Yeah. Clears a bit of a board, prevents some of the...
And there you go. Look, he's going to take it straight out.
Yeah, he's
take
going
the 10-10 out.
And then the Luminous Color,
Oh, is
probably.
he? he's debating it.
Yeah.
Do I go face it? Do I take it out? Yeah, I think it's the right play. Take out the 10-10. Don't leave a 10-10 on the board, even if it is snitched. Too much damage.
Selly concealing again, and we'll have a chance for a Terra next turn here with the allocated provisions. And also, I mean, now Feno is not playing that Terra on a big board.
No, he's not at all. 2 allocated provisions in the hand as well. 2 formidable presences. It's okay, actually. The hand, though, it's, you know, none of these players have actually done damage to each other. It's just been a battle on the board. So we've still got a very long way to go in this game, haven't we? I think.
Well, it's going to come down if Selly manages to get that Terra on the Terra Glider he has in hand.
So Moonlit comes in as the draw for Feno. What would you be looking at doing here, Quinto? I mean, you play a lot of Earthen, so you're probably much more of a natural at it than I am. What would you be thinking with that type of hand?
Well, at this point, I think there's an option to actually play those formidable presence and try to trim down the board, maybe.
Yeah, okay. I can see that.
So Feno wants to know what Zeliaser is going to be defending with, so he can make his next decision. The fact that they are both at 30 health.
I know. and the
nothing has happened here.
The shield pod's still on the board for Zelly as well. You know, when the shield pod's still on the board, like halfway through the game, it's been one of those games.
Yeah. One of those earthen mirrors.
Yeah, exactly.
So he goes with the Caretaker. Let's go with the popularity in the board route. And yeah. So we're going to see Selly here make it or break it, basically.
I actually quite like that from Feno. I thought that was quite cool. So he played Provoked and then he played the Premier Conduit. Quite like that. Yeah. Gets 2 units on the board with juicy stats on them. I thought it was decent.
Yeah, this is a nice board for Feno, setting it up again for that Terra. So let's see. It's 1 extra energy. Selly will be able to play the Altar of Gaia.
Yeah.
Also, so well, he's just going through. Yeah, he's filling up the board also.
Yeah. Get the double value with the other rummaging on the board.
Yeah, he's setting up the stage for a big turn. Okay. Potentially big turn, searching for the Terra.
Oh,
Ooh, get the Soleil, nice.
Oof. Okay.
Nice card to get here in this situation.
conceals again, gets the 2 supply caches in there.
Yeah. Wonder if he's gonna play it. He's signaling the Terra Glider. It's like
Still off,
shaking his hands off, shaking the bad luck. Like he's going for the
going
Terra
for
Glider.
it.
Let's see.
Can he get it at a 3rd time of asking?
Is he going for a Terra or a Terra mech
I
here?
think he's
going
going
for a
for
Terra.
Terra.
Big board.
He's going for the Terra.
There we go. He has a no snitching to deal with anything. Draws.
Surely he's got to get
with
the Terra
the
here.
Romayan researchers get some supply cache, a +1/+1 here at rations. Another one to get
another cache
shielded.
comes in.
Nice. And let's see.
I mean, he's been unlucky getting the Terra mech, but is he going to be lucky getting the Terra, Quinto? We're about to find out.
Yeah.
If he gets the Terra, this will definitely make up for not getting the Terra mechs earlier.
And has the hold the line again to
Wow.
to complement with his no snitching. This card has been really nice.
Yeah. It's been one of the MVPs, I think, in this game so far.
He's passing. He's not using it. And
He
gets a
it.
Terra.
He gets it. He gets
Ow.
the Terra. Huge.
Here we go.
So-
Look at this with a big board.
Massive. So Zeli, he was unlucky and not to get the Terra mech. but
He wants to
certainly
play the
hit big
Altar
here.
of Gaia to do.
Yeah, and here we go. He can trigger the flourish again from Terra and
Look at this.
buff the board even more.
Insanity.
A +2/+2. This
There we
is just
go.
exactly what you want. You can see Feno's face. He's like, yeah, I mean, this is how you do it. I just didn't want it done to me.
Yep. Look at this. Look
And
at
fantastic
this.
play.
And gets more counters on those and that Altar of Gaia to
Yeah.
keep buffing his
Yeah.
board. This is absolutely overwhelming
Yeah.
situation for Feno.
Absolutely crazy. He can keep using it to trigger the flourishes. This is, I hate to call it early, but I'm feeling like I don't know necessarily how Feno can come back from this. Do you think there's a comeback here, Quinto? I mean, it's
A disconnect maybe?
yeah, disconnect. Yeah, I mean, it's almost the perfect
Look
end
at
game,
this.
isn't it, for Earthen, about
Yeah.
getting the Terra, being able to trigger and re-trigger
Yeah.
the flourishes.
I mean, we're probably going to see Feno
Here we
here
go.
going with the formidable presences.
Yeah, look, you can see Feno
Look
just
at
saying, look,
this.
it's just,
More.
triggering it again, getting the extra
More.
buffs.
11-11.
Yeah.
Look at this. What is, yeah.
I mean, all those formidable presences are going to do is just delay the inevitable at this point.
Yep.
Having several units on the board that have 11 damage or 10 or more damage in parallel means that
Feno
it's pretty
laughs.
much game over, isn't it, when you see
Yeah.
them on the board. He is going for his own Terra, though. Fair play. You can see Zeli's already celebrating.
Yeah.
And he's
There
got
we
it.
go.
Zeli's got
Zeliaser
it. So
gets
Zeli
it.
progresses 3-2.
Insane mirror.
What a game there. And what an ending to the game as well.
Yeah. People were
Honestly.
cheering a lot during the match. That was great to see.
Oh, and it's a
Great
nice
to
moment
watch.
as well.
Yeah. The two members here
The
from
two YGG team
tugging it
members. Yeah. It's never nice, is it, where you've got not sort of, you know,
I mean-
take one of your teammates out. But
He didn't get the Terra mech, but got the Terra that right.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I just can't believe how well that Terra went. That was incredible.
Look at that.
Yeah, so we're looking at a
No
replay
snitching.
here of the point where the snitches applied to the Terra mechs. It was quite a key moment in the game. We saw the Terra mechs come on. We thought, wow, how's this going to go? But both players were able to apply snitching to the Terra mechs and try and control it. And then this was the moment, I think, where Zeli was able to get the Terra. He was unlucky enough. He couldn't get the Terra mech, but he got the Terra. And it made the game for him. It actually won the game for him. It was the winning point. So absolutely incredible.
Massive.
And when you're playing Earthen, this is almost the perfect end game that you want to have. Wide board that just gets massive because you've got Terra getting flourished and flourished and flourished. So great competitors, honestly.
He didn't use a hold the line there because if he got Terra, he knew that he could play that Altar of Gaia and start cooking
Yeah,
with Terra.
yeah, absolutely. Played
Really well
fantastic.
done.
Yeah, I mean,
Really
they both played
well
so fantastic.
by both of
Top
these.
level play.
Yeah.
It looked a bit sketchy for Feno, didn't it, early on, because Zeli just had such a quick start.
Yeah.
But they made such a great round of it, both of them.
Hold the line, dude.
Yeah.
It was an amazing key card in this matchup.
Yeah. And when you look at the fact that YGG have such a big representation here, and you look at these boys, these guys are constantly competing at the top levels in the tournaments. They're getting far. YGG have such a bright future because these guys aren't going anywhere. If anything, they're just getting started still in parallel. So they're going to keep competing at this level for, I think, for many, many more years to come. And hopefully in the future, they don't get matched up against each other early on, so that YGG can have, you know...
It was unfortunate, like...
Yeah.
Feno matching up early on against Tyler, then in the losers bracket matching themselves up, and now we're going to see them match again, Zeliaser against Sekinox.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, eventually it's just one winner, so
yeah, I agree.
One of them can win. And yeah, really nice series. We nearly see once again an upset here.
Yeah, we could do, yeah. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to be... in a very few moments, going to be going to an interview, I think, with Zeli. It could be quite cool, actually. So
nice.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I think we've just been treated to a wonderful, wonderful game, and I know we've got many more to come. So yeah, let's go down to that interview.
When will we be giving the avatars? Okay, and we are back, guys. And next to me is none other than Catherine from the Marcolian faction. So give it up to Melissa, all the way from Los Angeles. Now, Catherine, if you don't mind giving us a twirl, let us just see what you did here. Jeez, excellent. And do you have any signature Catherine moves that you know of?
Greetings from Mars.
Yeah, let's give it up. And you actually play some parallel, right? You said your favorite faction is...
Shroud. I know, I'm repping the Marcolian, but I gotta have all my love out there to Shroud, of course. Our Queen Neve, love her.
Amazing. I think we should get Melissa a Kathy avatar. I'm just saying, Fitch. I think she deserves one. Like, let's give her another round of applause just for coming here today. Thank you, Melissa. And we're going to give it back to the studio now. We're heading over to our third players team match. And hopefully you'll get your avatar soon as well. I'll be right back.
Oh, thank you for that, Tia and Melissa. Oh, sorry. Not Melissa. Catherine, the Mad General right there, man. That's amazing. You know, I was listening a while ago to Kinto. And like Kinto said, one of the YGG guys, specifically Feno, it's Jover, man. It's Jover for Feno.
Yeah, this is the end of the line for him, unfortunately. However, his teammate Zeliaser is going to be moving on to the next round.
Yeah, it was a long match, though. Like, dude, 5 games. This is the first one that we've had that it has like a total of 5 straight games. It was a looming reverse sweep, but we saw like Zeliaser at the end. Like, no. It's just I'm gonna be getting this win. You're not gonna be getting the reverse sweep right there, if you know.
Yeah, the games are quite grindy. You know, they're quite long as well. This is the very, very final event of the first year of Parallel, the very first competitive season, and you know, 16 players coming here from all around the world. Double elimination and best of 5 matches. They're going to be playing just as many games as possible to reduce that sort of variance factor, just to see who is the actual best parallel player in the world.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, you know, talking about the best parallel player in the world, there are a lot of players that have been like sliced down, decimated out of the tournament. And I want to see I want to see who is who is gonna be here over at the brackets. Like, let's give a rundown to the viewers right now. Yeah, let's go. Here we go. Can you give us a short rundown of what happened currently over at the bracket right now? Let's see.
Yeah, all right. So in the upper bracket here, it looks like Jarla versus Bright Avion. That match is still going to be going on here at the moment. Jimon is going to take it 3-1 over Sparkling. So Jimon is going to move there to the semifinals here, and that is going to be the very, very next match here that we're going to be featuring.
Yes, indeed. And currently, what I've heard is because of what we're seeing right now, Jimon and Sparkling with a 3-1. Jimon is going to be the first semifinalist that we're going to be seeing, right? So, dude, amazing for Jimon. It's like he's going straight at it, like getting the 3-1 against Kintsugi. Really good player, like scrim partner, Viper, and other players as well. Jimon defeating Dual Note with a 3-0, and then defeating Sparkling as well. He's having a good run right now, and I'm kind of afraid as well for him because the next part is going to be difficult.
Yeah,
like it's going to be a sub-boss moment for him.
Yes, for sure. The match between Jarla and Bright Avion, going to be really, really excited to see what that match is going to be like. Two very, very top players, great personalities as well. They've been grinding it and still being able to keep it alive in the upper brackets. So, one of them unfortunately is going to be knocked down, but the other is going to advance to the semifinals.
Yeah, we can talk about Jarla and Bright Avion as well. Like Jarla, Hearthstone Pro, and has had a lot of experience as well. Bright Avion, I want to see him on stage if he does come to that point, because Bright Avion is like gonna be wearing that signature mask that he's been wearing over at the we haven't seen his face over at the cameras, but it's gonna maintain that way, guys. He doesn't want it to be seen. He's gonna be wearing a mask over if he does get televised. But of course, the next one. It's gonna be amazing. I wanna see this matchup, Jarla versus Bright Avion. Is it gonna be happening? I wanna know. Type it over the chat if you think that's gonna be the one right there, or which matchup you want to see, right? So, we've had a lot of support over at the Twitch chat, and I'm happy because there's a lot of them catching the show over at Twitch, and they've been supportive. Like they've been, some of them are actually supported. They have their very own stand, right? They want some of the players. I'm voting for this guy. He's voting for that guy. Yeah, and it's amazing that he keeps on doing it. And anyway, they're gonna be having we're going to be having some of our players going in, and with that, we're going to be having some of the players just go down to the lower bracket as well. And with that, it's going to be the end for some of the players, and we're going to be, looking at that in a short while. And here we go. And as we are looking at the lower bracket, and here we go. We're going to be looking at the lower bracket right now. And, can you give us a short rundown of what happened over the lower bracket, Detsy?
Yeah, all right. So here on the lower bracket, it looks like Dual Note is going to be facing Zeliaser. Once again, Zeliaser being able to get to squeeze out that 3-2 against Feno, his teammate, knocking Feno out. Sekonox, another YG player, is going to be falling short here with a 0-3 sweep from Dual Note. So Dual Note, so that's going to be a very, very exciting match as well. And it looks like Tice is going to be losing 0-2 at the moment. He is currently down against Job Sad. And Larry Series is going to be 2-0 against Perp. Both of those matches are to be determined.
Yeah, let me take this moment, guys, to to remember those who have fallen. We have Hylas DRD. He is already out of the tournament as of the moment. Press F in the chat to say to remember Hylas DRD in his performance in the top 16. Also, we have here Tyler. Press F in the chat for Tyler from YGG. Kintsugi also loses out with a 3-2. And Viper as well is going out of the tournament as of the moment. And the latest developments, as you said, Detsy, Feno is already out. Second analysis out as well. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we have yet to see the conclusion of these matchups in the lower bracket. So, man, amazing. Like, already 6 players, 10 players are still surviving as of the moment. So that's a total of 5 matches that are still, being concluded, right?
Yeah, and once again, this is just the first day of our 2-day weekend event here at the Luxor at the HyperX Arena. We are going to be finishing up today with just a few more matches. We're going to be squeezing them in, and then we're going to be getting ready for tomorrow, where once again, the winner of the entire thing will be getting crowned. For those parallel players who are here visiting us today, we are going to be having a Sanctuary preview, actually.
Wow.
At 2:30 in the VIP room. So if you are here, please do make sure to make your way over if you are interested.
Yeah, man, it was revealed a while ago, Sanctuary. I'm excited about it. Man, it's like, if you're here, very exclusive view. And I feel a lot of the viewers over at home are having a bit of FOMO. I wish I was here. Like, they're probably timing. I wish I was there. I'm seeing the first preview. Dude, we got a lot of swag, guys. I mean, you're kind of missing out. But if you were not able to make it and you're still here, we're really happy that you are right here watching the stream. And we'll make sure to to support the community as well. Anyway, so let's look at the next match. I think there you go. Oh wow. There you go. Look at that. As I told you, man, he's wearing the mask. Well, what do you think about this matchup, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's covered bottom versus covered top, and Jarla versus Bright Avian. It's gonna be one for the ages here. Both great players, and yeah, it can be anybody's game here.
Yes, Jarla and Bright Avian. I was talking to Bright Avian as well. It's like he's like everything. If there is going to be a Scipius, I am not gonna be banning that. What do you think about that conviction, man?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because both of them seem to be bringing mirror lineups here. They're not going to be bringing Earth in, either of them. So it will be very, very interesting to see if their ban choices end up being different.
Yeah, and from the previous, I wasn't able to discuss as much with Jarla. So Bright Avian is saying, like, I was asking him, what are your ban choices? Like, you know what his answer is? He's just saying, it's about what I feel about the deck. It's not like what I think about the deck, it's what I feel I should ban right now. And I think you know what they're banning. Can you tell us?
Yeah, that's very deep there, Zeliaser. I believe that both players are actually going to end up banning the other's Marcolian.
Oh, what? Like, dude, I want to see what kind of Marcolian decks are going to be carrying. Like, most of them have been carrying Cathy decks, but some have ADHQ. But I feel that these guys are going to be using Cathy decks, not ADHQ, not Lemieux. It's going to be Cathy, as we saw a while ago over the stage. Like, that's how, like, we did you hear the fans, man? Like, they were like shouting, woo! Like, because like those are Cathy Sims right there. They know they're Cathy decks, and these guys know how powerful it is, man. Yeah, look, in history, man, how strong are burn decks, aggressive decks in TCGs?
Yeah, I mean, generally they are either the easiest or the hardest decks to play. It takes a lot of finesse in order to manage to use all of your resources to finish a game in a very, very effective way.
Yeah.
And it's difficult because a lot of times with these easy-looking burn or aggressive decks, if you do one thing wrong, you often are going to be falling on the back foot and just leave your opponent a little bit shy of lethal.
Yeah, it's a problem for some of the control decks, definitely, especially with the Cathy decks. Like, especially the ones with the Bloodhound Transport, they have a problem, especially on turn 1. Crimson Fleet Machinist plus Bloodhound Transport, you have a 1-2 and you have a 1-3, and not a lot of players are able to handle that. So, and even turn 2, sometimes they put down a Harf. Turn 3, sometimes they put down another unit plus a Catherine's Rallying Cry. So that's going to be a problem for most of the players, hence the ban, right? So looking at this, they both want to face Sippy. So there's a possibility that there's going to be a Scipius mirror match. You know, what do you think about that kind of swarm mirror match? And like in terms of the advantage of like doing favorable trades between swarm decks.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just gonna depend on who is the player who's going first. They're gonna be able to dictate the direction of the match, while the player going second is going to have to find some way to come back here.
Oh, and as we are looking at the decks right now, okay, here we go. We have Scipius Magnus Alpha for Yarla. And it's going to be, you know, the deck that he's carrying is the one with 3 Triumph of Europas and 1 kill box. You know, this is probably the old graphic, because as we can see, the kill box is still 5 costs. It's now currently 6 costs with the sacrifice 1 to make it to give the units the plus attack and damage. But you know what's enticing, or what's interesting about this is the presence of Idean Hammer. Like you can see here, Idean Hammer with battle ready. Not a lot of players like want to carry like that big a unit to push in a lot of damage, because they usually have the swarm.
Yeah, I mean, overall, this deck has not changed that much. I think even with the recent update, the new patch here, but you know, a lot of the way the deck has played is going to change. But yeah, we are going to be seeing how Jarla is going to be navigating his Sippy deck against Bright.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the Scipius deck. Let's see what other decks that you're going to be carrying. And here we go. Nehemiah deck. And as you have seen a while ago in the last match between Feno and Zeliaser, this has been the popular deck that they've been carrying. Yes, and here we go. Here we have Yarla's deck here with the allocated provision, 3 copies. And also 2 copies of Altar of Gaia, like 5 relics over the board. And you have also 3 relic repurposing to destroy those relics and heal your yourself, or your units. And as you can see, Terramex Shield Titan, the MVP of the game usually, because of the flourish and the shielded, and just take 1 damage for each attack. And this is a very standard Nehemiah deck, but it looks good. And with that, guys, we are going to be going to our casters right now to cast the 3rd match of the day that is televised. It's going to be Muka and Ali. Casters, take it away.
All right, hello everyone, we're back. Muka and I are excited to cast this next match. I think we're going to take a look at more of the deck list and see what else they're cooking up for this next match here.
Yeah, let's get right into it. I'm super excited to see this match. These are 2 of my favorite players, so I'm really cool to see them go head to head.
So you're in a win-win position, because like whoever wins, you're going to be really happy,
be happy
right?
no matter what. Don't tell them that though.
Okay. Gotta play the mute, right? All right, going on with Yarla's Neve deck. Neve being the most popular Shroud Paragon at the tournament. Let's see if there's anything that is a little bit out of the ordinary that we've seen thus far. It looks like everything is pretty status quo. You've got the core Malia. Oh, we may have lost it. We've been sent into the singularity there for a moment. But we got Adira, of course. We've got Malia, a couple of Void Trappers, Eclipse Fate, super clutch on answering things, and of course the 3 copies of Neve's Dominion to be able to answer some wide boards. All right, we can move on to the next deck.
All right, we got Brighty's list up now, and he's rocking the Earthen. Really cool to see like some differences in the relics and certain ratios with like units and effects and stuff, but a lot of the players bringing both allocated provisions and Altar of Gaia, which is kind of cool to see. On top of that, he's got, just the standard suite. I feel like maybe some of the early game cards have some variation, like the 2 cost especially. Some players bring none, some do. Like Brighty's bringing 2 armored support vehicles and 1 Aurora Fungi, but that like mid-game package is usually the same across the board, right? The Caretaker, the Moonlit, Rummaging Researcher, Terra Glider. Those cards are all just kind of baked in, and then the legendaries. No Terra in this build. But yeah, I mean, a very solid earthen build that we've seen before. The one Tioli, some people play two, some play one, hold the line. So a very, very, I guess, like evenly spread energy type of earthen. Really cool to see. And then the one tech card, which is kind of cool to see, solitary confinement. A lot of players bringing it in this tournament to kind of just deal with Paragons.
Yeah, and now it makes sense just having one kind of like answer to some sticky stuff, right? All right, we're gonna move on to the next deck here. What has Brighty cooked up? Let's see.
I love the mask.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool, huh? All right, so we got his Scipius deck. And this one's pretty interesting because after Kill Switch got, Killbox got nerfed, there's been like a shift back to the Drusian Exorator. So it looks like Brighty's got a couple of copies of Drusian Exorator in there. And he was telling me that sometimes it's worth playing Triumph for it, even if you're just getting the one Drusian Exorator to be able to buff up the board. It's really solid. So that's something a little bit different that we've seen in this tournament. Everything else is looking pretty standard of what we would expect from a Scipius deck. He's got one or maybe two copies of Saboteur in there to answer any pesky relics, and I know that Synchronicity is one of Brighty's favorite cards, but it looks like he's opted not to put it in this particular list. Is there anything else, Muka, that you're noticing that is different?
I mean, I like the slingers. Those aren't always seen in the Scipius list, but they're good for countering them. Brighty in the knockouts was known for letting Scipius fly and playing builds of all his decks that could counter it. So this is kind of like that vibe, like the Saboteurs, the Gunslingers with all their good tempo cards. So yeah, very strong build and built for like the mirror match.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I think let's take a look at the next deck for Brighty.
All right.
Also going with the Neve. You want to take this one, Muka?
Yeah, sure. So with the Neve here, again, the most popular pick of the Shroud so far. Some decent representation around the board, but you got the Saboteurs here to kind of deal with those relics. Like everyone's playing the relic removal and respecting it. Two Triumph of the Lost in this build. Some are playing one. Anything else that's kind of crazy? He's playing the Expertise. Some like the Rummaging Researcher. He opted to play the brand's Expertise. He has Stewards, which, you know, we did see some players in this tournament playing a little bit differently with the one-drops, right? But there are Engine Whisperers, which is Ali's most favorite one-drop.
Yeah, we'll see. Look, I'm optimistic for Brighty, but I will say Engine Whisperer is not my favorite one-drop, but that's okay. Yeah. Also a Power Instructor. I feel like I haven't seen that in a minute.
Brighty loves that card. It's one of his favorite Shroud cards. Whenever he's playing a particular strategy, he will always play the Power Instructor to kind of fit it in, to find that key piece. And now that Malia got buffed, I believe that's why he's brought it back into the Neve deck, so that after you do some Dominions, you can just search the Malia for the massive ping, kind of board.
Yeah, that makes sense. It looks like our players are getting locked and loaded. They got to be feeling a little bit of the nerves, right, at this point?
I mean, Yarla's been here in other tournaments before, right?
Yeah, Yarla is a very seasoned card game player, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And a very, very good one, to say the least. So he's used to being in this high pressure environment, so he's gonna be very likely to not misplay, be locked in, and have a clear mind.
Yeah.
But I think Brighty as well.
Brighty as well. He's very focused. He knows his particular way of playing the game, and he plays it the way he knows how. In the sense that he has a particular strategy, and he will play to that strategy and to its strength, all the way through. Even if he's stuck in a position that seems kind of awkward, maybe you should deviate, he knows how to get back on track and play that way. And it's a sign of a good player. All these players have their own kind of core ways of playing the game, which is actually very interesting. It adds another layer of depth, right? Reading your opponent. I know this guy plays one deck this way, but that another player with the same deck plays it a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brighty's probably one of the oldest. Actually, would you say he is the most OG player in the tournament today?
Yeah, yes.
I think so.
I think so.
And Yarla might be a little bit more to the later ones, right?
Yes,
I mean, he's been playing for a while, but
Yeah.
definitely in the later swing of pros that took to the game. So we got some old blood versus some new blood.
Yes.
It's very exciting.
That's going to be really cool to see, too. I mean, I was saying it in the beginning that I want to see more of, the parallel, I guess, organic OGs. OG sounds like kind of weird to say for like the players competing.
Yeah,
Considering we're
that's
still
fair.
in season 1.
Good point, good point.
Versus like,
It's all
you know, the
relative.
very well established TCG players and
Yes.
stuff. So seeing this matchup is really cool. And I'm sure they're going to have a lot of fun. These guys are both, they stick to what they know and they do it the best. Like, for example, like Yarla was the one that was like playing Neve when everyone was saying it was bad way back in the day, right? So they are very, I don't know, stubborn's not the right word, but what's the positive way of saying stubborn?
Dedicated?
I don't know.
Maybe? I don't
They
know.
believe in themselves, which is
Yeah,
good.
we'll go with that. But looks like we've got the first game upon us, right? Or, yes, first game upon us right now, which looks to be a Neve versus Scipius.
Yep, looking at the opening hands right now, Brighty has a Life Siphon, Brand's Expertise, Adira, Power Instructor, and Dominion. And then looking at Yarla's, we got a very aggressive start with the Valorous Striker, Lord Harf, Reliant Gamma, the High Density Replicator, and No Snitching.
If I was Brighty right now, I'd probably be pretty happy to see that Dominion in my hand,
Yeah.
I must say. That's one of the key cards against Scipius because it is an AoE card, right? So it's going to be able to deal with Scipius's wide boards.
100%. When Scipius even was at its strongest, like it was always kind of said, like if Neve hit like double Dominion, you were pretty good. Like you kind of won the game.
Yep.
So seeing one early on is a good sign. Pretty good start.
So Brighty chose to let Scipius through.
Yes, he is the madman that started it first, and he was preparing for this tournament. The words I heard was like, I'm just going to do the same thing again.
Okay. Tried and true, right? If it worked once, it
Yep.
might work again. Yeah, that makes sense. So Brighty was really the one that popularized letting Scipius through.
I guess, yeah. I mean, he showed that, like, you know, even at what we considered one of its strongest points, it was still a fine matchup. And then, obviously, with the nerf players, okay, well, if someone did it without the nerfs, then
Yeah.
with the nerfs, it's fine to let it through also.
Well, and there was a period of time where Neve got a little bit worse, right? Malia was nerfed, and so I feel like, you know, Neve being one of the strongest paragons to deal with Scipius, maybe that's why it, you know, it's fell out of favor, and now it's back.
Yep. I'm looking at this game. I'm actually pretty curious. Yarla banked one of the one costs, but he has the Harf, and that's going to be annoying for Brighty to deal with. He doesn't have the removal in hand to immediately deal with a Harf, so Yarla maybe spending some resources to develop it and then just try to do the old Cathari swarm after. I mean, he doesn't have too much in his hand right now to swarm with, but next turn you could Replicator and then play the Tabula. You have a 1-drop in your bank, so start to expand that way. It's going to be annoying for Brighty for sure, and he can't, like, this Harf locks Brighty out of the card draw with Brand's Expertise too, which is massive, and you can't even Life Siphon anything.
Yeah, Harf truly is one of the most. Ooh,
That's a good one.
That's a good pickup, though. Yeah, Harf truly is one of the biggest pains for Shroud to deal with because so much of your deck is effects, right? That's how you're answering the threats on the board. But fortunately, the Stabilized Shard is a relic that's going to give 1 extra energy. But we see in the hand that Yarla also has a Saboteur.
Yeah.
So that's kind of brutal as well.
This is tough.
Based on this, I mean, I will say that this isn't, even though it's an annoying start for Brighty here, it's not the most explosive Scipius start that we've ever seen, so maybe there's some time to recover to be able to get this Dominion cast. But, yeah, it's looking a little
Yeah, the units
rough right
aren't
now.
like super scaling. Even if a cunning Scipion develops with the genetic replicator, you'll still hit a point fairly soon where you could just wipe the board with the Dominion.
Yep.
So it's, yeah, like you said, it's not great, but it's not like Yarla's like super punishing him right now either. It's just kind of like a steady state. And if we're at this point in the game already, turn 3, and the board is like not super intimidating, like you'll eventually be able to deal with it in like a couple more turns. That's not too bad as a Neve player.
Yeah. And the fact that there are 2 Dominions in the hand, too, is also incredibly nice. Ooh, that's a Triumph of Europa pickup, though, and very likely that Harf cannot get answered here. Definitely can't, so
You just
a
play
turn.
with 0 cards
I
and
mean,
waste?
that's a tough one.
We're
like,
high rolling at the World Championship?
That's, yeah. Well, we'll see what he draws, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Normally, I mean, the Triumphs aren't that good in these matchups because, like, Dominion and all that stuff, like, just kind of deal with it, and there's nothing you can do. You won't have like a waste by the time the first one is active. So we'll have to see. I mean, it looks like Brighty, because he got the discount because there's multiple units on the board for the life siphon, he's just trying to weaken the Harf here so that next turn he can go for a clean Dominion.
Yeah, I like it. I do think there was a case maybe for just playing the brand's expertise and getting some cards, but I think that the sooner the Harf gets off the board, the better Brighty's gonna feel, right?
Yeah.
So he's prepping for next turn.
And Jarla has a difficult decision whether you can see it or not, because if he expands the board with a genetic replicator and then uses the tabula to get a cunning Scipion, yes, he has a wide board, and forcing Brighty to Dominion it would hurt a ton. He also doesn't have much to do after that, if that's what happens, right? With the Dominion, it's not like you can Triumph of Europa. You're really like winging it with the Triumph of Europa because there's 0 cards in your waist after that. It almost looks like it has to be banked, and you kind of go all in, and you're like, do you have the Dominion or not?
Wow. Oh man, that's kind of banking a Triumph of Europa does
Banking
not
Tabula
feel...
is like just rough, because if you play a Tabula and you bank a Tabula, like the first thing that will activate with the cunning Scipion, aside from the Saboteur, would be the Tabula, so it like constrains you a little bit.
Yeah. Stuck between a rock and a hard place there,
Yeah.
I think, Muka. That's what I'm saying, like, you know, the Harf was really irritating for Brighty, but it hasn't been the most insane start for Scipio.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's actually,
He
like, it's
banks
kind of
for
even
Europa.
Stevens right now. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, do you have it or not? Like we've seen other players do in this tournament and in tournaments in the past, like sometimes you have to play to the out. And if the player doesn't have it, we could easily be like, oh, this is a reckless decision. And if Brighty had Dominions, like it would pay off, right?
Yeah.
So that's the nature of how these goes. I mean, the Dominion will be big here and will help Brighty reset. He won't kill the Scipion, though, actually. So I wonder.
Yeah, that's going to get through, but it will be in range to die to the next one or
Yeah.
possibly another life siphon or something like that. That
You
gets
see him
picked
holding
up.
onto that power instructor, by the way, with double Dominion in hand. So that's where that strategy kind of comes together. You can just search for the Malia later. You don't have to wait to draw. You don't have to try to churn through your deck.
I must admit, I am not that much of a believer in the power instructor. I still think it's good, but I'm like willing to be super proven wrong here, especially if he's like fishing for the Malia.
Yep. So he's going to activate his Dominion. It'll do 2 damage across the board. That will take majority of the board. He takes some self-damage. He's down to 18. Jarla at 30. But Jarla does not look like he has anything to do unless he draws something well. Brighty just draws the Malia. Just do it the easy way.
Here we go.
This is very tough for Jarla, though, at this point, right? How do you keep pressure without, like, you know... I mean, another Dominion just seals the game.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. And I think he knows that too, but like you just keep playing to like the board, see what happens. He's going to have a very healthy, strong board. We just know that there is a Dominion on board. Like, is he gonna get another cunning Scipion? This is like insane amount of self damage, but because there's Dominion and Malia, it's gonna be insane. Like, what can you do to stop that?
Actually, though, that is how much damage is that? 4, 5, 6, 7 units on the board?
No, it's 3 more. All the tokens.
Yeah,
This is a huge board.
8.
But what does he do after? He draws Triumph. I mean, maybe
I don't
does
know.
Brighty put himself to 1 here? Do we like see a Triumph into a Magna, ping for 1 win? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. It'll put Brighty at 2 health.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? Like, there's really no other play
Jarla
other
wasn't
than
playing like
casting.
slingers or anything in his, right?
No, Brighty was.
Yes, Brighty
right?
was.
Yeah, okay.
So that's going to be tough. Like, I don't even know what Jarla can roll on the Triumph to really come back. But even Brighty putting himself super low, we know he has the Malia. That's going to be an insane amount of pressure. He is waiting to bank. He wants to use the other energy. Maybe he goes for the expertise.
Man. Yeah, so for the folks at home that don't know, Neve's Dominion is going to do 2 damage to the player that's casting it for every unit on the board that it kills, and but you can't go below 1. So he's at 2 now, so that Magna out isn't quite an option, but man, it is playing the game at 2 health is a little freaky, but fortunately Malia is in the hand and can provide some heal once it hits the board.
Yeah, I mean, this Malia is a truck. it's like he is gonna ram a monster truck into with like Yarla's health because he mostly burned himself down to 2.
Yeah, that's so true. Man, and the waste being at 0 too for the Triumph of Europa. Like this is a gamba.
Yarla's gonna roll. We mill 2. I saw a unit. We hit an Asian subjugate and an ID and hammer. I didn't see that one on the tech list. The ID and hammer to push for damage.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, he's gonna bank the cunning Scipients. So we have that.
Oh, this is like okay. Hang on, we gotta see here. There is the Malia, which is gonna do some serious.
No, this is gonna.
work.
I mean, he could even eclipse Fate. Oh, the Steward, the Prime variant
look at
Singularity
it.
Steward. That's a flex.
That is such a flex. Oh my god, it looks so cool.
Yeah, this and like Malia is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be so much like damage.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, could it get unlucky here or like?
I don't think so.
No, it just needs 7 damage to hit these units here. Like that, theoretically, he's taken pretty much almost all of his health by self-damage, so he should be okay. But I suppose.
Here we go.
Suppose it could whiff. Let's see.
All right, Malia goes, target Steward, make it corrupted, and we just see a ping show. Yeah, this is gonna clear the board. It's already hidden where it's supposed to go. Yarla draws a slinger. He is playing them.
Oh, wow.
So, but Malia heals now.
Yep.
So that will keep Brighty out of the kill zone, and that's why Neve is seeing such a good showing in this tournament again, because the Malia heal, it kind of counterbalances the damage from Dominion. You bring yourself super low, where a few pings can kill you from like random cards, but then you can slowly heal that back to get yourself out of range, and you've created so much advantage that the only way you were gonna lose was the random pings.
Now, is there, I mean, I don't think we know the answer to this, but one copy of the hammer, ID and hammer?
I don't know.
Because technically, if he's got another
Oh,
tabula,
yeah, that's true.
Right, he could have that out. I mean, for one, he'd have to find the tabula, and also...
It's in his waist, though. It's not in his bank.
Exactly, yeah, it's in the waist, so it's not in the bank. So by the time that Yarla would find that win condition, I think that Brighty will probably have healed out of range for the hammer to deal the damage.
And Brighty hits a second Tioli. He could go for Neve straight up next turn. He has the energy. He could just keep pushing that way. Yarla draws into a Saboteur. That's not what you want to see right now. He hits the menu screen.
Yep.
Are we hitting? No, he's going to play it out. This is tough. I feel like he's hovering over concede.
I mean, when it's this high of stakes, right, it's like normally you'd concede here, but maybe you just play it out just in case there's some miracles that could happen, right?
He's going to play a Scipien. All these effects are triggering now. Or sorry, Scipius. And the effects are triggering. That was the Slinger ping. That Scipius unfortunately did not do too much.
No. Nothing there.
Yeah, Brighty can keep pushing now. He's got Eclipse Fate. He has double Tioli. There's a lot of options here. You could even search for a banish if you wanted, like use an erasure or something instead.
It always feels quite bad to see your opponent with 7 cards in the hand and you've got 1, right?
Yeah.
They've got the board advantage, the card advantage, and yeah, it's looking pretty rough for
The
Yarla
silver
here.
lining for Yarla is that Brighty has not played many big effects.
True.
So it's like the Neve wouldn't be like super strong, but yeah, that's a very small, very thin silver lining compared to the state he's in.
That's the thing though, is that you don't even need Neve to win this, right? You can just like keep the board clear. Now, if there was another like Europa or something that came down and somehow managed to build like a super wide board, perhaps that could do it. But as it currently stands, Malia is still cooking. She's not going to get answered anytime soon. So I think we've seen Brighty probably take this
game. Are we going to see Neve?
Ooh,
He's double Tioliing.
I like it.
Yeah, he just doesn't have a lot of time, so he's got to fit the attacks in. But like, it should be fine. Okay, this is actually kind of cool hitting the Resplendent because it makes all the other units convergent.
Hit the 1/1 like a baller. Let's go. No, didn't quite there. The random 1 damage could have hit the Mercenary Gunslinger there. Okay.
Asian Subjugate when you're... Oh, they're not clones, though. They're convergents. I was going to say.
Okay. There
All right, Trigger
Alright,
Happy,
good stuff.
another Void Touch Novice.
Looks good. It banishes one of the
pinging.
1 health. It'll buff the Singularity
These-
Steward. It
These
keeps
random
missing.
pings are not helping him.
That's fine. Irrelevant. No, I really like this play, this decision to get the Neve down, because in the event that Jarla did miracle, build another wide board, now he has the units. He's not reliant on just kill spells to answer a potential comeback, right? So he's going to throw that 6 damage into the little 1/1. No funny business. And this should seal the deal for next turn.
This is a strong board. Even if there's a bunch of weak units, there's a ton. Back to 5. Jarla's Scypian Praetor is not going to be able to do anything. He's going to concede. Brighty takes the first game, beating Scipius.
Yeah, I think that's to be expected, right? I mean, I think Brighty letting Scipius through, I would think that he is expecting to win with Neve, right?
Yeah.
So things can go wrong, you don't find your Dominions, they have an absolutely insane start, but for the most part, Neve is positioned well enough to be one of the best decks to beat Skippy.
Yeah, it was strong when Scipius was strong, so even with Scipius slightly nerfed, it's only going to be a better matchup.
Yeah.
So this is, really cool to see that he's able to confidently take it. Now, we're looking at this playback of the Neve's, the minion. This is really where Jarla put it all on the line. If this wasn't answered, this would have destroyed Brighty.
Yep.
And it was really tough. But we knew he had the 1 Dominion. He drew into the 2nd Dominion, and like I said when the match started, the double Dominion Malia is usually the game sealer for this matchup in general.
Goes to show that you really need your AoE.
Yeah.
So 1 is often not enough, so you got to have your double copies there.
100%. I'm very curious to see, does Jarla run it back on the Scipius again?
Yep.
And then does Brighty enact his plan, and does it work?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
A reminder, guys, so this is Conquest format, so you have to win with all of your decks. Once you win, you move on to your next one, and that is how the cookie crumbles here.
It is. So Jarla could just run it back or try to change it up. You see these guys looking at their opponent's deck list right now, trying to figure out, what they're going to go against, what's left. It's only game 1.
Yeah?
Yeah, still a bunch more that could happen. Usually 1-0 doesn't mean anything in these sets. Even 2-0 we've seen reverse sweeps plenty of times.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Jarla's, I wonder if Jarla's the type of player here to just run it back with Scipius, or to switch it up and just kind of shake off losing with Skippy there.
I've asked some of these players before, and it's always a toss-up. There's no unanimous answer. Some players are I'm gonna have to do the matchup anyways.
Yeah.
Or I have to win with this deck anyways. And some say, well, you might be able to set up a matchup that's more favorable. Yes, you have to win with the deck anyways, but I can set up something a little bit more favorable, maybe mind game into a free win and keep going from there.
I think it also probably depends on your mental, right?
Yeah.
If you are going to tilt because you just lost a matchup, then maybe it is worth switching it up. But if you have the mental fortitude to just be even Stevens all the way through, then you can just stick with it.
That makes sense. Man, I'm wondering if I were to be in that situation. Actually, never mind. That's not important. We're going straight into the next game. And these guys are actually, they've swapped positions. Brighty is now on Scipius, and Jarla's okay, well, you did that to me. I'm going to do that to you now.
Yeah, seems fair, right? Well, based on this opening hand for Brighty here, it's looking pretty strong. You want to have your 1-drop, your 2 Magna to deal with anything, and also the high density replicator to buff up the clones on the board.
Yeah, very, very good curve. Pretty strong to say the least. We'll have to see. Jarla's going through his mulligan, so it seems pretty complicated. It maybe hasn't found a Dominion yet, but maybe some key cards that have good tempo or something like that. So trying to find out where he's going to go. I see Brighty, if you've noticed, every game he's turning off the end turn shortcut. Yeah, because some players hate it, where you hit, I think it's spacebar.
Yeah, it's a spacebar.
I remember when that came out, he's I keep ending my turn and I keep losing games.
Oh my gosh, that would be catastrophic to accidentally hit the spacebar in this tournament and end your turn.
All right, looking at Jarla's opening hand, how do we feel? I'm going to throw it to you, Allie.
I feel like that's also a pretty solid hand, but again, I think the most important thing that makes you feel comfortable in this matchup is the Neve's Dominion. So I think having a life siphon, to answer maybe this 1-drop first, solid 2-drops. You got the Malia. It looks good. There's also the collateral damage to answer the high density replicator. So it's the makings of a pretty good hand, but I would feel much more comfortable with a Dominion there as well.
Yeah, it does feel like he'll be able to answer stuff. I wonder, I mean, the turn 2 is going to be really pivotal for Brighty. Does he go for the Relic and like start to build that out, or does he just not play with Relic and just go more of this unit side and force Jarla to, you know, either show he has a big wide board removal, or does he not, and, you know, Brighty just keeps piling it on and being like, I don't need the Relic.
Ooh. Wow, I like that decision from Brighty, because I mean, we can see the hand with the collateral damage, but I would have been tempted, because you just picked up the Striker for turn 3, you could have gone 2 into 1, buffing it up, but I think Brighty knows that he doesn't want to play into a collateral damage just by getting the Relic down, and so this is annoying. It absolutely needs an answer, and it sort of sets up the rest of the turns for getting buffed up by the standard bearer there, right?
Yeah, 100%. And it forces Jarla to play like the unit game, which is like weird because he wants to just keep removing stuff. He draws into the Dominion though, so that kind of changes where we're at going forward. Brighty's turn is actually pretty clean. He goes for the Asian Subjugate. I wonder if the Magna was also kind of interesting because you could just kill Baron outright. Maybe he's just trying to force like an erasure, or, oh, I forget, like the Asian Subjugate does work in the sense that you can, if it can develop for like a turn, then you can start milling, and that's the way to fill up your waste for Triumph.
Yes, that's definitely pretty core here. It feels bad to cast the Triumph when you have 0 cards in your waste, right? So I think that was definitely pretty smart. And again, it's baiting like a banish or something like that on that Subjugate there. It's so frustrating for the Cathari players because when cards get banished from erasures and stuff like that, it does not go to the waste. Like normally, if it was just kill spelled by, you know, another class, it would get added. But, you know, Shroud is annoying. It banishes it out of the game into the Singularity. So.
Yep. Find your local game designer and tell them that you don't like banish. Like, I'm sure that's already happened at this event. But Jarla, I mean, I wonder, is there a decision to Tioli Eclipsed Fate, like one of these cards?
Oh, I like that, Muka. I do. I feel like getting rid of the Subjugate. I mean, what would be a better target for the Eclipse Fate? Oh, wow.
That's a good hit.
That's a nice one.
Baron hits a Treacherous Scheming, so now he can look at Brighty's hand and remove a card. He's probably going to take the Magna.
The Baron is an absolute menace and happens to be Free Tip Scout's favorite card.
Yeah,
it is.
It is. Steals the Magna. That's huge because that was a card that would let Brighty get some momentum back and keep pushing from there. Right now, his best play is the Exalt, and it's not that bad because it like outscales Dominion, but normally you want to mill that thing. You don't want to draw it.
I gotta be honest, Muka, I think from this position, like that Treacherous Scheming, random Treacherous Scheming is pretty crucial. I feel like you really needed that Magna to get an extra card, cards keep cycling through. So, I mean, with the Dominion in the hand, like, Jarla has all of the tools to, like, sort of combat the threats that Brighty's gonna be laying down here.
Yeah, I mean, his hand looks pretty monstrous, and there's a lot of options to cover things. And at the end of the day, he has the Dominion and the Malia to just kind of seal the deal. Normally, you need double, right? We've talked about that, but he's able to just do it with the units and just getting value off the units. I wonder, do we just Eclipse Fate because the Baron was nice to you once?
Perhaps. I think you gotta quit while you're ahead with the Baron. If you get a good roll, you're just like,
yeah, that's true. I mean, you could also brand expertise and what is it? Magna. That's not bad either. You could also Tioli first to try to roll a supply cache.
Yeah, I mean, getting Wong developed here does not feel too bad. I think I'd probably cast Wong if it were me, but...
Yeah. He plays the Tioli and rolls a Rejuvenating Growth, so he'll be able to heal any target for 4. That max heals his Baron now. He has 5 energy to work with after he banks. So yeah, does he go for a 2+3? Or do we see the Wong just come out for just sheer value? He's going to bank the Magna.
Okay.
So probably is a Wong. Oh, he ranks the Rand's expertise.
Yeah, I think banking the
Yeah,
expertise
if
makes
you're going
sense,
to Wong,
right?
it
If
makes
you're gonna
sense.
Wong,
Yeah. You're already going to fill the rest of your hand. You don't need, you're going to have too many cards to like keep churning the draw.
All right, the Wong is getting cast. Going to take a look at the top 5 cards and choose any different amount of types of cards. So units, effects,
1,
relics,
2.
upgrades, and
Nice.
Wong doesn't buff himself. Imagine that. Crazy.
Yeah. This is the odds are the, what do you call it? Yeah, the odds are stacked against Brighty here in this one for
Certainly.
sure. This is really tough. I mean, he has 1 unit in the waist. Maybe we just try and go for the Triumph. I mean, Yarla did it. Wasn't too successful, but maybe Brighty goes for it and finds some better luck.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could make a case for like putting the subjugate on the board, banking the
He's
other
going for it.
subjugate, yeah, and then putting the relic down, and that kind of leads into the Triumph maybe for next turn. I think
Yeah.
I like this a little bit better. You can also distribute a +1/+1 counter on the subjugate, which
And
is
you
what
mill
he's
too
doing.
for the Triumph.
Exactly, and you're milling for the Triumph, so I feel like this is probably the better line here.
Yeah, for sure. And that Exalt, like, I know it seemed underwhelming, but the stats with like the buff from the Standard Bearer and the buff from the Replicator, it definitely like outscales certain things that normally you know the other player doesn't have to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. So now this board is looking a little bit more threatening for Yarla. Do we have any single target removal? There is the Eclipsed Fate, which, man, I don't know. I feel like casting on the subjugate is like not the worst idea here. Other than the Eclipse Fate, there's no like single banish right now, and I don't know if this is a good enough Dominion. I don't even know if it would actually answer. No, it wouldn't. It's not a big enough Dominion to answer this board, but I don't think you would want to pop it here.
Yeah. He ends
So-
up popping the Replicator. Just kill the Relic. Stop Brighty's board from scaling wide and just like being a bunch of damage. Not too bad. I mean, he sets up a Dominion for next turn, right?
Yeah, that looks great to me.
Yeah.
By taking out the Replicator, the subjugate lost some stats and was able to allow the Wong to trade in there. So that looks pretty good and means that you're absolutely right. Both of these units are at 1 health, going to be easy fodder for the Dominion next turn, which is honestly really great for Yarlo because it's very likely we're going to see Triumph get cast here, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing, same situation, just the sides are switched. Brighty has to go for a big push on the board and kind of, just hope that Yarla doesn't have the board wipe. But he has the board wipe, and it'll be very tough to come back from after that. You see him, really favoring these subjugates. Brighty's a very good Shroud player, so he knows how to play against it also. And he's really just trying to fill up his waist, so if he runs into another Triumph, he'll be okay.
I gotta say, when you said use Eclipsed Fate on the subjugate earlier, I do think that would have stopped a lot of it because we've seen subjugate
Yes.
come out quite a few
Yeah, it
times,
has.
right? So
And he's been using it to get a ton of value. Like, it's 5 cards in the waist now. I assume 3 or 4 are the units. So if he does see another Triumph, there's value coming from that for sure.
yeah.
It's the same issue though. Like, we know Yarla's gonna have a response to it. So Brighty, it really does depend on what he sees the next few turns.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to develop the Tabula as well. Unfortunately, there's no amount of counters that can sort of get this board out of range for the Dominion that's coming, but that is okay. I think maybe Brighty's best bet then is to top deck another Triumph and then try to build another board. But again, when all of these units get banished to the Singularity, they don't go to the waste. So he's going to sort of have to build up another, strong waste pile here.
Yeah, he's been putting a ton of resources on the board, and he's filling up the waste in the best way he can with the Asian Subjugate, but he needs to see a Triumph, and any unit that's on the board, like you said, is just going to be gone if it gets Dominioned. They're not coming back. You can't bring them back with the Triumph of Europa, and he only has a 1-cost Reliant Gamma in his hand, so that's nothing to brag about for sure. This is going to be really tough. And both these games, the Scipius has had to, kind of like overextend and put themselves in a situation and hope that there's no response.
Yeah.
But the Shroud player has had a response both times, and now you're stuck in this situation where the Shroud player has 5 or more cards, in this case 6, and you're stuck with nothing in your hand, maybe 1 or 2 cards in Paragon. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's painful.
He milled all 3 triumphs.
That's painful.
That one's tough. I mean, you have no high-density genetic replicators. You have no Triumph for Europa. We are playing the alpha version of Cathari at this point.
We've gone back in time. Yeah, that was actually really nice for Yarla, too, that he was able to cast the Dominion before the bank, too, so he's even able to develop that Singularity Steward. Going to be able to banish something next turn and then, trade away. Yeah, this one's looking rough for Brighty. I don't want to call it too soon here, but I think it's going to take some miracles to come back from this one.
He draws a Kalar, and that's about the most he gets. He has a small board. He's going to play it out, though. I mean, everyone's going to be playing it out at this stage. Yarla draws into a Triumph of the Lost. There is, I think, Triumph of Europa is still the last effect played, if I'm correct, but he has a ton of options.
Yeah, casting that Triumph of the Lost
He
for
can
the
develop
Europa
both
is not too
stewards.
bad. Yeah, I mean, the world's your oyster as Yarla right now. I think he could make many different lines here and be in a very good position.
Man, let's see what he goes for. He's been holding on to this Magna for a little while now. He decides to play it now to take out the Scipius, and that probably means you're going to see a bank into Steward Erasure is my guess. Probably Triumph gets banked, no, or Expertise.
And the fact that that Malia is corrupted is more damage for the Malia as well. So we're at I think one of the Dominions did 8, and that's another 3. So the Malia is not too small, that's for sure.
Yeah, 11 damage on that. And you, instead of Erasure, you actually could just Malia, ping, banish both units possibly, and buff 2 Stewards.
Yeah, what do you think there? Do you like the Malia versus the Erasure? I think it honestly doesn't matter at this point.
I do.
But
I think Brighty should go to the next game. This one's really tough. Double Steward, you have no Triumph of Europa, you have no high-density genetic replicators. I don't know what you do to get out of this. Maybe your standard bearer needs to be Neo and just dodge every ping. And now you... Oh, he's just dead anyways. Never mind. There's an attack. Yeah, okay. I mean, what does Brighty draw? Saboteur? You can Kalar. I don't know. There's no more triumphs. He's playing the game, playing the tempo, playing seeing he draws. He's gonna fatigue Yarla's mental state.
well, we saw this from both sides where the Neve took it down. So it feels like based on those 2 matches, it feels like Neve is pretty well positioned to take down Skippy.
Yeah, we are 1-1, and Neve has shown that it is the counter to Scipius. It did well. It did really well. It did exactly what it needed to do, and it was very strong to see. Now, both players have Neve out of their lineups. Normally, it's like Scipius is the one that's first done.
Yeah, it's true. Well, like I said, they queued up the Neve, handled it, and so now we get to see. Honestly, I'm really happy that we're seeing some Scipius gameplay because it's been so long since we've seen a lot because it just would continually get banned for like months and months on end in the tournament. So I'm happy to see the clones back actually live on the cast.
Yeah, I totally agree. Now that we have them still in this running, it's going to be very interesting to see how both players pilot dealing with the Scipius going forward. We have this replay going on right now. Basically, we saw the last replay of Brighty's Dominion that kind of won him the game. Now we see it from Yarla's side. Yeah, that's not a good hand if you're Cathari and you get Dominion. That is very, very scary, especially looking at a Shroud hand like that. And we saw Brighty try to evaluate, look, and see what could happen and evaluate his board. But yeah, wasn't enough.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if we get some other AoE options in the new set Deception, because there's not too many right now, at least like mid-game AoE. There's some late-game ones, but I think to sort of combat the Marcolians and the Scipiuses, right, it'd be nice if we got some more AoE.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if I'm assuming if not Deception, we will be getting it at some point in this game's life cycle, right?
Oh, yeah.
That how aggro decks will kind of adjust.
Well, you could always just give them more burn.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, they work in the right now Parallel is pretty tempo oriented. We have certain decks and certain cards that can counter that within the respective parallels. But to add a a board wipe that maybe everyone can access, I'm very curious to see like how some of the decks that are like very low to the ground adjust. Like with Marco, it's a little clearer, right? You shift back to the burn, like how Lemieux used to be played very very early into the game, where you would just like front run the board with units, and then you just forgot about you even had a board and just like orbital striked for a game.
Yeah, I think it comes down to, like, you can play around it, right? It's a matter of just, like, choosing how much to commit to the board, and it actually makes it even more skill testing, right? Because then, you have to decide, oh, I need to go all in here in order to take the game, or I can sort of, like, space out my threats, right? So even if we do get some more AoE for the mid game, I think that the aggro decks can certainly still prevail.
All right, we are on to game 3 with both players just locking in the Scipius. This one's pretty interesting because I felt like Brighty's build was more tailored for the mirror match. I mean, we already see that he has a Saboteur. The question is, does Jarla play into like the standard way of playing Scipius and go for the Relic and stuff like that? I doubt either player is going to play Relic within the first like 3-4 turns.
Yeah. I mean, what does this really, when it is the mirror, what does it come down to? Is it just like whoever like takes it first, right? I mean, the board first, because there's not many comeback mechanics in Cathari, but sometimes like a Triumph of Europa can help you go wide. If he brings out a Magna or a Kalar or something like that, can like clean up the board. So, it could really obviously go either way here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Triumphs definitely matter. They're going to be fighting for board pretty aggressively. One player takes out one board, the other player triumphs it back, then the other player has to, re-clear, triumph it back. So it is a pretty bloody kind of like matchup in terms of like both players just wrecking each other over and over until like the triumphs are gone or don't hit them. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, buffing is also extremely important. Who's
true.
like standard bearers live, who gets a more successful Asian subjugate, things like that. I think it's less about like the kill box sniping now, right? But maybe Drusian, we see it in Brighty's hand, could be something.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see this Drusian X-Rater at work because, this used to be like the go-to buff, back in the day, and then other options came into the mix. So I'm kind of excited to see him back in action. But we see Jarla here pick up a high-density replicator. But I think at this point, you probably want to be keeping up on board, but let's see, if he puts down the Cunning Scipion, he's probably going to have to trade into the Striker, trade 2/2s here to not have it get a value trade. I think that's probably what we'll see happen. Decides to bank the Cunning Scipion because knows that he can maybe bring it out later with the Tabula if need be.
Yep, and then trains in the Striker, like you said. Really balanced so far, I guess.
Yeah.
But we know that Jarla has the Triumph of Europa. That's going to be the big edge. He opted not to play the Relic there, as we saw, and I think that is like going to be the case. These guys don't want to run into a trap where they play it and it gets saboteured, and then suddenly you can't play another one because now Scipius has a saboteur baked into it, so it's technically an on-demand Relic removal.
Right.
So it becomes really, really tough once you commit to that. You probably need more energy, a little more board security before you start bringing it out. It almost feels like a Drusian at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing a Magna in hand in the mirror too. I feel like, it feels bad if you Magna and then they Magna your Magna, but in general, I feel like the card draw and just like the development of the unit in addition to answering one is usually a pretty, significant power spike for like the short term there. So Jarla's looking pretty with the Magna in the hand.
I mean, Magna with Triumph is like super strong because your Scipius will get 2 Magna procs. So it's like four Magnas.
True, very true. Man, sometimes I just don't think too much about actually casting Scipius itself.
I mean, the deck has gone through a lot of evolution. It used to be like this energy cheat type of deck that would try to abuse like these mid to high range muster abilities, using them multiple times. Like Galleon Recombinant. That's a
Yeah,
trivia card for anyone that remembers that. So like a lot of these cards don't see any play now because Cathari has become a bit more low to the ground. They have cards in the mid-range that instead of being units, just rebuild the low to the ground board.
Absolutely. Okay, so there we see Yarla is actually playing Killbox. Interesting.
Yes,
So we've got the
okay.
Xerator list versus the Killbox list.
Yeah.
Who will prevail?
I don't think it's because of what version of that card, those like finishers they play that'll decide this. But yeah, Jarla's looking pretty convincing. The Cunning Scipion let him get a little breathing room, had the Striker to trade. Now he has the Magna. Magna with Triumph is like really tough. I mean, Brighty's forced to just play like his Saboteur off the bat with nothing. Again, we know that he can Scipius and that'll make it fine. But this is not a strong board to see. Maybe Wong can get him out of this pinch, finding a Triumph himself. But Yarla looks in a very strong state.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty hard to recover from this point for Brighty here. Like, even if he does get the Wong, I just feel like the amount of power that Yarla will develop in this next turn here, especially with the high-density replicator, it's going to be an uphill battle for Brighty to be able to fight back and actually answer this board. I don't really foresee it happening. But, you know, I suppose there's a small possibility.
I mean, Yarla is just being extremely aggressive, setting up for the kill box, because he can just Triumph next turn. If he wants to trade a little bit here, he can just go for, he can Praetor to like build and board another 2 units and get Defender. So he's just going to be super aggressive because both players know Cathari has no board wipes.
Yeah.
So you can just keep pushing there. Brighty, you know, his curve was okay. I mean, he also matched the same first 2 turns. Striker, Scipion, but then 3 onwards. Magna versus Saboteur, that's a big difference.
Was it Yarla that went second this game, right? I believe. And so I would say sometimes like the person who goes first is like pretty advantaged, but I mean, that's not the case here.
Yeah. I mean, some of these cards are very powerful that can like bring back that momentum. I think Magna is definitely in the conversation for one of those cards that if you draw it and the other player doesn't, no matter what you could argue from like who has an advantage going first, it's exceptionally strong. Brighty going for the Wong here. Can he find something to save him? It's only 2 cards, but Magna and Replicator is pretty good, but it doesn't feel like it's enough. He does bank the token, buff the token though, so that helps.
Okay, Elise is able to answer one of the Cunning Scipions there, which is going to stop this influx of tokens that are being generated. But still, you know, Yarla's got a lot of options. He like potentially doesn't even need to throw off the Triumph of Europa.
No.
Could keep holding it back just in case, you know, Brighty does find a way to sort of clear off the board. Yeah, he's got quite a few options here.
Yeah, I mean, I think I really like Praetor plus Gamma, and like you said, just holding on to the Europa can build it later. That combo will build the board already. You'll look, the board is like essentially almost going to double because the Praetor will create another Scipius token, and then he plays the Gamma. So in 1 turn, he's built the board with 4 units.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you just have kill box.
And I mean, that's the thing, right, is that unless Brighty somehow miraculously answers this incredibly wide board here, that kill box is just going to absolutely seal the deal. You don't even need that many units on the board to do some serious work with kill box. It has been changed a little bit throughout time, but it is still quite strong, but not strong enough where, you know, a lot of people like Brighty have cut it.
Yeah. And Yarla opting to be slightly conservative and wipe out the board. He doesn't want Brighty to be able to choose the trades. He wants to be able to choose them himself. But Asian Subjugate, Magna, No Snitching, Replicator, and Scipion, I don't see the line to eliminate enough units. The kill box will eliminate one of its own, right? So let's assume how many. You can no snitching the Praetor. Oh, he's going to straight attack into it. I was going to say you can no snitching the Praetor, kill off 1 unit, and then you Magna another unit. So that's 2 units gone, and then Killbox will kill a 3rd unit. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4 units left. That's still enough for game.
Yeah, I think I mean, we know it's not enough for game, but I think I do like using the no snitching there and trading the Adjutant into maybe the Reliant Gamma or something like that, and then
perhaps the Subjugate Magna to clear some other stuff off, but that's just not going to do it. So
Yeah, this was, I mean, I think it goes more to the point that Jarla was just able to have stronger turns on curve. It wasn't really a decision, I think, issue or anything like that from Brighty's side. Just wasn't able to see the right cards. I think that's really all it came down to. And we know Jarla didn't even need the Triumph, but he had it. Like, he had all these options.
yeah, both games in a row. I mean, last game with Scipius, he got one Triumph cast and the other two perhaps got thrown into the waste.
Yep.
So super unfortunate. And then in this game, yeah, the card quality, I feel like it started out kind of even, but Jarla was just sort of able to lay some stronger threats on the board.
Yep. All right, so Jarla will be up 2-1, I'm sorry. And he has what left to play with? I do not know what he has left to play with, but Brighty still has a Scipius, still a strong deck. Jarla playing some interesting cards, but did you catch the Disassembly Swarm?
Oh yes, that's the 3-cost answer. Puts it on the top of the player's deck. I
Yeah,
believe.
it takes out Paragons and stuff too.
Yeah. Oh
Really
yeah, of
strong.
course. Yeah, yeah.
I like that a lot. All right, Jarla's got one game to win to keep moving it along. Brighty, down one match. It's not that crazy. I mean, I know it's 2-1. Jarla can just win and end it, but Brighty only needs to win 2 games. That's not that crazy.
I would guess that Jarla has Earthen left here. That sounds about right.
Yeah, probably. That makes sense. We're looking at the replay here. Yeah, this board was way too crazy. Even Jarla was able to trade units and not really worry because it's just such a strong thing. I mean, the Praetor, how do you feel about the Praetor edition now that Centaurus got like that slight nerf?
Honestly, I kind of like it.
Yeah.
I feel like I like having a defender unit, you know what I mean? Just like in the back pocket.
Yep.
I think we haven't seen that much experimentation with it. Like this is like the first tournament that we've seen like more than a few people, I think, really include it in their list. So I'm optimistic. I'm open-minded about the Praetor.
Okay.
And, we'll see throughout the tournament more so how we feel.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just wondering if Brighty runs it back or not.
Well,
he has Earthen in his, I believe, also, right?
I would think so. I personally haven't seen too much Augencore. I think that, not quite as many people have been playing it. So I think we've got Earthen left here. And then if it is Scipius versus Earthen, how do you think that goes down? Because Earthen's got access to things like Virulent Spores and obviously giant units to sort of combat like the little tokens, but I do believe there's probably like some Master Poisoners in there that could take it down, right?
And Scipius doesn't like run out of gas the same way like a Cathy does, but we can see it live. Jarla has locked in his Earthen, and Brighty has chosen to go with the Scipius again. He's going to go first. This is going to be, we're going to have to see. Yeah, I think the spores matter a lot, but it's different, right, compared to like a Marcolian, because a Marcolian can't rebuild board state, but a Cathari can.
Yep.
So it is a bit tougher. I mean, his hand is looking pretty good right now.
I must say, these players, when they go into the settings, my heart drops a little bit. They're accidentally going to concede.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the thing about Scipius. You can, because of the Asian Subjugate, you can go tall against Earthens, right? So you can distribute those +1/+1 counters to sort of get around the Virulent Spores. So there are ways to handle it, but man, it's one of those things where I'd probably want to be ending the game as quickly as possible, because as soon as like a Titan comes down, you're going to be really scared unless you have a Master Poisoner.
Yeah. So Brighty has the Poisoner in his hand right now. The question is, does he treat it how like Ali treats her? It demolecularizes, and does this stay in the hand forever? I mean, Cathari is a little different, right? You can bank it and tabula it, right? You can tabula rasa it. So Brighty's one of those players who really set the benchmark on like how to use tabula rasa really well. He was doing it on his Naeus a little while back, and that might be the way to go. If he draws something else, maybe you hold on to it. But that's a good answer to the board that we see, or the hand that we see from Jarla, right? We see that Terramech Shield Titan up there right now. There even is a Terra Glider. I mean, in terms of curve,
Good lord, what do you bank here,
I don't
Mika?
know. That's
He's
the tough
hovering.
part.
Oh,
He
yep,
all right,
yep, he did
does
it.
the
Yep,
shield
he did
time.
it.
The curve is good. This is a really strong hand. So like, why? Maybe you don't even need the Titan. You just roll for it. And it's Poisoner. It could be Poisoner.
Yeah, I respect the decision. I feel like the other cards in hand, I mean, maybe you could have given up the allocated provisions, but I feel like in general, you can find a Titan later with the Terra Glider, but like this curve is just too good to give up. And I feel like having answers to the early game, you know, or cards for the early game is more important than keeping that Titan.
Yeah, that makes sense. Brighty draws into a second Master Poisoner, so he can bank one safely. We saw he banked the Asian Subjugate because he drew into the Kalar, which is typically a card that can counter Earthen. When it dies, its Aftermath ability can ping a unit for 16 damage. When it comes back from the waste, it activates its Aftermath, which again pings for 16 damage. And if it dies again, it pings for 16 damage. So that hurts a deck that's very reliant on being tall like Earthen, right?
Yeah, especially if it's getting pulled back out with the Triumph too.
Yeah. So that's going to be a big thing for Brighty here. We see Armored Support Vehicle played by Yarla. I think an underrated defender. I was a hater of this card
I was
not
too.
too long ago.
Yeah.
But I was convinced that, you know, that's why I'm a caster and not a player. Because that card is good. It's really good.
It's good. I mean, I play it all the time in ADHQ, right?
Yep.
So it's pretty core in that list. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see one of these Poisoners gets banked here. And then, I don't know, it doesn't, like this turn doesn't feel great.
I mean, you develop Kalar. That's a big deal.
You think he's going to throw it down?
Yeah, why not? It's a 1-1. Just run into something. It forces Yarla to, I don't know, I guess maybe not because you don't want it to get spores. Is that what you're thinking about?
Well, we can't answer the 1-4 here.
Not
like,
here, but the Kalar can later or something like that.
True, true. I thought maybe just keep going. Well, yeah, okay. If you keep going wider with the Cunning Scipion, then you're just going to get wiped out by spores. So sure, we can just develop it here, accept that it'll get cleared, but that's all right.
Yeah, he banked the Cunning Scipion and kept both Poisoners in hand. It's a pretty interesting move. I wonder if he thinks he'll have to go through 2 Poisoners, like 2 Demos. But the Scipion also works because if he draws into a Tabula, you could just play the Tabula with a 2-drop, like the Standard Bearer, and just get it out that way. But it is a little awkward, I agree with you, on Brighty's side because it's not, like, clear yet. You're not, like, developing a Subjugate or going wide with Replicator. It's, like, somewhere in between where, like, you have this board, it's not really doing anything. But at the same time, Yarla on turn 3 has access to 5 energy.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, you could play Wong this turn. I mean, that's pretty darn good. I mean, I suppose you could get Nehemiah developed. I personally would go for the Wong. I mean, the hand is good, but you might as well get more options. And yeah, I think getting a little bit of extra stats on the board too could be solid as well. Man, both of these Steward of the Gardens just existing, like totally not getting no snitching or answered is like really, really nice. Okay, and he decides to go for the Wong. Let's see what he gets.
How many cards? How many cards and where are the buffs going?
What's it gonna be?
2? Okay, to the Steward.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Found a relic repurposing to answer a high-density replicator if it comes into play.
Yeah, Armored Support Vehicle is attacking now, and he gets to choose to charge a card, which means reveal a card. And, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much, but he has allocated provisions, so he'll be able to play it and start adding caches, which is, like, the main reason. The card also synergizes really well with the Rummaging Researcher, because it's the Armored Support Vehicle itself it's revealing, and then you can play it. And then Rummaging will also draw itself, so it's on turn 2 and turn 3, I really like that synergy. It'll probably die here. The Kalar is probably being used for sure. I guess with a Poisoner?
Yeah, gosh, this is not...
That kills everything except the Steward.
This is not really... I mean, it's not the most threatening board, but these things can spiral pretty crazily, right? So I do like putting it down now, but man, Brighty needs to find a Triumph of Europa to sort of build another threatening board because Yarla, like even after this is going to get answered, I mean, he's going to be able to play a Terra Glider if he needs to, or just a Researcher, anything. Yeah, he's in a pretty good position from this point forward.
Yeah, Yarla puts Defender on the Wong. Kalar activates its Aftermath ability. That'll kill the Wong. He can now run the 1-1 into a 2-4, and that'll die because Master Poisoner. He's thinking about killing the 0-3.
I think taking the stats off is not a bad idea, but
Yeah. And then, yeah, not the craziest turn, but it did equalize things a bunch.
yeah, I still think he's probably chasing that triumph there. But let's see, what can Yarla do with this turn? So one of the Steward of the Garden survived, so you've got the option to play an allocated provisions and the Terra Glider, right? If you wanted to. Perhaps,
revealing 4. I feel like you can be a little greedy with and just rummaging instead.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd probably consider doing allocated first and then shuffling a cash just in case, a little RNGs on your side, you draw the cash. Then rummaging draw, then when you do go for your Terra Glider, you'll just keep drawing.
Oh, wow. Nice. A second researcher to sort of combo with the other one next turn, getting extra card draw. That looks pretty good.
He could support vehicle also to protect the rummaging and his 0-3 Steward of the Garden. That's not that bad.
Sounds pretty good. I will say Yarla's no shortage of cards here, so wouldn't be catastrophic if it died, but I think you want the consistency, keep getting more options to the hand, to keep things going here.
Swiftly now.
Yeah, looking at Brighty, drawing that Exalt again, it was okay into Neve, but it's not great. It's not that great here. He wants to be seeing the Triumphs and stuff, not these guys. These guys want to be milled by like Asian Subjugate or Triumph to create more 1-1 tokens. You see the Armored Support Vehicle get played. He draws another Exalt.
Oh, that's painful. Yeah, you got to just cast one here,
Yeah, you
right?
got to cast one and draw. And then you can run your 1-3, I guess, into the Armored Support Vehicle, your Poisoner. Draws another Exalt.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, that's painful.
That is like...
That is painful. 3 in a row.
That's unlucky.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
That is unlucky.
Man, I feel like Cathari is just betraying Brighty in these last few games. It's like
How dare
quite
you
sad
pick
to
Neve
see.
first?
I was just thinking that because Brighty's two loves are Shroud and Cathari, right?
Yeah.
So I think Scipius is punishing him for going Neve first.
Draws
like
a Replicator. Okay. I mean, it's not over, but it's not great. It's definitely not great. The allocated provisions, you could draw 2 cards with double rummaging if you want.
Yeah, he's got a lot of options here.
This is as good as it gets for Earthen. This is really as good as it gets for Earthen. He has double Terra Glider in hand.
Yeah. He's sitting pretty for sure. I mean, how juiced is the Scipius? I mean, I suppose there's like at least 1 card draw in there. Maybe Brighty can throw it down.
I think that's the only muster
triumph.
that's been played this game is the Exalt.
Yeah.
No, he played a Gunslinger in the beginning.
Okay.
To target a shield pod, and we all know how much Gunslinger loves to hit your opponent's units with Scipius. That was a joke. It doesn't. It hits you every time. So yeah, it's not good. He needs a Triumph like really bad. I mean, yeah, that's really what it comes down to because yes, Yarla has a lot more hand advantage. He's looking really good, but Brighty could hit. With the Triumph, he gets Kalar.
Yeah,
that's 2 units gone.
Yep, true.
For Jarla, and then maybe 2 1-drops, and it's not that bad. We're back in the game.
Sure we are. No, I'm just kidding. If he does find the Triumph and gets a couple kills with the Kalar, that could do some work, but I think it would require like another amazing refill for the turn afterward.
Sure, yes.
To really take it, which is absolutely possible. So, all right, let's see.
Rolling
A Terra Glider rolling for 5. What's it going to be?
My nerd stat of the day is that there are 8 choices in the 5 slot. Don't ask me why I know, it's depressing. He hits a Rhetorician, which is a 5-cost 6/6. It has an effect that stops Pacify, but that doesn't matter. It's a 6/6 speed stick. That's pretty good. I mean,
yeah,
more damage.
Didn't need anything too crazy there. That's sufficient.
Yeah, that's really good stats here. Can add more caches back into the deck with allocated provisions. He's chilling. We have a Terra that is drawn. that could get played next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Nehemiah hasn't even hit the board yet, so
No.
that's always an option too, right?
Yeah, this is nuts. I mean, he even has both relic removals, the relic repurposing in his hand, and that can just heal and trigger the Flourish of Terra again.
Yep.
This is like really, really strong for Earthen right now in Jarla's perspective.
All right, I think this is moment of truth here. I think that Brighty needs to top deck that Triumph, or we might see him concede.
He draws Tabula Rasa. All right. Can we do something here? You can get Drusian, and that makes your thing attack with 5 attack, and that kills.
Yeah, I mean, you can play the Valerusi Standard Bearer,
Yeah.
get another 4 on the board here with the Tabula. Looks like he's going to bank the Formatissen's Exalt.
Yeah.
I like to call her FE, because like FE, right? It's a little easy. But let's see what he goes for here. Oh, he's going to actually go for the high density
Yeah, he's
replicator.
going wide. He'll be able to get a Cunning Scipion from this Tabula Rasa, I think. So just going wide, trying to beat it down the old-fashioned way, have something stick and Master Poisoner. He's only going to be 2 units up after this, but that's not that bad. And a lot of these units can survive some of these trades.
We see Yarla getting a Rummaging Researcher draw there from the Tabula, revealing one of the cards in Brighty's bank.
Yes.
Yeah, just got to chonk away there at the Researcher.
Yep. Gets a token from the Cunning Scipion. What do we draw?
Another
Cunning
Scipion.
Scipion.
Well, that was definitely the best play, right? I
Yeah,
mean, he certainly built the best board he possibly could there. Going with the Tabula for the
Strong
Scipion.
into these caches now. Girl is just getting some free value a little bit.
Not too bad.
Oh, this Terra's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's got to be the Terra turn, right?
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I guess you could put another Moonlit Star of Alicia, maybe a Caretaker, even another like little 1 Primea Conduit, but I feel like there's enough meat on the board here that is enough value to justify the Terra, but...
Yeah, he's gonna Relic Repurposing the Genetic Replicator, heal up his Rummaging Researcher equal to the cost of that Relic. So he healed himself up quite a bit from 2-1 to 2-4. And now the world is his oyster. He can do a ton of stuff. Do we just see another roll for Terra Glider? We do.
Looks like it.
All right, now we roll for 6.
Will we see the Titan hit the board?
Yeah.
That is the question.
Allie, quick trivia. How many choices are there in 6?
5.
Yes.
Is it 5?
Yeah, you're
Yes.
good. You're great.
Nice.
And
We
he
got
hits the Citrine Rose.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's the worst one you can hit, but it's good here.
It's the worst
gets
one, but it's
Defender.
not that
It's
bad.
not that
Like, it's
bad.
not that bad.
Yeah.
It's still, I mean, you got the decay thing, which is a little cramps your style a little bit, but it's
Yeah.
still a 4/5, right?
Yes, still a 4/5, and it gives units adjacent to a defender, so that's not that bad, especially with a board like this. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even need to go for the Terra there. I actually definitely respect answering the Relic with the Relic repurposing. And now you're making your board even bigger for the Terra next turn, right? So I think the mentality to make sure that you're just keeping Scipius's power level down, get rid of the high density replicator makes a ton of sense. And now this board is just getting bigger and stronger. And Yarla's putting himself into an amazing position to take this entire series, actually, because this is the last game.
This is really tough. I don't know what Brighty can... I mean, Brighty needs to hit Triumph. Like, it really does come down to that.
But is Triumph even... Is it good enough at this point? I mean, let's see. Again, the Kalar is in the waist, so it could take out 2 units, but I think...
You can Kalar, kill a unit, Gunslinger the Kalar, kill another unit straight up.
Yep.
I don't know if that's enough, but it's something. Doesn't look like enough, actually. This is really rough. Who is playing the deck that goes wide again?
Yeah, great. Good point. This is what the Cathari is supposed to do, but...
Yeah.
But we've been saying that about Earthen. Earthen, because of the Terra Glider,
Yep.
can go so wide now.
Yeah, Terra Glider is exceptionally like the all-star of Earthen in the mid-game towards the late game. Just giving so much value, right? 2 of these units on the board that are the ones causing the most issues, or in terms of stats, came for free.
So many supply caches. And we see Jarla picks up his spores there too, so has that in the back pocket if things get a little too crazy.
Oh, another replicator.
Oh my gosh.
Brady cannot catch a break. There are 2 defenders on the board that have like no impact, so he can't even like Master Poisoner effectively. Yes, this is not good. I mean, this pretty much looks like Jarla has sealed the deal on this game with the Terra next turn.
Yeah. I just think that Cathari kind of betrayed Brighty.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Sipius can do some crazy things, and it did just get nerfed, so perhaps that's what's, you know, going on here a little bit. But for the most part, I just feel like couldn't find triumphs early enough, didn't have those explosive strong starts, and unfortunately just couldn't seal it with Skippy.
Yeah, Jarla's going to be able to Terra, and then he gets 1 extra energy from the Steward, so can play Relic Repurposing, kill his allocated provisions, trigger Flourish, double buff, so OTK with that much damage.
Yeah, let's see. Is it actually lethal here?
I think so.
Probably, right?
Yeah, this is going to be really tough.
There's 20 on the board, right?
We're silently counting. Just give us 1 second.
Math is for blockers, okay? You know, look,
All right,
you just
even
cast
with
cards,
2
hope for the
Terra
best, go
buffs
face.
alone, there's 20 damage. So that's game.
Yeah,
With
no,
2
we're
Terra
good.
buffs alone, that's 20 damage.
Yep. And especially, yeah, the relic repurposing, killing the provisions.
Yep.
Got plenty of damage.
There's not much that could be done here. I mean, Brighty had the Kalar, he saw both Master Poisoners, but he didn't see anything to like rebuild that board and push through. Jarla moving along with a very strong performance.
Yeah, incredibly strong. Congratulations to Jarla.
Yeah.
Smashed it.
Literally, this is smashing it. Congrats to Jarla going further along into the tournament. 2 greats going against each other, and yeah, 1 step closer for him towards the finals.
No, you see the hug there on stage.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
A lot of mutual respect amongst these players.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jarla being a very, very good TCG player, comes from Hearthstone. I've watched Jarla compete for actually many years, coming from the Hearthstone community, and so it's awesome to see him taking down Parallel, getting 1 step closer to potentially $100,000, and also the title of being the first Prime champion. Look at it.
Yeah, it's so
the trophy
crazy.
right there.
That trophy is insane.
It's just taunting the players, right, on the stage as they're playing, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
But man, these games have been tough. I mean, the decision making, like what to play, when to play it, and some narrative shifts, right? The deck that we were talking about was the All-Star is now suddenly the one that's like, it's okay, we can deal with it.
Yeah, the Sipius. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some good Shroud matches.
Yeah.
Earthen. I mean, we've talked about how Earthen really got so much better. Like, Earthen was kind of the joke for a while there. You know, a lot of people were making fun of bringing it to tournaments, and since the last set, it's just gotten so much stronger. And you know, Muka and I joke that it's hard to watch like these long Earthen mirrors, but they are actually some of the most interesting
They
gameplay.
are,
Yeah,
yes.
so it's a good time. You just gotta like gear up, get ready for a long match or 2 every once in a while.
How do you feel about the Kathy bans? There's been quite a few Kathy bans.
There has.
Kathy is the new target of like, I don't want to see this.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not completely shocked. I mean, Kathy was the ban a long time ago.
Yeah.
Traditionally, I mean, Marcolian has been strong since its inception. Everyone loves Marco on the Parallel team, I must say. I guess I am representing it today with the red. But look, Kathy with the burn going wide, I mean, it can do some crazy stuff as well. So I feel like, especially if you've got Shroud in your lineup, that's almost like always an auto loss to Kathy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, or a lot of the time, maybe not auto, but a good amount of the time, Kathy's going to take you down. So yeah, I respect the decision to ban Kathy. Yeah. All right. So today we're going to talk about one of our sponsors, which is Forecast, which is a new prediction market with a specific focus on gaming, esports, and internet culture. So prediction markets are fascinating to me, and even if you aren't making bets yourself, you can use them as a source of information because you get to see sort of like what the collective is deciding upon, you know, like of what they think is going to happen. So we see here that Lambie Series 34, he's got a 34% chance according to the people, to take down this tournament. Tice at 25%, Jimon at 32%, Viper at 40%, and Brighty at 30%. What do you think of those numbers, Muka?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players are the ones that are being named when people are like, oh, who do you think is going to win and stuff like that. So I'm not shocked by some of these numbers. Like, Lambie is like a fan favorite, and he's always played in a way that's like fun to watch. It's fun to watch him win, and you almost feel like you're along the ride with him when he's doing well.
Absolutely.
Viper and Tice, like Hearthstone greats. Brighty, fan favorite, and Jimon. Whoever was predicting on Jimon, they knew something because he's doing well.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's doing real well.
But that's what makes this fascinating, right? Fascinating. So you can definitely head to forecast.gg to take a look at the different predictions that people are making across different gaming cultures, esports, and that type of stuff. So a big, big thank you to Forecast for sponsoring this Prime Championship. What do you think, Muko? Who would you, of these players here, who would you put at the percentage chance to win?
Ali, when I found out that I didn't have to have Excelsurf asking me these tough questions, I was really happy coming here. Now you have me asking, you're asking me like, who do I think of those names is the one, I want to pick? I'm going to choose a cop-out answer. They all deserve to win.
Ah, yes, of course. Well, truly, they're all absolutely incredible players.
Yeah.
So I think we're getting set up to do an interview here. So we're going to throw it over to the interview, and we'll catch you guys later.
Okay, and I am here with our winner, Jarla. Let's give it up to Jarla, guys. He's heading into the top 4 tomorrow, and you're going to be playing against Jimon. So how do you feel about that?
I'm feeling pretty confident going into tomorrow. I didn't expect it to make it this far, actually, and it wasn't that hard, so hopefully I can keep winning tomorrow as well.
It wasn't that hard. Okay, I love that. And I mean, you're one of the few people who isn't banning Kathari. You're smashing it. You were just able to win Shroud v Sipius. So do you feel like you have a strong Kathari deck, and is your build-up for Kathari, do you think you have a strong matchup against that?
Yeah, my entire lineup is built to face Kathari. And yeah, so far it's working.
I can see that. I like it a lot. And lastly, you had this, you wanted a revenge matchup against Feno, I believe. How do you feel about not facing him today?
Well, Feno is a noob, so he didn't make it. So maybe next year, but yeah, it's a bit sad. I wanted my revenge from TwitchCon like 3 years ago. He beat me in finals, so that's not going to happen this time. But yeah, I will try to win it.
Amazing. Thanks again, Jarla. Give it up to Jarla. We're going to head back to the studio now.
Oh, wow. We are back right now. And look at those highlights right now, Detsy. Amazing, amazing clear coming from Brighty with that Neves Dominion. Oh, so good, so good. This is the first match that they played. And he's going to go down to 2 and just come back from that Neves Dominion.
Yeah, right now, not a lot of board wipes, not a lot of comeback mechanics available in the game, but Shroud does have access to one. Here, the Sipius matchup, Jarla very, very well prepared for the Sipius matchup. As he mentioned, he is going to be able to take control here and be able to take it down here, 3-2 versus Brighty.
Yeah. Definitely, man. Those are the highlights that we've had from the match between Jarla and Bright Avian. And, dude, I'm kind of feeling sad right now.
Why is that, Excelsior?
Dude, you didn't notice my costume change, dude.
Your costume change?
Dude, I changed my costume from Shroud to Kathari.
Okay, nice,
yeah, dude,
nice.
I'm now from violet to blue. No, I'm kind of sad you didn't mention that or didn't notice that, man.
Oh yeah, I'm usually not that good at those sort of things, like a haircut, a pin change. But yeah, it looks great. It looks great on you.
Yeah, man. Look, dude, Sipius has been the Kathari has been a problem for some of the players, but not these guys. But of course, talking about the update on the tournament, let's look at the brackets right now. And as we are looking at the brackets, we just concluded the first that match between Yarla and Bright Avian. But what has happened? Like let's quickly do a quick rundown of from round 2 to round 3 right here in the upper bracket. Let's see.
Yeah, so Jarla gonna be taking it over Brighty here. He is gonna be taking it a 3-1. Sorry about that earlier. It's a 3-1, not 3-2. And Jimon over Sparkling. So Jarla versus Jimon here in the semifinals in the top 4 for tomorrow. So they will be both locked in. Both of them still have, once again, 1 life left. If they get knocked down to the loser's bracket, they have 1 more chance again to make it up.
Yeah, 1 more chance indeed. And this is going to be Yarla and Jimon for the semifinals or upper bracket semifinals. So whoever is going to be winning that is going to go to the, the last one right there. And there's a chance for anyone who is going to go down to the lower bracket to come up back to the upper bracket. May it be Yarla or Jimon. And looking at the lower brackets right now, we've had some developments, and I'm seeing a clean sweep and a possible in progress match ongoing right now. What can you say about that, Detsy?
All right, so Zeliaser is going to be taking it 3-0 versus Dual Note here. Zeliaser is going to be facing Brighty actually tomorrow in the lower bracket here. And then Sparkling is going to be facing the winner of Jobsad versus Lambie. Lambie's still in it here, clinging on to life. Just by a thread here. And he is going to be, and they are going to be playing for that top 4 spot here in that lower bracket.
Yes.
Yeah, so we will be seeing that match coming up really, really shortly here. That is going to be, I believe, the final broadcasted match for tonight.
Yeah.
That is going to be leading us at a close here today for the event, and we will be back here tomorrow with the following events for the Parallel Prime World Championship.
Yeah. Yes, and of course, guys, do you want to see some Sanctuary, man?
Yeah, Sanctuary. So again, that is going to be a very, very exclusive and private early access sort of preview here for the participants at the HyperX Arena. We are going to be having that here at 4:30 at the VIP room. So do check that out if you want to come.
Yeah.
Check out the Tau Seti, the new first-person shooter coming out for the Parallel series.
Yes. And with that, guys, we are going to come back after a short while, which is going to be 5 o'clock, 4:30 again, guys. For those of you who are in here at the HyperX Arena, go to room 1 for the VIP exclusive access or exclusive preview for Sanctuary. And for the next match again, guys, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's going to be Sparkling or whoever wins between Jobsad and Lambie series. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a few minutes. Bye, guys.
we are back here for the next match at the Parallel Prime Championship Day 1. Guys, this is going to be an amazing match, man. We've had a lot of matches over the lower bracket, but there just seems to be such a try-hard match right now here between JobSad and Lambi Series. So we're moving on to the next match, Brighty versus Zeliaser. What do you think about this matchup, man?
Yeah, so I believe that this is going to be the final matches for today. That's going to be wrapping up here for the Day 1 at the HyperX Arena in Vegas. We are going to be letting you guys know what's up with that at the moment. Brighty is going to be 0 and 1 versus Zeliaster. And again, as mentioned, Excelsior, we are going to be waiting for the match between JobSad and Lambi. Lambi is going to be down 1-2 versus JobSad.
Dude, this is like a very, very hard-hitting match. We're not going to be watching this one, guys. You have to wait for this matchup to conclude. But these guys, they just really good chads right here. They said, okay, can we have these guys highlighted again? Yes. The community said, okay, let's highlight these guys again because it's going to be another great match. The only remaining member of the YGG team versus Brighty, who just came out from a loss against his opponent a while ago. And, you know, Yarla just put him down. Let's see if he can come back up, right?
Yeah, so again, this is going to determine the final top 4 members for the Day 2 tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, these players have worked very, very long and hard. We've come a really, really long way, and it's been a grueling Day 1. You know, a lot of games, but there's no better way to do it here at the Parallel Prime Championship World Finals.
Yes, Rick, Day 1 is going to be concluding, but before we go to the match, let's give a short press F to the chat again to some of the guys who are going out. Dual Note already went out of the lower bracket. Another one that has been added. And Tice as well, man. And Perp, Sequinox, and Feno. So these guys are already out of the lower bracket and out of Day 1. So, man, another set of players going out, and they have to wait for Season 2 to happen to come back to the scene.
Yeah, you know, they really say that every dog has his day, and a lot of the bigger names have already been knocked out, and some of the lesser-known names, not necessarily the lesser skilled players, but they are going to be fighting to make a name for themselves here at the Parallel Prime Championship.
Yes, and with that, guys, we are going to the match right now to our casters, Free Tip and Quinto. See you guys.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
We're back in the seats again, Quinto.
Back at it.
For another top game that we're going to be joining. A game that's already in progress, but we're going to be catching Zeli again, which I'm really excited for.
Well,
yep.
It's been Zeli the whole day.
Yeah, I'm hoping we see more Zeli moves, aren't you?
Yeah.
As we saw earlier. Him grinding and just jiving. But yeah, we're going to be coming in. I think they mentioned it was 1-0 up. Yeah. And yeah, again, same kind of format as we've seen throughout the whole tournament. But we'll just be jumping into the game as it's already in progress. So quite looking forward to this. As they mentioned, we're not going to be running through the deck list or anything. Just going to be jumping into the game very, very soon. So what are you expecting from this one? Because these are two titans, right?
Right into the action.
Yeah, this almost feels like a final, right?
Yeah,
Zeli and Brighty.
Sure.
You know?
I mean, two great players here. Brighty has been an OG in the parallel scene since forever. And Zeliaser, since he got into it, he was actually killing it.
Yeah.
Winner of the YGG Summit.
Yeah.
Also the minor. Super good, super good. So, I mean, this loser bracket also, it's kind of scary. Like,
yeah. It doesn't feel like one.
It's practically impossible to win it.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at the both brackets and you gave it to someone and said, choose what is the loser's bracket, they wouldn't know which one to pick, would they? I mean, they're so strong on both sides. So, yeah, whether you kind of went through to the losers or the lower bracket or the upper bracket, you still had an incredibly tough path to get through to the final. And so the fact that both of these guys are kind of in that lower bracket, but they're almost one step away now from kind of getting to the final, incredible really for them. But still, they've got to get through these guys here, we've got through the next person. It's going to be really, really tough. So we're
There it
jumping
is.
in. Zeli's 1-0 up, and here we go.
Righty.
This is the starting hand. Let's have a look to see where they mulligan.
Look at this mulligan by Zeliaser.
It's pretty attractive, right?
Yeah.
It's almost too
Really
good.
Really good. He's thinking about mulligan. One of the relics gets
That's actually
two
really good.
ancient subjugates here.
Yeah.
And the
Standard bearer. Yeah, standard bearer is nice as well. So
I
we
mean,
like that.
I do like the ATN subject in the Neve matchup because you can get out of the way of the minion, for example. Definitely, it's a bank right now, one of them. But later on, if Zeliaser manages to get some tempo going, this ATN subject might save him the day in this matchup.
I tell you what, though, look at Brighty's hand here. He's almost
Scary.
the perfect hand for him as well.
Yep.
Now, he's got the Saboteur, and one of the things that's also interesting is that when you go up against Sippy, you know that you're going to need to probably hold on to the Saboteur. He's got other options in his hand. Maybe it's the Dominion that gets banked here.
I mean, but he also, look at the Eclipse Fate there.
Yeah.
Usually, you can use it against the relics, the Cathari relics. But there's some other options to use it with.
I mean, I think before the nerf to the Centaurus, the Centaurus was a very big target for the Eclipse Fate. Because if you didn't control that, the game was just well out of control, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like he's kind of really trying to decide what is the bank. He goes for the embedded agent, which, to be fair, doesn't really have a lot of value actually against Sippy. Often, Sippy are just going to roll out a lot of low-level targets, low-level units. Your 1-1 is often going to take out a 1-2 or a 1-1 itself. So bank that, keep some other high-value cards in his hands. Pretty good bank, actually.
Yep. Really nice. So this is a situation we're in right now. There's a couple of Dominions here. Definitely, there's no way to actually use it right now for Brighty without killing his own Singularity Steward.
Yep.
And look at that. Zeliaser saved the ATN subject, knowing it can give him the edge later on in the matchup. So this is a tricky spot right now because not even buffing the Singularity Steward, he will be able to deal with this Reliant Gamma. And on top of that, I mean, I think Singularity Steward and Life Siphon probably for Brighty is setting up a board, like getting more units than Zeliaser at this point might be the way to go. Banks the Saboteur.
Yeah.
So he's not worried about this relic at all, it seems.
By the way, can we just mention as well the Prime variant?
The Prime variant.
It's
Beautiful.
So cool. So cool.
So cool.
So for anyone watching at home, if you don't realize, the card on the right with the white eyes, that is the Prime variant, and it is super slick. Very rare to get hold of. So
there we go.
Pretty good so far from both players. I think it's a very, very interesting board for Zeli. The Asian subjugate comes in, gets the buff from the replicator. And this is the problem right now, I think, for Righty, is that when that Asian subjugate comes down, it's a kill on-site unit.
Yeah.
You have to remove it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really have great ways to remove it.
Yeah, right now it seems like Brighty's running low on the energy side. Like, you know, where you're in this situation where, like, if just I had one more energy, I have one more energy, I could do stuff. But in this case, nothing's gonna work out practically here. Well, actually, look at this.
Yeah, he's gonna use Dominion.
He managed to clear this board.
That's pretty smart, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty smart.
And there we go. So
he's gonna have to.
Yeah, he's gonna have to sacrifice the Singularity Steward.
I mean, it looks like he's genuinely considering just leaving it now that he's got that slightly buffed. But I feel like if you don't take it out, then you just give your opponent another opportunity to buff more units. So I think it was the right decision to get rid of it. But very cool play to get that into
nice
that situation.
From Brighty.
Yeah, we like that. That was really good.
I mean, losing the tempo, it's not always what you want.
No.
And now, like, look at this, the new Centaurus, the CPN Praetor. Getting two passive units, gets a relic also, Zeliaser, and a 5/6 forcing Brady to probably play that Honor Steward, or even the Eclipse Fate might not be bad here.
What would you be Eclipse Fating? What, the Replicator?
Good
or?
question. Good question here.
I don't think there's any value in using on the Adjudants, is there? So
the thing is that the CPN Predator like really gets out of the way of the Dominion, for example.
yeah, it does. Yeah. This isn't bad though, is it? I mean, using the Honor Steward, get rid of the Predator. You've just got 1-2s there. You should be able to deal with them.
Yeah.
You just gives you another turn to breathe, right? Another turn to figure out how can I just stay on top of this a little bit.
Look at this. This is a clean setup again. His board, but he's going with a Wong. He's trusting that Wong will buff.
He's trusting that Wong wants the limelight again.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
So Triumph. It's nice there.
And we see that Brady already banked one Triumph, I believe.
Yeah, he did. He banked a Triumph at the lost, yeah.
So Zeliaser is just going face here.
Yeah.
Dropping another
Getting
Tabula.
Just for extra ball presence. Okay, pretty good.
There we go.
The classic Sippy kind of struggle of trying to stay with them as their board continues just to kind of repopulate, keep going wide.
I mean, it was a good play, I think. If he would have cleared the Honor Steward and bank a unit, definitely going with a Wong, replenishing hand, setting up a board. Like, he's not in too much trouble right now. Even at Dominion, he doesn't care too much about the Dominion here against this board. So setting up the Rubicon next turn with this hand, it's actually really nice.
I mean, I think one of the things as well for Bright is that the Singularity Stewards are often so key in this matchup.
Yeah.
We've already seen 2 of them that have now gone. They're out of play, right? You had the Prime variant and then the original variant. So I think he was, I might be wrong here, I think he was maybe running 2. If he was running 3, great, he's got 1 more, but if he was running 2, you kind of your 2 key cards that could really help you to control this game and just buff a card to a point where you could actually just slam for huge damage are kind of now out of the equation. So
yeah, and there it is, the Triumph of the Lost for Brady. Let's see how is this gonna play out for Selly in this turn. Lots of things to consider here. Getting 2 Triumphs. Yeah, he's hovering over it, thinking. Rubicon might be too slow, I think. Yeah.
He's going Triumph, yeah.
Full Triumph here.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. That's very good.
Yeah.
With the Scipion, and then you've got the Tabula as well, the Raza.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Cycling more cards to use on his next Triumph.
Yep.
That he can probably copy with a Rubicon, setting up a board really nice here. Definitely, like, a Dominion here will really hurt Brady in this situation.
Yeah, I like this play as well, that he didn't really, oh, hello, yeah.
And look at this, he can even buff this Predator or the ATN Subjugate to a point that he can get out of the way of Dominion. He can really protect this ATN Subjugate in this situation now with the token from the Conicipian.
Look how many buffs this is generated.
He's thinking about it. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah.
Now he can defend the Honor Steward and keep his ATN Subjugate
alive. Yeah.
There's also a Triumph of the Lost here for Brady. It's an option. I don't know if there's too many things that he could play. I think Brady's thinking he have to deal with this board some way or the other, even if it hurts.
That's the kind of the awkward thing, isn't it? I think for Shroud in this matchup is that you play the Triumph of the Lost, but often when you play it, there's usually a really big board in front of you. So then if you Triumph, you're almost hoping what can come on the board that can help me clear things. And there's not really a lot that Shroud have in their arsenal that you can bring on and clear immediately. Unless you've Dominioned and then you find the Marley and the Marley comes on and boom, she just starts tagging everything.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen we've seen a little bit of the Dominion. It'd be a big risk, big gamble to hope that you get the Marlia from the Triumph. And if you don't, you've spent 5 on a Triumph just to get a couple of units down on the board that might not survive and might not really help you to contain the board. So
there we go.
He is going for it.
Triumph of the Lost.
Let's see.
Yeah, this relic won't do much for
No.
Brighty. Gets
Okay,
that
the
tabula
tabula.
going.
Yeah.
And the triumph.
Needs a big triumph here in
I mean,
terms of the
It's
cards
not
he
that
can
bad.
get.
Can bring his other singularity
Okay.
sword. And the honor sword, for example, with a nice combo there. And decides to go with the engine whisper and the honor sword.
Yeah. Okay.
He is thinking of going with the brand's expertise, I believe. Banks the Baron.
Yeah. It's
Really
nice
good.
play. Yeah. Like being able to draw 2, possibly 3 for the cost of 1 is so big.
Yeah.
Decides not to go for the kickback. I think it's the right decision. Don't really want to be giving your opponent more cards, especially when they've already got quite a strong board in front of you. So, okay, that's pretty okay. You know, no Malia, but he's got something here which can at least start to be, wow.
Zeliaser got the cook.
Oh, yeah.
The Drussian Accelerator will do, probably this is already 12. Yeah, this is lethal. Lethal for Selly.
Wow.
The good old Drussian Accelerator doing the job here
Oh
with a
my
big board.
word. That's
No need for
incredible.
that kill box.
No.
No need for convergence.
Look at that.
There we
The
go.
power of
Zeliaser.
Sippy.
With a little dance there.
What a top deck. What a top deck.
What
And
a top deck.
And that's why that card's in there,
Beautiful.
right? Yeah. That
I
one-
mean, Drussian Accelerator top deck with a big board, it's
mean-
difficult to beat that
Yeah.
feeling.
I mean, we saw this a lot in Naeus decks, didn't we, of the past. It was such a menace, because then it just used to throw it down in a Naeus deck, and it was like, it's over. You know, there's just too much of a buff going on. It's nice that we're kind of seeing it more in Sippy decks again. It makes a lot of sense as well, with the way that they are able to ramp in units and go really wide. It's just one of those cards where as soon as it comes down on the board, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do.
Yep.
It's not even a muster ability that you can stop, is it? It's just straight up an ability.
Yeah. I mean, this, the fact that he could set up the Aetian subject, as we were speaking about, it definitely makes it harder for Neve to actually go through it.
Yeah.
And that's where I think Brighty managed to not stop the big board that Selly had. I mean, Selly managed to,
Yeah. I think
keep that big board.
the other thing as well that was kind of interesting is that I don't think we really saw an erasure, did we, from Brighty?
Not at all.
You know, and when you're going up against Sippy, you do kind of want to see an erasure at some point, because you know that you might need to use it against the subjugate, especially in those situations where they scale out of control past the Dominion. If you can't then kill it with a Dominion, you need to kill it with a you know, like an erasure. So, yeah, really good play from Zay, but it goes to 2-0. So this is the deciding kind of game here, isn't it, really?
There we go. Earthen versus Neve.
All right, so Brighty's going first. Again, we've seen this matchup before, didn't we, earlier? With Feno, actually against Zelly, and Feno played it very, very well.
Yeah.
It's not an easy matchup from a Shroud perspective. Definitely Earthen has become one of the stronger decks. We've seen a lot of players come to this tournament and bring Earthen. It's probably one of the most brought decks. I'm expecting it to do very well again because I know that Zelly plays it very, very well. He's got a nice first turn as well, getting that allocated provisions down early. Just you can start to get that charge reveal mechanic in place, the first pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, this embedded agent is gonna, like, having the embedded agent in this situation for Brighty is super good because Earthen has some trouble setting up a board, and with the embedded agent, everything's just gonna instantly die here.
Yeah. I mean, they if you're not,
And there it is, a classic
it was
top
gonna,
deck
yeah.
by Zeliaser.
The
No
Zeliaser,
snitching, he
didn't go
doesn't
for
even
it.
care about it.
Okay. He's not too bothered about it at the moment, is he?
No.
Just a 1-1. He thinks, okay, you can chip me for 1 damage. I don't mind. I'll wait, bide my time, and figure out when I need to use it.
He's gonna get worried if Brighty manages to set up a board.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely... The Singularity Stewards are also of course, units that maybe need to be slight targets for a snitch. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he can ignore the stewards. But the other thing with the stewards is that they need targets, right, to be getting buffs. So as long as he doesn't really give them too many targets early on, I mean, the Premier Conduit
is a tough decision here.
Yeah. He is looking to go for it. He's looking to go for it.
Be what Brady was waiting for.
Yeah. Okay, so Brighty with the board. A Singularity Steward that's not developed yet. And some good options in his hand to try and deal with the Premier Conduit, especially the Honored Steward, which is so good actually at just resetting the Premier Conduit. Because even if the Conduit comes back, with the Honored Steward being removed, it goes to a 1-1. So, and that's the play, which is a good one. So, you know, Brighty gets his Singularity Steward buffed.
Yep.
And yeah, that Premier Conduit is off the board. So really, really good start. Almost the perfect start, actually, for Brighty as Neve here against Earthen.
There's going to be a saving grace here for Zeliaser, though. The Solea might help him a bit.
Yep.
However, this is a tough spot being in Earthen, playing against a big board from Shroud. There's definitely a really bad spot to be in. You usually want to be the one with the tempo when playing Earthen in the versus Shroud.
I mean, you called it. He is definitely going for the Solea just to try and steady the ship a little bit, just to try and bring a little bit more balance to the board.
So he doesn't care about that.
Doesn't go for the Honored Steward.
I mean, recovering that Premier Con is not like super important, but Brady might be able to set up a big board here, 2 Singularity Stewards and an Honored Steward there. He might be able to build a big board, which is really nice in this
double
situation.
Honored Steward. Look at that. And you can see Zeli, he's like, oh, you've Honored Stewarded me again.
Even with Byron and Spores, Brady might manage to keep all this, like practically all this board.
Yeah.
Saving that take it or leave it, probably for an early Neve.
Hold the line, probably the perfect bank here.
And there it is, Zeliaser forced to play the Terra Glider before turn 6.
I mean,
he's thinking about it.
When we look at Brighty's hand as well, pretty good options in Brighty's hand still.
I mean, Zeliaser can play a Premier Presence, get back his Solea and protect her in some way or the other.
Yeah.
Definitely against Shroud is difficult because of that erasure there in Brady's hand. But at least can like force Brady to use some resources here to spend them.
I mean, I think this is a good play actually. You want to try and get your Solea back on the board, right? Yeah. So you can get some value out of her still.
Yeah, even though you're probably losing it. So.
And now, so will you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Small board there.
Yeah. Good play there. Oh, he gets in another no snitching. Okay. What is it with Zeli and the no snitching? He just always seems to find them at the right moment, doesn't he?
And actually, this is quite good because with that ramp from the Steward of the Garden, he will be able to play the Terra Glider into a possible Terra mech next turn, if the Stewie survives, obviously. So this is going to be a question if this erasure goes into the Solea or the Steward of the Garden. Let's see.
Yeah. Half, are you thinking half? I mean, half doesn't really seem to have a huge amount of value. I feel in the Earthen matchup as much. I'm wondering whether Brighty's going to hold on to that though, or whether it's a bank for him. It looks like it's a bank at this point. He's got, with the erasure in hand, he's banking the Saboteur. Okay,
pondering.
Fine. Yeah.
Pondering what to do here. This is a difficult turn for Brady. Goes ahead, sets up a board.
Yeah.
Erasure into Solea.
Yeah.
Will we see it? Will we see the high roll of high rolls, the one we all love here? Look at that, the Dominion also to spend it away.
Okay.
Here we go. Zeliaser. Terra mech. The crowd screams.
So here we go. He couldn't get it earlier. Is he going to get it now?
The moment we all love.
Teramek at the third time of asking.
Pass,
Zeli.
hold the line, not
No.
the C trying Rose.
Cannot seem to find it today.
The Teramek has not been fond of Zeliaser
No, it's
today.
hiding from him, isn't it?
It's hiding.
Yeah. He hasn't paid him off or something. Yeah.
And this is going to be quite good here for Zeliaser.
I mean, Citrian
For
Rose
Brady,
is-
I mean, with this big board already, this is a good situation to be in. Going with Shroud, he's also approaching that Neve turn. So, and Zeliaser is out of resources.
Yeah, he really is.
This earthen matchup has been in this tournament the most difficult one. It has, in many cases, I've heard and seen, come to resolve in the mirror. So whoever wins the mirror is the one who wins the round.
Yeah, agree. I mean, one of the things we haven't seen yet from Zeli's point of view is the Rummage and Researcher, which is obviously one of the big sort of card draw engines, which is one of the reasons I think he's slightly running out of
There
cards
we
in his
go.
hand.
We see Zeliaser here buffing his Altar of Gaia, he was above it, gets the Terra Glider.
Yeah.
Again, will we see another big Terra?
He's got to go for it again, isn't he? He's just got to go for it.
Yeah, and has another relic on top of that. Another Altar of Gaia.
I think if he keeps knocking on that door, eventually,
Yeah.
Teramek's going to open it, isn't it?
No, I mean, I think he's going for the Terra next turn on the 7
True.
energy.
Yeah, true, actually. Yeah, he could go for the Terra. Yeah, with the Altar of Gaia as well. I mean, him getting a Terra doesn't seem to be an issue at all, does it?
No, and with a big Altar of Gaia, especially if Brady starts hitting these units, it's going to get ugly if a Terra appears. Even without a Terra, I actually think it's going to be good for Brady in the case, because he will be able, for Zeliaser, because he will be able to buff whatever unit he gets.
Yeah.
So we see here
So,
only
yeah.
2 Dominions,
Yeah.
still at 7 energy with the bank here. Still one more turn from Neve. What's going to happen?
His Neve will be okay, I think, but not amazing at this point. I don't think he's played a ton of effects so far, but he's probably going to need to just look at it anyway. Doesn't have a lot of options in his hand.
Look at this. More buffs, more counters to this Altar of Gaia. 8 counters already, that's
a ton.
If a Terra appears, that's 3 heals, right?
Well, it's 2, no? It costs 2, right?
It's 2, 3, 4. So yeah, he already has 3. Getting a hit here from the DK. 10. And there we go.
Wow.
11.
That's a lot of counters
Take it
there.
or leave it that he can't bank.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no. So no second Altar of Gaia, probably. He's going for the Terra. 3 heals. Hasn't that Altar of Gaia.
What's he going to get?
Yeah, he's
So
just
there was
going
a
to hold the line here to
Oh. See,
give
he went-
defender.
He went for the 6.
He went for the 6
Yeah,
again?
he went for the 6. He got the Citrian Rose, yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, he
Are you
didn't
surprised
bank
by
the
that?
Altar of Gaia.
Yeah.
So he went for the 6.
Do you think it maybe would have been better just to have banked the Altar of Gaia and tried to go for the Terra there, or do you think maybe he just kind of wanted to try and hold on to
I mean,
Altar?
he knows that Brady already spent his 2 of his Honor Swords, so the Terramec probably would have been really strong.
Yeah.
In this case, but like having 3 heals in that Altar of Gaia, I think good chances getting the Terra, like better chances, better odds of getting the Terra and buffing her and getting a bunch of units in the board, or just buffs all over the place.
Let's see how many cards. Brighty. Oh, he picks up an Erasure.
Yeah, this is Erasure.
Nice.
It's gonna be.
That's big.
It's gonna be big.
Yeah, getting the Erasure just means he can buff the Stew even more. He's actually got. He's not.
He
he's
can
got decent
actually
board.
deal. He can actually banish 2 units here.
Yeah.
And clear the board get 2
And
buffs.
he can take Zeli really close to lethal. It's not lethal, but it will take him very, very close.
Yeah.
It's
It's
going
gonna
to
be
be good buff
6,
here.
then
Yeah.
8, 10 plus the Neve.
Yeah.
Leaving him at 3 health next turn.
Yeah.
Well,
And
for sure there's
he
gonna
has-
be a
And he
Nehemiah.
has
probably.
the Neve to play
Yeah.
still. So it is actually technically lethal, isn't it?
No.
Oh, no.
Well, yeah,
Right.
it's
Well,
lethal. It's
yeah.
lethal because of the Wong that's in there.
Yeah.
So Zeliaser only has that Ramayan Researcher right now to do anything with it.
How can Zeli come back from this at this point? Do you feel like the game's gone past the point of no return, or is there some kind of a way for Earthen to swing this massively now?
No. I don't think there's a
Because
there's a
the
recovery
big
here.
swing cards could potentially be something like Terra, but he doesn't really have a board to kind of fully
Yeah.
take advantage of that.
And this board from Bright is already really scary. Getting into a Neve next turn with that take it or leave it. Not much to do here. So it's a draw with the Ramaying.
Okay,
It's a
supply
buff.
cache. Another supply cache. So supply cache plus get the draw,
And gets a
there's
Terra.
Terra. There she is.
But too late.
Yeah.
Probably dropping that Nehemiah. Even with it, it's
Couple of turns too late, really.
it's over.
Yeah.
Over for Selly.
I mean, it would have
Well,
been,
once again, we see it.
yeah.
Struggling with the Earthen matchup to beat the other decks. Probably getting up into a mirror eventually if he doesn't manage to get the win with Earthen on the
Yep.
next match.
Plays Nehemiah just to put a defender down there.
Well, he can get some heals here.
Yeah.
But I think it's too late either way.
We've got draws a triumph here. Okay.
I mean, Brady still
Tough
has
spot.
to go through the Nehemiah
Yeah.
and the Ramayan Researcher.
And it's not clean the way you do it either, is it?
Yeah,
That's the problem, because if you want to go through you hit something into it, brings her down, you could probably do it so that you can, in fact, you could do it so that you keep your Singularity Steward alive, but then you're going to be sacrificing a couple of units.
Brady decided
Oh,
to go with
dear.
the treasures to
Yeah.
prevent any sort of hope here for Zeliaser.
Oh.
Stealing that Terra, banking her.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's when you know the game hasn't
Yeah,
gone your
yeah,
way.
that's when
You finally
when things
draw
go
your
south.
one bit. Yeah, exactly. You finally draw your
I
one
mean,
big card.
good decision from Brady. He knew that he didn't have the lethal with Neve, so he decided to go a safe route, steal that Terra, which was gonna be really damaging to Brady if Zeliaser managed to play it.
Yep. Would have caused a problem that he didn't need to have, having
And
control of
Brady,
the game.
look at this,
Is he
playing the
gonna play
Terra
it?
himself.
He's going to play it. Why not? Use your
Now he
enemy's
gets a
weapons
clean kill
against
here.
them. Yeah. Yeah.
Cleaner, actually.
Much cleaner. So using the Stewie to take the Maya out of the equation. Defender gets passed over to the Rummaging. You can take out the Rummaging with the Wong, and then look at that. You've got a nice clear path now just to damage to the face.
Now, well, and look at that, the Adira on top of everything.
Nice.
Byron and Spores. Selly still in it, still fighting.
Yeah.
Still seeing an out that
Fighting to
we
the-
apparently don't see.
No, yeah. I love that he's still drawing. He's
Look at that, more
that'll do.
heals.
That's a heal. So getting the Moonlit, is he going to bank it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, well, yeah, concede.
Yeah. I was going to say, is there something else that we're not seeing
Ran away
here?
with it. Very good done.
And a
Very
huge
well.
win. A huge win for Brighty there to keep him in the
Yeah,
game. in the
excitement for
rounds.
Brady
Yeah.
by the crowd.
He looks like he knew the significance of that as well. Just
Yeah.
big pressure, but he delivered. Tough games these for both of these players. I know they're really up against it, but fantastic. We've seen a couple of players now hit Earthen, and they've hit them hard and quick, and they've prevented Earthen from really getting going. And that's if you're watching at home and that's how you want to try and deal with Earthen, then that is literally how you do it. Just stop their ramp, stop their ability to build boards, stop the reveal, conceal, and you should hopefully win. So, yeah, this was the point where the Zeliaser got on and stewarded.
Yeah. And
this is actually where we thought, okay, the game's going fantastic for Brighty here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was in full control. And it did look at this point a little bit scary, I think, for Zeli. But it still took quite a few turns, didn't it, for Zeli to look like he was really getting to the point where he was going to be down and out. And then this was really the finishing blow, wasn't it? Scheming the Terror, and then not only just scheming her, but then using her against you.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which
that's
is usually banked.
Yeah. But the fact that he had taken no damage, he was like, I can take the 7 here, corrupted, and I should still be fine. So really,
what are we gonna see here? Do we see the Earthen Mat mirror already?
I mean, interesting. I'm not sure. We know that Brighty's Marco deck is pretty nasty.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's been banned though. I don't think you would want to go up against Brighty's Marco deck because it's the Bloodhound Cathy. It's just super aggro. So if that hasn't been banned, then I wonder if we're going to see it. But if it has been banned, then yeah, probably you're right. We'll probably see the Earthen Mirror. Okay, so we just heard that Brighty's Sippy was banned. So
yep,
it does seem like we are.
It's going to be the mirror.
It's Earthen Mirror.
Right away.
Wow.
Right away into the action that we all love. The crazy Earthen Mirror.
We keep covering the Earthen Mirrors, don't we?
Look at this. Zeliaser probably once again with the early Terra mech. Going to the Singularity Steward. Look at that.
Solitary Confinement
Both
there for
of them
Brighty.
with a nice hand. Brighty with the Steward of the Garden. Aurora Fungi into probably Ramain Researcher. This is a really nice setup.
Yeah. Good possible removal as well with the Solitary Confinement. I like that he's got that in the deck. Yeah, really decent. Both of them having the Stewie as well is pretty nice.
Brighty deciding here, go with the big unit or with the Ramain. Probably will have to go with the Ramain here.
Bountiful.
Yeah, I think it's usually advantageous, isn't it? If you're going first, you can try
and Zeli gets the no snitching.
Again with the no snitching top deck.
I mean,
it's just his no snitching day, isn't it? Incredible.
The thing is that Brighty has that Aurora Fungi, which is the lifesaver for a no snitching.
Yeah.
So he's still in a good position. Definitely playing the Ramain Researcher for Brighty will be also good if he plays it first.
Bountiful.
And there we go. Zeliaser, no snitching, the Stewie, Brighty Stewie.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. As you say, though, that's the great thing with Earthen in particular, is that if your 0-3 gets snitched, you just throw a fungi on, and it's still very, very valuable.
But we're going to see here probably this take it or low. Wait,
No.
can't play it.
No, can't play it. Yeah, can't play it until another turn.
So Zeliaser will beat him to the punch first with that Ramain. And not many options for Brighty in this situation, not being able to bang this take it or leave it. This is going to hurt. Forced to not play anything, saves that solitary confinement, and now we're gonna see Zeliaser banking the Terra Glider. The big dog. Banking the big dog. No.
Banking the big dog. Gets
there
the
we go.
going.
First to play the Ramain, really nice. This is what you want. Now he's gonna be.
He's got a really nice setup as
drooling
well.
in resources from now on.
Especially
Brighty won't be able to play. Oh, gets the no snitching.
Nice.
Brighty.
Nice, just when you need it as well.
Just when you need it.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been a really nice setup for Zeli if we're assuming his Stewie gets snitched here, because if it doesn't get snitched, then he would have had a really nice setup with the allocated provisions and then the provoked caretaker.
Yeah.
So much charge and conceal.
However, the no snitching in this matchup, usually you want to save it for the Terra mech. So let's see what happens here. Solitary confinement, it is. Just...
Yeah, it's going Nehemiah.
It's Nehemiah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I quite like that, actually.
Yeah.
Because he's able to hold on to the snitching, as you say, maybe for a bigger, badder target. You still got the rummaging researcher, which you probably don't want to play when the rummaging's already on the board for your opponent. And of course, he's got the solitary confinement that can save for Nehemiah. So I like this, actually. Pretty good.
Yeah, you're totally right. The solitary confinement might be too heavy in this situation. So there we go.
There you go.
Another Terra Glider. This guy is a magnet for Terra Gliders.
A magnet for the Terra Gliders, but not a magnet for the
But not for the Terra yeah.
Eventually, he's going to get one. We'll have to keep the tournament going until like he can actually pull one, you know?
Zeliaser forced to play the Nehemiah also.
Okay.
Setting up a board here, protecting his Steward of the Garden. Has more resources than Bridie. Bridie gets the Terra Glider also. Forced to bank the allocated provisions. Oof. And solitary confinement on the Nehemiah. Trying to set up a tempo here. Bridie.
It's kind of interesting, actually, isn't it? That solitary confinement wasn't really getting super used. I mean, it was, of course, no snitching, but now, of course, it's super powerful. Just help you get rid of a Paragon or a nasty unit in one go.
Zeliaser, though, has many options here. He has so many resources. Gets that Solea in this situation.
Oh, that's actually quite nice. Can potentially play allocated.
Still can't actually do anything with Solea, but
good energy efficiency with allocated and then
still has a Ramayan researcher. He could go Terra Glider here. No, actually can't. Well, he could go with the Terra Glider, get more resources.
Yeah, just going with a 4/4 Premier Conduit.
Just protecting his resources right now, protecting his Ramayan researcher, protecting his Steward of the Garden. There we go. And Bridie with a Wong.
He needs that as well, Brighty. He's starting to run out of his cards in his hand. Hopefully, he gets a nice selection.
Is the turn of the truth for both of them. Gets the Terra Mech.
Terra Mech. What a pull from Wong Shop there. Huge.
So Bridie already setting up the defender on the board, getting some units up with it, setting up the board to drop his Terra Mech this turn. There's no answer for Bridie at the moment against the Terra Mech. Zeliaser, on the other hand, has a no snitching still.
Yeah. He could just go straight into his own Terra Mech here if he wanted to. It looks like he's going for it. It's usually quite a good option, isn't it? If you can play the Terra Mech down first, just set the pressure and say, hey, I've got something massive here, you need to answer it.
Yeah, just sacrificing his Ramayan here to give the fender to the Terra Mech. And the ball gets rolling now.
Yeah, and that Nehemiah doesn't look too scary anymore, does she, really?
No.
The 3/3.
Take it or leave it here. Zeliaser, not much in this situation for him.
Are we expecting Brighty to just match the Terra Mech here?
Wonder if Zeliaser will get a top deck here, like hold the line or another Snow Snitching to deal with the Terra Mech, Bridie's Terra Mech, and he goes ahead with it.
Pondering it. He's gone for it. Terra versus Terra. And so it begins.
So it begins.
So it begins.
So it begins. The beginning of the end.
Yes. The beginning of 1 damage versus 1 damage. Oh, Spores for Brighty, not bad. And then a Relic repurposing. Pretty interesting. That one from Zeli there.
So,
okay.
Terra Glider here into a Terra.
Yeah, I mean, that would be massive.
Or another Terra Mech. What's going to happen here?
Here we go.
1, 2, 5, 6. He's going for the second
he still
and
doesn't
again.
get it. What does he have to do to get it?
But he's good with it because of the flourish.
Yeah, Acolyte's fine.
He's celebrating.
Acolyte
Gets
is
flourish
fine. Yeah.
here. Start dealing with the other units. Brighty's other units, but I mean, we're gonna watch the same play from Brighty next turn.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
And
Relic
destroy his
repurposing.
only
Ooh, okay.
allocated his
So
own
conceal
allocated
first. Yeah, conceal first, and then destroy if you want to do that. Ooh,
He's just
that's nasty. That play if he does that.
He's dancing.
He's dancing. He's in the flow.
Does he have hold the line in the bank?
He did bank one earlier, didn't he?
Oh no, Zeli's gonna cook here. If he banked the hold the line. No. No, he didn't.
Oh. I might have been thinking about the game before. It's still good play though. I like this here. Using the relic repurposing to remove your own relic and then triggering another flourish effect.
Oh wait!
Oh yes, yes. Lovely play. Absolutely lovely play.
Wow, Zeliaser.
Yeah, top level play.
Wow.
So using the relic repurposing to target as an effect, target the Terramech.
He could use a relic repurposing to target the Terramech, take away the shielded, and use a no snitching to cleanly clear Brighty's Terramech.
Yeah.
Wow. That's why he was celebrating.
Yeah.
He got the double flourish to just clear the whole board, and that was it.
I mean, I have to admit, I didn't see that initially, but when you see it, you're like, wow, that's actually pretty amazing. Yeah.
Very well done. Very well done by Zeliaser here.
I mean, this is tough for Brighty. I feel like he needs to try and go and get his another one with the Terra. Oh, he's okay, fine.
So starting with the Byron Spores,
and then play it.
trying to trim
For
down the
middle
board a bit
presence.
here. I mean, Zeliaser has run out of his biggest resources already. He probably top decks something, but
yeah, a Terra probably.
This virulent for middle presence combo, it's actually really damaging. Brighty gets another Terra Glider in this situation, really good for him. Can keep on getting the same units.
And actually as well, that's actually pretty smart from Brighty, because if you want to try and stop the flourish on the Terramech, then try and take the damage, the health down as much as you can, so that it's further away from the flourish. It's pretty smart.
This Zeliaser's Terramech already at 3 health.
Yeah.
And probably getting wiped the rest of the board next turn. Brighty with many more resources than Zeliaser. Zeliaser couldn't play anything the turn. Loss of tempo here for Zeliaser. Brighty about to drop a bump in the board. Gets that Altar of Gaia also.
Nice. Really nice.
Will Brighty just clear this Terramech? Or will he go with the Terra Gliders and set up something?
What would you do? I'd be very tempted to go for the Terra Glider here.
Yeah, just to build up a board, but this Terramech will be used against it.
That's true.
So probably setting up a formidable presence, maybe. There we go. Formidable presence.
Yeah, fair enough.
Clear this Terramech. Get it out of the way. Zeliaser is out of resources already. He already played 2 Terra Gliders, if I'm not mistaken. Banked 1 and played 1.
Yeah. It's quite a nice play, actually.
And look at the Brighty's hand.
Wow, 3 Terra Gliders.
This is going to be one after the other.
he doesn't get it the first time, he can definitely keep trying.
Yeah.
Great play. He's done
And
fantastic to turn
Zeliaser
that around.
again with a Terra Glider.
Interesting.
And this is when he's going to get it, isn't it? This
Yeah.
is when he's going to get it.
I mean, usually he would prefer to have the Altar of Gaia, I guess.
Yeah.
So he could set up a nice Terra.
But I mean, that would be lovely that your Terra mech basically gets destroyed and then you immediately go and get the next one on the next turn, right? So rummaging, then most likely into the
Allocated provisions.
Yep. He's still got the take it or leave it, which he could of course use as well. Okay. I mean, both players are still relatively high in health as well. I mean, Bright is at 29, Zeliaser at 30. This is something we're seeing a lot now in this matchup, is that there's not much damage done directly to the face. It's just very much just trying to wear your opponent down, just trying to get through the avalanche, the maze of defenders to try and get a clear path.
With a head and banked. So he's going for the Terra Mech again.
Yeah, he's going for it.
Let's see. The fourth time we see him do this.
Yeah, come on, is he going to get it? At the fourth time of asking.
It's a draw there, and
He
the
still
Cyclone
doesn't
Rose
get it.
again.
Where is this?
No Terra Mech for Zeliaser from the Terra Glider.
Another Citroen Rose. But where are these Terra mechs for Vizeli? It's just not his day on the Terra mechs.
Lost in the RNG sauce.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even for a lack of trying as well, is it? He's had so many goes at that. But you know, I don't think he'll mind if he gets through to the next day and he gets another shot in the finals.
There it
He'll be
is.
more
It
than happy.
was his last Terra Glider, and now Brighty is gonna start with his.
Yep. Okay, so the easy bank there is the Stewies. Pretty irrelevant at this point in the game. This is absolutely amazing to see 3 Terra Gliders in hand. A board that isn't too scary as well in front of you, and you know that if you can just hit the high roll here, you're in a great position. So, Brighty, revealing first. And he doesn't get, but he does get the Acolyte. It's okay. He takes it. It's not bad.
He takes it. He takes it.
It's not what we were necessarily looking for, but we'll take it. We'll take it. We have another 2 shots.
Well, Acolyte.
Guide us.
He should be getting a ton of supply caches as well, because he's, assuming, of course, the next turn he does exactly the same thing. Reveals again for another 6 or 7. Conceals again for another 6 or 7. Just going to be really loading his deck up with supply caches, but we can keep some of these units on the board. Those buffs could go a long way as well. I mean, the board that Zeli has is okay, right? It's okay, but at this point, you know, there's not anything super scary there. The Citroen Rose is a little bit of a pain, though. He does have 2 formidable presences, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
And he's still got the Wong, so...
And we haven't seen Zeliaser's Terra either, so if he manages to keep a board here without Brighty being able to get a defender, for example, we might see Zeliaser do a lot of damage.
Here we go. Second crack at the whip. What's he going to get this time? Here we go. Everyone hold your breath.
More draws for Zeliaser here. Very good for him. Getting those caches.
Oh, the Citroen.
And
Zeli
the
is,
Citroen for Brighty. Zeliaser celebrates
He's well
here.
happy with that, isn't he? Huge one there.
Wow. Zeliaser is going to be able to deal a ton of damage to Brighty.
Yeah. Zeli
it's
basically
12.
feeling like he's dodged a big bullet there twice.
Yeah. So let's see. Zeliaser gets this Terra here, and it's gonna get scary.
Yeah. Is he? You know, he's
gonna
going to
get
top
scary
deck
for
it.
Brighty.
Yeah.
Big board, 2 buffs, one with the altar. Probably, I think he could make 3 buffs after attacking. So let's see.
I mean, Brighty went for it, didn't quite pan out for him, but had to go for it. To be fair, he still has another shot at it, but it could just be a little bit too late.
Well, now Zeliaser is the one with the resources. And let's see the top deck here from Zeliaser.
Okay, Premier Conduit. Not bad.
Yeah,
not what you,
he's in a
what
good
would
spot
have
either way. He
wanted.
can set up this Altar of Gaia,
There
gets a
she
Terra.
is. There she is.
Byron and Spores can begin to give counters to the Altar of Gaia easily.
Yeah.
Clear this board, and then get a nice Terra next turn. Will he go for it or go for middle presence in this situation?
I mean, is he even thinking about getting Altar of Gaia going? Yeah. That's the right plan.
Yeah, even if he loses the board in this situation, buffing the Altar of Gaia, just sets up a nice Terra next turn.
But also, I mean, you get the buff as well, don't you, from the Citrine Rose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so give it that heal. Then hit that.
2 defenders here. Well, it's the battle of the defenders. See what he defends up with and then take a decision on what to play last. He could even drop that Premier Conduit there.
He's having a quick little look in the waist, isn't he? Just to figure out what does he need to be aware of here. He's going for the Premier Conduit just to, I assume, get another defender down.
Setting up some board, letting that decay above the Altar of Gaia, having a really nice Terra next turn. Look at that.
Yeah. He's set up, isn't he? Nicely for the
Now he
Terra.
just needs to defend here. Gets the 3rd for middle presence. Is really good in this situation. And what will we see here? Ooh, Brighty with a relic repurposing might be able to cook this Altar of Gaia, but it's like Zeliaser has so many options, has resources, has a big board. Even without the Altar of Gaia, he might be able to do something with Terra, for example, and with all the formidable presence in hand, it's already 18 damage in hand.
Yeah, the other thing as well is that he almost doesn't have an easy way, because he doesn't have a defender at the moment, does he, Brighty? So even if you went, say, for the Terra mech, he doesn't have a way to put a defender on the Terra mech at the moment. And that's the issue, isn't it?
Well, yeah, actually has the Moonlit. It's his only defender, so I think he's going to go with it. And then he can flourish.
Yeah.
Flourish the Terra mech if he gets it. Kill one of the units. Yeah, let's see.
And gets a Terra.
The 2nd Altar of Gaia for Zeliaser and gets a Terra actually.
Okay.
Goes for a Terra and there's no defender. With some buffs. Double buff in here. Probably with a Moonlit. There we go.
Yeah. So pretty nice. You know, like not awful. Pretty good actually, to be fair. Do we feel like that's going to put Brighty in a good position? Oh wow.
Oof. He's just widening his board to maximize the buff from Terra. Drop that Moonlit, and now Brighty with a gigantic board.
Yeah. Trigger the heal on Terra.
Zeliaser is also with a lot of aces up his sleeve. Here with the altar in. Brighty goes ahead and just
Yeah, to trigger the flourish again, right?
He doesn't care about banking anymore. He's just buffing everything, trying to get a bigger board.
This is
than Zeliaser.
fantastic. Honestly, what
Placing
play.
Zeliaser in a bad spot, ready against the wall.
I feel like this game at the moment is just epitomizing an Earthen Mera matchup where there's so many swings that can happen. You know, you think, okay, that just looks out of control. How can you come back from it? Next turn, the opponent swung it back in their favor. It's so fascinating to watch. I hope everyone back home is enjoying this as well, as much as we are, because this is fantastic to watch.
Well, let's see. Let's see how Zeli manages to get out of this one. He might get a bunch of buffs here with Terra. Clear some of Brighty's board.
Yeah.
But he only has three units to do something about it.
It was quite a nice clean up there from Brighty, just to minimize the board damage you could take from next turn. I mean, Brighty at the moment, if he can maintain quite a lot of this board, it's going to put him in a very good position to start pushing for serious damage to the face once he gets through one of those defenders.
Yep. I think it's going to be more difficult now for Zeliaser to get back at it without that Altar of Gaia. He still can only get 2 buffs from this one. No defenders. At the moment, well, yeah, actually the Wong is still a defender.
Yeah.
He has to go through that Moonlit.
Okay.
Yeah. That would have been many counters to the Altar of Gaia.
Yeah.
And
that would have put him in a really nice spot, wouldn't it, for the Terra?
Yeah. So it's going to be 2 buffs, probably from Terra. Or he can go also with the Formidable Presence route, maybe.
I think he's just looking to do, he's just looking to do an Altar and then Terra, right? Just to get something out of what he's got on the board before he loses it. Is that what he's looking to do?
Going for? Yeah,
he's
going Terra.
Yeah.
Trying to clear some of this board here.
Yeah, just to try and get something out of the Terra with the units you've got on the board before they go. I mean, I guess he's thinking as well he can still rely on the Formidables just to bail him out.
It's going to be a
work.
Old school unit by unit
Yep.
and resource by resource earthen match if Zeliaser manages to deal with these some of the units here. Thinking about dropping that Premier Conduit to get an extra defender. Probably protecting his Terra and getting 1 buff.
Okay.
From the altar.
So triggering the
buffing
flourish
everything.
again. Yeah.
Has the attack to deal with this Moonlit.
Lovely play.
Yep.
Lovely play there from Zeli. He's played Earthen so well, I think, since I've seen him today. I mean, even in the game against Feno, he lost it, but he still played fantastic for what he had. And I think both these players have been playing fantastic, right?
Yeah, totally.
It's been a real top-level game here between 2 Earthen pros.
There we go. More buffs.
Yeah.
More counters to this Altar of Gaia.
Triggering it again.
There we go.
Oh, wow. This is so
Keep
filthy.
buffing the Terra.
Yeah. Just keep the buff train going.
Keep buffing
Amazing.
the Terra.
Getting the Citroen up to an 11-7.
Ooh,
11-2
and keeps
now.
a lot of... Keeps the necessary defenders to protect his own Terra.
Yeah.
And the Byerland.
Look how impressive that was that he played the Premier Conduit as like a 1-1 and it just got buffed up to like a 5-5 really quickly.
Yeah. So let's see. This is going to be the make it or break it here for Brighty.
Yeah.
I think this Terra will survive. Then the Terra with all of those formidable presence is going to hurt.
Hello. I will look back upon this fight fondly.
But yeah, I mean, the decay damage he's going to be taking from Virulent Spores, though, is going to be feeding to the counters, right? So
cook that Altar of Gaia.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if Brighty doesn't do anything here, like not attacking anything, the Altar of Gaia is just going to get super buffed, and then next turn it's going to be 2 formidable presence for lethal.
Yeah.
So he decides to attack. goes ahead and
He's
defense with the
gonna-
Crimea
yep.
conduit.
So we can keep the 10-3.
Still has, still has the resources to protect his Terra.
Lovely
Brighty
stuff.
will be left without a board. So even without Terra, Zeliaser is in a good spot with all those formidables and the Caretaker also.
Yeah.
Really nice unit there to set up a board. And now 2 counters. 5 counters actually for Terra. This is gonna be with 2 formidable presences. It's
Here we
gonna
go.
be lethal, I think.
Oh, this is absolutely incredible.
Yep. 2 formidable presence, 2 buffs from Terra.
Yeah.
And that's it for
And
Zeliaser.
you're real jiving then. You're really jiving.
Yeah. Look at this.
I think
So
Brighty,
much
look, you
damage.
can see Brighty thinking, okay, I know what's going to happen here. You're going to throw the formidables at me, buff the Terra, or trigger the Terra, and yeah, you're going to put me in a world of pain.
That's so much damage right there.
Yeah.
Big damn.
I mean, the
Zeliaser is just
big
good.
damn.
Making sure.
Even playing the provoked as well. The provoked, why not? Just to get another big unit down to take advantage of the buffs that you're about to do to your board.
There we go. This is 12, 36 damage plus 5 from Terra, 40 something.
Wow. Here we go. The power of Earthen, the power of Crimea right here. And Bright even knows that he's taking his headphones off. He knows that this is lethal right here. And there's nothing he can do about it. This is the end game of Earthen. And it is mighty and scary. So,
Look at
huge
this.
board. And it's a huge ending for Zeli securing his place in the top 4.
Wow. Zeliaser.
Absolutely incredible. What an ending to that game.
There we go.
Congratulations
Winning the mirror.
to Zeli, and commiserations to Brighty, who put up such a fight in that game, didn't he?
Yeah.
Such a fight. It really went all the way. I mean, I think even then Zeli was down to 7 cards there in his deck. He found the right board with the right combo, had the right number of counters, just got it done. And he had so many good top decks. Fantastic play from both of those guys.
Very well played by Zeliaser. Yep. There we go.
You can see the relief on Zeli's face as well.
Sign of relief.
Yeah, you can see. You can see. He knows he had to fight a Titan there to get through there.
Yeah.
And initially, you know, Zeli up 2-0 up. It looked like Bright had his back up against the wall. He kind of did. Then he came back into the game, and then he had to really fight so hard.
Yep.
Yep. So I think we're going to have a look at how the action unfolded right now, and talk us through it, Quinto.
Yeah, there's a turn that Zeliaser was once again searching for his Terra mech forever and didn't find it. Gets that Acolyte and manages to get the Flourish on the Terra mech, the Relic repurposing, and the lethal play.
Yeah.
The big buff.
This was the big end shot, wasn't it? Yeah.
Crazy play.
Do you think, Quinto, looking at that game, do you think that there was anything that Brighty could have done differently, or was it just a case of, look, just Zeli got the right combo at the right time, the right cards?
Yeah, it's the Terra Glider RNG makes a big difference. Like, if you get a Terra mech from it, it's super
Changes the game, doesn't
beneficial.
it?
Yeah.
Changes the game.
In the end, he got a Terra, but even though Zeliaser managed to just get ahead again, use his units with 2 buffs from his Terra, and deal with Brighty's board efficiently.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we talked about the big man, and I think it's time to actually now talk to the big man, right? So
let's hear from him.
Let's go and hear from Zeli.
Okay, guys, I'm here with the final winner of the day. It is Zeli going to the top 4 tomorrow. Give him a hand, guys. That was such an intense game. Please just tell me what was going on in your head in that final Earthen Mirror match.
So actually, I was tilted about the game before because I had like 50-50 of getting the win because my relic was super stacked. And I just forgot to bank before doing Terra Glider. It was like the most noob mistake I have ever done in my life. So I was like at the start of the game, I was literally thinking about the game, about the last game. But I knew my Earthen was favored into his because he's only run 2 snitching. So I just need to like get a random Terramech or like my Terramech to stick. And I don't know how that game was so close, but I mean, we got there in the end. I was praying for no Terramech random, and he didn't get any. So yeah.
Well done. We're all wondering, what was the most difficult banking decision you had to make throughout the series?
I think there was one Terra Glider banked like turn 1. That was hard. And there was one relic that was my last relic. I just had to check like if I had like more reveals. I only had 2. I had one 1/6/6 and one 2/5. I just was like, okay, if I need to reveal cards, I just formidable to reveal, to like on reveal. So yeah. I don't know, maybe there were harder ones. I don't know, I'm giga tired.
We're all pretty tired, but you did exceptionally well. I assume you're going to go back home now, eat some food, drink some water. We're in Vegas after all, I think.
Yeah, first of all, I'm going to call my girlfriend because she has been supporting me so much. I actually have a Pokemon card that I've been showing. I don't know if you guys noticed. That's my girlfriend's favorite Pokemon, which is Screamtail. And I just shout out to her. She has been like such a great support to me in my parallel journey.
Do you have it on you?
Yeah, I have it here.
Show it to us before we head off to the final caster section. Oh, okay, she's very lucky. I hope you do really well, and this goes out to her and you. Congratulations again. Let's give a round of applause. And let's take it away to the caster section. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks a lot for coming in. Bye, guys.
So he's taking a huge step, and you can see,
Yeah,
can't he?
yeah.
From Zeli's body
Top
language.
4 in the world.
He knows he's had to get through some big players. He's in the top 4 now. It must feel a little similar to when he was in YGG, but now this is real big stakes here. This is for the Prime World Championship. He is so close to doing it. Would we say that he's one of the favourites at the moment?
Yeah.
I think you'd have to say so, right?
Yeah.
And I think what a touching tribute as well to his girlfriend with the Pokemon card. So I kept wondering, why is there a Pokemon card being shown? Love it. We now have the answer.
Yeah.
So
I told you it was a true story.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Quinto, we've only caught a couple of Zeli's games. Yeah. He mentioned he made a mistake. In fact, I actually think you talked about it, didn't you, in the cast, about the banking decision. The one thing I've noticed with Zeli, when Zeli is playing, is that he basically makes hardly any mistakes.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these top players are very similar.
Yeah.
They don't tend to make the mistakes. Do you think that tomorrow, when we come down to the finals, it's going to be decided by those small little margins, like making that little mistake?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, he's surgical in the sense that when I'm casting a match and I see someone have a play or make a play that I'm not actually watching or know about, for example, that relic repurposing one where he used it on the Terramech to take away the shield, and then the snow snitching, the flourish.
Yeah.
Like this is a sort of place that give you the edge.
Yeah.
To win the game.
Yeah.
So huge shout out to Zeli in that regard, and yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely agree. It was like a Neo level kind of Matrix style, looking into the code, seeing those plays, and I hope we see more of them tomorrow. I really do. But in terms of today, that's it for today, guys, from us. We are going to head over to the studio in a minute, so you get a chance to say goodbye to the studio as well.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, everyone.
From us here in the casters, thank you so much for tuning in. We hope that you come and join us again tomorrow, because you don't want to miss tomorrow. Someone is going to win £100,000 and become the Parallel Prime World Champion. $100,000.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, that's it for us from today.
Bye-bye.
Dude, like, that's not £100,000, but $100,000 for our champion. And man, we watched a great match between Zeliaser and Brighty. It was, quote-unquote, a formidable presence from Zeliaser right there, giving that last finish. It's huge match right there. And man, it's exciting. We got through day one. That's how do you feel, man?
Yeah, I feel awesome. You know, it's been a long and grueling day, but it certainly has been worth it. Zeliaser holding on to the hopes and dreams of the YGG crew, the largest crew, I believe, coming here representing the Philippines in the top 16. And Zeliaser is going to be moving on to the top 4. He is the last one. We have, once again, Jarla in the upper bracket,
Yes.
already qualified for the top 4. And we have a Sparkling versus Lambie series, which is going to be going on. And we're going to actually be showing those matches once again tomorrow.
Yeah.
So Sparkling and Lambie series, the winner of that is going to be our very last spot of the top 4 of the Parallel Prime World Championship.
Yeah, we're going to be recording that, guys. Everyone in the chat, just hold your horses. It's going to be recorded, and it's going to be shown tomorrow. You're going to be seeing it, but not today. It's going to be happening, though. But it's going to. I'm pretty sure everybody wants to see this. It's like the top ticket match. But yeah, you're going to be watching it tomorrow. And you know, we want to do a rundown of what happened during the day, guys. Like so, let's see. Like, can you give us a rundown of what happened while we were watching the matches of Brighty and Zeliaser? So here at round 3.
Yeah, so Job Sad is going to be losing to Lambie Series in a very close best of 5, just losing by 1 point there. Lambie Series moving on to face of Sparkling, which again will be shown tomorrow. A lot of players, especially the bigger names from other TCGs, the bigger names that you may be watching on Twitch or may know from other big tournament wins in the past, they have mostly all been knocked out. So, so it has been quite a turn of events here in the tournaments.
Yeah, and just a recap, guys, the wall of our fallen Prime heroes starts with Hylas Diardi. Already out, Tyler, Kintsugi, Viper, Feno, Sequinox, Perp, Tice, Jobsad, and Dual Note, and the latest one was Brighty. So, like a lot of players right there, really good players, and we're gonna be seeing them like a lot in a lot of tournaments. Probably season 2, they're gonna be getting another chance for like the possible top 16 spot, top 32 spot in the next season. But guys, these guys are amazing, like cream of the crop, so to speak, right, Betsy?
Yeah, and these players, once again, are going to be playing for a very large portion of the prize pool tomorrow. First place is going to be walking home $100,000. Fourth place is going to be automatically qualified for $15,000.
Yeah.
With third place walking home with $20,000. And second place walking home with with half of the first place prize pool, which is going to be $50K.
Oh man, that's amazing. And of course, you know, $100,000, dude, that's like a lot of money that I'm betting that they're gonna be spending over at the PLs, any avatars or art. It's gonna be coming back to Parallel. But yeah, man, it's an amazing day. I can't wait for day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome here. Excelsior, any final thoughts before we end the show here today?
Yes, you know, it has been an amazing day 1, amazing community, amazing location as well. First time for most of the people here, but it's overall a definitely amazing time for the Parallel community, for showing up, for even playing, and also enjoying being in a competitive scene. And I'm happy to have witnessed and being a part of day 1, because you know day 2 is going to be much more amazing.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Come back tomorrow here at 9 a.m. Pacific. We are going to be finishing out the very first year of the Parallel competitive circuit. You know, a battle against good versus evil, some may say. Zeliaser going to be fighting through against his other opponents to see if he or someone else may be taking down the entire competition here. And without further ado, thank you so much for your love and support from the Parallel team and the studio and the casters. We love you much. Catch you soon. Signing out.